Ready to have your mind blown? Insane fights, brain-melting twists, and drama that'll steal your heart in a flash. Smash that subscribe button on Manhwa T-Rex now. And hey, dive into today's recap video right this second.
A colony of ants burrowed into the boy's neck, making a home within him. He concealed this bizarre secret, desperate to keep his classmates unaware. A band-aid usually served as a makeshift seal, containing the ant colony within. The ant's presence had a peculiar side effect. Shinny's appetite surged, demanding constant sustenance. He was compelled to eat regularly, maintaining a strict feeding schedule. This unusual diet granted Shinny an unexpected power. He could effortlessly vanquish even the most formidable insect beast. Late one night, in a shadowy alleyway, two men stalked an attractive woman, their pace deliberate and menacing. Trapped in a corner, the woman's escape was cut off. Helplessly, she shielded her chest with her hand. The men exchanged leering, predatory grins. Before their grasping hands could reach her, footsteps echoed suddenly from behind. A young man appeared, his voice cold and detached. "Leave now," he warned, "if you value your life." Dismissing the newcomer as a mere student, the two thugs unleashed menacing glare. "You're the one looking for a fight, kid," they sneered. The boy dismissed the two men, his attention elsewhere. He ripped the band-aid from his neck. From the small wound, ants erupted. As one robber advanced menacingly, a scream pierced the air. He spun around. His companion was bisected, only legs remaining. The upper half was consumed by a massive, writhing maw. The beautiful woman from moments before was now a grotesque monster. In stark contrast, the boy was enveloped in a shroud of black mist. A closer inspection revealed the mist to be a swarm of black ants. By morning, the area was cordoned off. A long-haired, bespectacled man led the investigation. They found the monster's remains and the partially devoured body. What could have vanquished such a powerful creature? The sole clue, the surviving robber. He spoke of a boy and his insects. The investigators? They bore the insignia of the Insect Beast Reapers, a specialized government division established to combat the insect beast menace. Their sole purpose, eliminating insect beasts and other monstrous threats. These insect beasts materialized seemingly out of thin air just a few years prior. Their primary food source, human, most terrifying of all. These creatures possess the chilling ability to mimic human form. They live among us, undetected, even within the familiar walls of a classroom. At that very moment, the class president recited aloud a passage from the Reaper Handbook. A boy with a bandage on his neck nervously continued to eat. After Namai, the class president, finished reading, concluded the excerpt. The teacher issued a stern warning, urging the students to exercise extreme caution. The previous night's incident had occurred disturbingly close to the school. Namai, visibly distressed, exchanged a worried glance with her friend. They made a pact to walk home together after class. As the lesson ended, the teacher reminded Namai to submit her overdue assignment to the office. A collective sigh of relief swept through the students, knowing that few would actually bother with the assigned work. Once the teacher was gone, the real work began, or rather, didn't. Two students confronted Namai, urging him to abandon the homework collection. Their reasoning? The assignment was simply too demanding, impossible to complete. But before they could finish their protest, a workbook landed on the class president's desk. It was Shinny's, noticeably pristine, with a band-aid on his neck. This seemingly innocent act ignited the two troublemakers. They'd had a long-standing feud with Shinny. A band-aid on your neck, playing it cool, huh? Is that a strawberry mark, a little memento from your girlfriend? Namai, harboring a secret crush on Shin, immediately jumped to his defense. Don't spout nonsense. Unconvinced, the boys pressed Shin. He dramatically ripped off the band-aid, revealing not a love bite, but a small, innocuous blemish. The boy felt played, tricked. He grabbed Shinny by the collar, ready to retaliate. But then, an ant emerged from a crack, scurrying beneath his clothes to find a hiding spot. Terror seized the boy. He hit the ground, screaming. The onlookers dismissed his fear, writing him off as simply crazy. As the school day concluded, Namai presented her and Shin's completed homework to the teacher. They were the only students who had managed to finish the assignment. The teacher's expression immediately darkened. Upon grasping the situation, Namai watched, curious, as the teacher muttered something unintelligible. Then, his face brightened with a forced smile. "Shinny and you are free to leave after school," he announced. "The rest of you will stay and clean the playground." Due to the previous day's unsettling alley incident, Namai felt uneasy about walking home alone. She spotted Shinny applying a band-aid, since their homes were nearby. Namai extended an invitation to walk together. Shinny, claiming prior commitment, declined the offer. Grumbles of discontent filled the air from those assigned playground cleanup duties. Shershan ordered them to quit stalling, finish the task, and head home. Namai was instructed to remain and wait for Shershan. There was simply no one else available to accompany him. At that precise moment, Shinny sat alone in the classroom, murmuring to herself. She appeared to be engrossed in a book, almost as if conversing with the ants within its pages. Meanwhile, two thugs prepared to confront Shunny, their intentions malicious. They discussed their observations from the previous day regarding Shunny's peculiar connection with ants. They advanced towards the classroom, their steps purposeful. Upon reaching the corner, however, the short-haired man stopped dead in his track. A monstrous figure blocked their path, a terrifying obstacle. Before he could react, the monster decapitated the short-haired man. The girl shrieked in horror, a blood-curdling sound, as she stared at the object that rolled to her feet. The girl's piercing scream captivated the attention of the entire student body. Every student was transfixed by the terrifying cry. Suddenly, the girl bolted through the crowd, her mind seemingly unhinged by terror. "Run!" she screamed. "Everyone, it's an insect beast." The crowd whirled around to face the source of the terror. A gigantic, spherical insect beast emerged, a horrifying sight. Escape was now a desperate impossibility. By the time Namai and Shurjin reacted, the monstrous insect loomed, practically upon them. They bolted, a frantic scramble for survival. Four multifaceted eyes locked onto Shurjin, and she was seized, yanked back savagely, a brutal maneuver to preserve its own life. Shurjin's world spun, her head cracked against unforgiving stone. Namai lunged, desperate to aid her companion. But Shurjin lay unconscious, unresponsive, and Namai herself could only watch, despairing, as the insect beast advanced. It halted beside her. Then, a grotesque reveal, its head split, revealing the teacher's face. "Didn't I instruct you to leave after school?" the monstrous visage mocked. "Since you disregarded my instruction, join them in hell." The monstrous fist rose, then slammed down upon Namai. Suddenly, an ant colony surged forward, a relentless tide. In a flash, the monster's arms were severed. Nami glanced back, her face etched with confusion. An armored figure materialized, wreathed in darkness, appearing directly before her. The warrior swiftly caught Nami as she collapsed. The shock had rendered her unconscious. The insectoid beast, its arms severed, seemed unconcerned. It had prior knowledge of these fellow hunters, the black ants. However, their protection of humans was baffling. The monster hissed menacingly, but the black ant responded with a powerful blow. The impact sent the monster hurtling into the wall. Blood sprayed from its mouth. The black ants seized the moment, scooping up the unconscious girls. They carried them to safety. Then, they returned to confront the beast. The ant revealed a chilling truth: its cannibalistic hunting was purely for sustenance. The insect beast erupted in rage. "Then I shall avenge my fallen brethren." The monster morphed into a giant sphere. It launched itself at the black ant like a projectile. The black ant braced, attempting to withstand the force, but the sheer impact sent it flying. Dozens of meters it was hurled back. The monster glared down at the grounded ant. It wasn't about to let its prey escape. The monster coiled its legs, spring-like. Then, it exploded upwards, a living cannonball. Its target, the black ant below. It hurtled downwards, a devastating blow imminent. Too late to react, the black ant took the hit head-on. Black blood spurted. The assault continued. The monster bounced away, then back again. More brutal impacts rained down on the ant. Now trapped in a crater, the ant's limbs were grotesquely twisted. Through the agony, it willed itself to move. But the monster was already preparing its next attack. A deafening crash echoed. The monster slammed down upon the black ant once more. He was certain the blow would crush the black ant, reducing him to pulp. But the black ant remained unscathed, shockingly so. Instead, it was the monster's own body that was pierced. Confusion gripped the monster. He couldn't comprehend what had just happened. The black ant barked another command: "Convert." The armor encasing his feet dissolved, vanishing into thin air. The black material coalesced, flowing up towards his arm. In a flash, a massive, razor-sharp claw materialized before him. Panic finally seized the monster. He recognized the imminent danger. He pleaded with the black ant, begging for his life. His pleas for mercy were far too late. The claw plunged deep into the monster's stomach. Then, he hoisted the monster overhead and slammed him into the earth. Regret consumed the monster. He knew of the black ant's reputation. Why had he dared to provoke him? Before he could utter another plea, the black ant lifted him into the air once more. A final roar erupted from the black ant, and the monster's form contorted violently. With a resounding boom, it exploded into a crimson mist. As they withdrew, the black ants issued another chilling command: "Consume." Obediently, the black substance flowed from the ants, leaving their body. From it, Shinny's form gradually materialized. Unbeknownst to Shinny, a humanoid insect beast had observed the entire gruesome battle. His victory had come at a cost. He'd attracted the attention of the Reaper. He'd just eradicated a formidable bug beast on campus. And now, Shinny directed the ants within to devour the bug beast's remains. The Reaper sector arrived soon after, surveying the devastation. The two hunters felt a pang of frustration. Their extensive preparations seemed to have been for naught. The evidence was clear. This had been a battle between two insect beasts, but insect beasts rarely turned on each other. What could have possibly driven them to such violence? A sudden realization struck the captain. He recalled the female bugbear encountered in the alley 2 days prior. The sole survivor claimed she was defeated by a young man, an ant hybrid. At that moment, the captain received an update from his staff. The man rescued from the bugbear attack had regained consciousness. The captain and staff quickly went to Namai's side. Namai recounted the harrowing experience. Her rescuer, she described, was a figure clad in black armor. "Are you certain it was human who saved you?" the captain inquired. Namai hesitated, unsure. But one thing was clear, the man in black was distinctly different from the other bugbear creatures. After a brief questioning, the captain suspected the armored figure might be someone Namai knew. He posed a question to Namai. Were any students absent during the incident? Namai confirmed there was one, Shinny. Shinny was the only student who had left school on time. By now, Shinny had arrived home. Her grandmother was there to greet her. Invited him over for dinner. The abundance of food overwhelmed Shin. Having recently devoured an entire insect beast, he simply told his grandmother he'd already eaten. Grandma was stunned by this revelation. Immediately, she anxiously inquired about Shinny's well-being. Shinny felt a pang of guilt, sensing his grandmother's disappointment. Grandma reassured him, prioritizing his safety above all else. After watching Shinny retire to his room, urging him to rest, Grandma could no longer contain her emotion. Tears streamed down her face, unbidden. "Why," she lamented, "must my Shinny endure such hardship?" Just then, ants began their procession through the window. They marched in an orderly fashion as Shinny lay quietly in bed. Listening to the day's reports from the school bug beast, he directed each ant towards the opening in his net. Meanwhile, at a deserted construction site on the city's edge, soldiers searched for the missing child. Their leader cautiously guided them up the stairs, a look of surprise dawning on his face. His eyes widened, taking in the bizarre scene within the room. Suspended mid-air were a cluster of cocoon-like formation. Just then, another vehicle pulled up outside. It carried the Reaper squad. Behind the wheel, the hedgehog tapped his fingers impatiently. "I can't fathom why the higher-ups deployed those soldiers," he muttered. Beige, seated beside him, offered a calming reassurance. "Our department's review is still pending," Beige reminded him. "The police maintain investigative jurisdiction for now." At that precise moment, the car's communicator blared a backup request. The soldiers, acting on their own initiative, had breached the cocoon. Driven by a desire to rescue any potential captives, the team leader tore open a cocoon, revealing a child nestled within. The team frantically moved to another cocoon. Confusion barely registered before something pierced the leader's head with terrifying speed. A grotesque humanoid mosquito-like beast materialized before the horrified onlooker. The team leader, reeling, stared at the insectoid monstrosity. Another teammate reacted instantly, firing upon the creature. The insectoid beast vanished in a blink. Reappearing instantly, it had already pierced its teammate. The beast spun around without hesitation. Its stinger lunged again at the team leader. A sudden gunshot shattered the tense moment. The bullet struck the hardened needle high on a distant tower. Beige had been patiently waiting, sniper rifle poised. The bug's speed proved too much. The shot went wide. Enraged, the insectoid beast roared. It renewed its assault on the team leader. Just in time, the hedgehog intercepted the bug beast's attack. A powerful blow sent the beast reeling. The insect beast crashed hard into the wall. Seizing the opportunity, the captain ordered the child to be carried to safety. "Get out of here, now!" But the bug beast wouldn't relinquish its prey so easily. Furious, it lunged toward the fleeing child. The captain reacted instantly, exhaling a plume of green smoke. The smoke scent overwhelmed the bug, sending it crashing to the ground. The captain demanded an answer. "Why? Why these children?" Ripping the needle free, the bug beast sneered. "Food," it hissed, "for the destruction of the black ant." Confusion clouded the faces of the two men. Exploiting their bewilderment, the bug beast acted swiftly. A volley of darts erupted from its mouth, targeting the duo. The captain exhaled another cloud of smoke. The darts froze, suspended mid-flight. A blur of motion, the hedgehog's stick deflected the remaining projectile. Outmatched, the bug beast recognized its disadvantage. Seizing the moment, it launched itself through the window. "Beige, snipe it," the captain roared. Struck by darts, Beige crumpled to the ground. Helplessly, the two men watched. The bug beast escaped. Elsewhere, in a park, Nami sat rigidly. On her phone, a bespectacled man basked in accolade. Fury boiled within her. Her closest friend, a surgeon, lay disfigured in a hospital bed. The bespectacled man's intervention was the reason for her sudden stop. Out of nowhere, a masked boy appeared. Namai, initially startled, quickly gave the boy a piece of his mind. Reduced to tears, the boy ran to his mother to complain. "Why," she lamented, "must I have such a mischievous brother when I'm the picture of grace?" Turning back, Namai discovered Shinny had mysteriously arrived. Shinny, spotting Namai, joined him. The trio settled in for a shared ice cream treat. Ice cream finished. The brother dashed off to play with another child. Their game sent the ball flying out of bounds. The brother offered to retrieve the errant ball. He followed his new friend through a gap in the fence. A sense of foreboding washed over Shinny. "Stay here, outside the grid," he instructed Namai. Shinny stopped his own brother's attempted escape. "Go back to your sister," he commanded. Shinny ventured into the woods, searching. He quickly located another young boy clutching a soccer ball. Believing he'd found a kindred spirit, the boy approached with a friendly greeting. Shinny, however, offered only cold indifference. He ripped the band-aid from his neck. A swarm of dense ants erupted from Shinny's flesh. The boy's expression morphed into pure shock. Gazing at Shinny, enveloped in black ant, he recognized a fellow hunter. Enraged, the boy crushed a black ant in his hand. He unleashed a torrent of accusations against the black ant. "How dare you," he seethed, "violate the sacred laws of insect beast, and prey upon your own kind?" With a final threat of death, the boy focused his power. He vanished in a blink, leaving only the fragments of a shattered mask. He had transformed into a mosquito beast. Too slow to react, Shinny took a blow to the head. Broken armor revealed the chilling, exposed half of Shinny's face. The insect beast had landed a devastating strike. A flicker of pride touched Namai's face as he observed the immobilized Shinny. Insect beasts swarmed around him, their movements frantic. Shinny, with a blur of motion, showcased his incredible speed. Namai, meanwhile, scratched his head, a perplexed expression on his face. Then, with a single, decisive blow, he slammed an insect beast into the earth. Emerging from the jungle, Shinny appeared at Namai's side. "Brother," he reported, "the ball is retrieved." The crowd dispersed. They were unaware, however, that Shinny's ants were methodically devouring the fallen insect beast. The boy's neck bore a hollowed-out wound, carved by the relentless ant. He was forced to provide them with a constant supply of sustenance. Failure to do so would result in the ants turning on him, their bites agonizing. The pain was excruciating. Yet, these ants were also the source of Shinny's newfound strength. This power stemmed from the earlier bug beast incident in Shinny's class. After a week's suspension, classes resumed, though separated. Back in the classroom, the bespectacled man continued to boast of his supposed bravery. At that moment, oblivious to his own role in Sergeant's downfall, meanwhile, Nami was ready to deliver a swift kick of her own, but the girl beside her beat her to it. She sprang to her feet and landed a solid kick to the bespectacled man's gut. The man, stunned, reeled from the unexpected blow. The girl's voice dripped with venom as she declared, "You're a noisy piece of trash." Amidst the ensuing whispers, Nami learned the girl's name, Inhui. Inhui was clearly someone to be reckoned with. As Inhui turned to leave, Shinny intercepted her path. Their eyes locked, a silent exchange passing between them. An unspoken understanding seemed to hang in the air. Finally, Shinny entered the classroom. He plopped down next to Nime, snacking casually. As the whispers about Inhui's boldness reached his ears, suddenly, Shinny felt the presence of a nearby bug beast. As Nime extended a lunch invitation, he was already long gone. Shinny had vanished from campus. Scaling the far wall, two reapers approached the school. The mosquito beast was nowhere to be found. Simultaneously, the disappearances ceased. Unbeknownst to them, Shinny had devoured the monstrous insect. Just then, Shinny bolted from an alley, colliding with the Reaper captain. Taking in Shinny's anxious expression, the captain paused, considering, but ultimately let it go. They continued towards the campus. Their mission, in fact, was to locate Shinny. Name had informed them of Shinny's recent departure. The Reapers realized the student they'd encountered was likely Shinny. Producing a business card, they handed it to Name, asking her to give it to Shinny. They hurried away. Meanwhile, beneath an overpass, a humanoid praying mantis, perched on the wall, lurked in the shadow. Concealed in darkness, he patiently awaited an anticipated arrival. A figure emerged from the gloom, The visitor, the formidable black ant. Following the scent, Shiny had tracked the mantis beast to its lair. Spotting his target, the mantis gracefully descended from the wall. With a gesture, he beckoned Shiny closer, a silent invitation to engage. "Come on over, Shiny," his posture seemed to convey. Without hesitation, Shiny launched a direct assault, legs propelling him forward. But the mantis effortlessly parried Shiny's attack, delivering a crippling blow. Shiny's arm buckled under the force, contorting grotesquely. A powerful kick to the chest sent Shiny reeling backward. The mantis pressed the attack, giving Shiny no rest. He advanced relentlessly, unaware of Shiny's tactical retreat. Unbeknownst to him, Shiny had lured him into a trap. A crushing blow landed squarely on the mantis's face. The impact sent the mantis reeling, his movements jerky and uncontrolled. The mantis's strange, puppet-like movements puzzled even Shiny. Scrutinizing the mantis, Shiny searched for an explanation. Suddenly, he noticed the telltale shimmer of silk threads behind the mantis. Someone was manipulating the mantis, pulling his strings from the shadow. To validate his hunch, he scooped up a handful of ants. He flung them forcefully at the mantis. The airborne ants didn't faze the mantis. Their purpose wasn't a direct assault. The ants began ascending the silk thread. The puppeteer's only recourse was to sever the thread. With the threads cut, the mantis plummeted. As she stared at the severed threads in bewilderment, the mantis stirred. Its head lashed out, striking Shiny. Its jaws gaped open, revealing an imminent explosion. Shiny was instantly engulfed in smoke. In the immediate aftermath, two menacing insect beasts emerged from behind the curtain. Shiny, visibly battered, leaned heavily against the wall. He was clearly in considerable pain, bearing the marks of battle. The aura radiating from the two insect beasts filled Shiny with dread. He knew instinctively this encounter wouldn't be easy. One of the silkworm ants advanced. He placed a foot squarely on Shiny's shoulder, asserting dominance. "Finally caught you," he taunted. "Enjoying your human protection. And you killed the mosquito beast, didn't you?" Shiny remained defiantly silent, refusing to answer his captor. The exploding ant joined the confrontation. "Because of you," he snarled, "we lost fresh meat. You'll pay for that." The exploding ant raised his arm, aiming a menacing blow at Shiny. But the silkworm ant acted first. He lashed out, kicking Shiny in the head. He discovered, to his surprise, that Shiny's body was hollow. It was nothing but an empty shell. The exploding ant suddenly shouted a warning. Shiny, having shed his armor, was nowhere to be seen. He launched himself onto them. He slammed down hard, targeting the silk ant's leader. Landing with a powerful thrust, he drove his toes into the ground. He surged forward, a blur of motion, straight towards the exploding ant. Shiny's attack was a seamless, fluid dance of destruction. The exploding ants stumbled backward, forced to retreat. Finally, unable to withstand Shiny's relentless onslaught, they staggered under a heavy blow. But the exploding ants retaliated, launching a cannonball projectile from their hind legs at Shiny. The shot found its mark, striking Shiny squarely. His armor absorbed the brunt of the impact, minimizing the damage. Shiny, sensing the opportunity, refused to give them a moment's respite. He cocked his fist, preparing to deliver another devastating blow. But mere centimeters from his target, his fist was ensnared. Fine, blue threads wrapped around his arm, halting his advance. Immobilized, he could no longer press the attack. The silk ants, lurking behind, had sprung their trap. They leaped into the air. The rotation continues, a dizzying spin. With a near-invisible thread, she yanks Shiny close. A devastating, final roundhouse kick hurtles towards Shiny's head. Shiny blocks with an armored arm, but the force is immense. The impact sends blood gushing from his nose and mouth. He's flung back, soaring through the air for dozens of meters. Shiny crumples, falling to his knees. Exploding ants seize the opportunity, capitalizing on Shiny's momentary unconsciousness. An energy cannon, aimed directly at Shiny's head, powers up. The charge nears completion, the weapon primed to fire. Suddenly, Shiny's senses snap back. Panic flares. "Armor, move," he roared. Responding instantly, the black ants begin to disintegrate on command. They dissolve into black matter, a swirling mass. The matter converges towards Shiny, seeking to protect him. Too late. The energy cannon is fully charged. Without hesitation, the trigger is pulled. But the blast doesn't strike Shiny. It hits the bridge overhead. The hedgehog has intervened. At the last possible moment, the projectile's trajectory was altered. Stick in hand, he landed, then taunted his opponent. "Is this the grand welcome you've prepared for me?" He brandished the stick, driving back the encroaching enemy. Two formidable insect beasts converged, posing a significant threat. The arrival of the Reaper squad captain further escalated the situation. "I'll be your opponent," he declared. The explosive ants, sensing his power, grew wary. This one is different, they seemed to communicate. With a swift motion, he produced a sphere from his container. The two onlookers registered the action. A sense of foreboding washing over them before they could react. The explosive ants slammed the sphere into the ground. A dense cloud of smoke instantly engulfed them. Seizing the opportunity, the silk ants took flight, dragging the explosive ants with them. Revolting flying pests, the hedgehog exclaimed in disgust. Those flying insect beasts are truly vile. The captain stood frozen, embarrassment evident on his face. At least we still have the black ants, he thought. But as they moved to capture the black ant, they discovered it, too, had vanished. Night descended swiftly. Sheeny, battered and bruised, dragged himself homeward. Clinging to the wall for support, his first act upon arriving was to request a meal from his grandmother. Taking in Sheeny's battered form, his grandmother asked tearfully, her voice laced with worry, "Did you eat anything today, child?" Sheeny offered no pretense. "I caught nothing today, so I'll eat more," he added, despite the futility of the gesture. His meal finished, Sheeny retreated to his room. He immediately locked the door. Then, low hisses escaped his lips. Sounds of suppressed agony filled the small space. He ripped off his shirt, revealing a body covered in a dense rash of red spots. The spots spread visibly, as if growing before one's eye. The horrifying truth, ants within him, devouring his flesh and blood. Nothing but insect beasts could satisfy their hunger. Human food offered no solace. The mental and physical torment was excruciating. Ants infest this boy's body. To contain the swarming ants, he's resorted to sealing his skin with a band-aid. The ants grant him extraordinary ability, but at a steep price, a daily diet of insect beasts. While hunting for these creatures, Sheeny was just ambushed by two highly evolved insect beasts. He barely escaped with his life, though he managed to crawl home, wounded. The ants, deprived of their insect beast meal, are now ravaging him from the inside. Sheeny endures excruciating physical and mental torment. Within a derelict factory, a mysterious, hazmat-suited woman drags 3 body bags. She deposits them into a freezer. As she places the last one inside, she hears a voice from within. Ignoring the pleas, she seals the freezer. The cries from within go unanswered. With finality, she sealed the hatch. She then proceeded to the warehouse to decontaminate and remove her protective gear. This is none other than Manhwa, the enigmatic figure from Chinese class. Manhwa stands beside an elderly man. The old man is voicing his displeasure. His grievance stems from the Reaper Squad's failure to apprehend Black Ant. This has sabotaged a potential alliance with the Skyworm organization. Observe these two insect beasts. They are the very creatures Sheeny battled earlier. The old man proposes bolstering their food reserve. Manhwa swiftly rejects this suggestion. It's a task she finds distasteful. Suddenly, the old man notices something crucial. Manhwa's uniform matches Black Ant. He questions their connection. Do you know each other? Manhwa deflects the question with a forceful gesture and a hasty denial. The old man dismisses her denial. It matters not, as long as you share a school. An opportunity will arise to eliminate him. Manhwa remained defiant, her answer a resolute no. This wasn't the path she envisioned. Her protest was cut short, however, as the old man's hand clamped around Manhwa's neck. He issued a chilling reminder. Eliminating the Black Ant was non-negotiable. Cooperation with the Skybug organization came at a steep price. Suddenly, the sharp bark of a dog pierced the tension. Both men snapped their heads towards the sound, peering out the window. They saw a numbered figure sprinting away. The old man instantly checked the surveillance. The escapee was a subject from the freezer compartment. He turned a glacial gaze back to Manhwa. Did you neglect to secure the door? Manhwa stammered, a hesitant maybe escaping her lip. The response was immediate. The old man's right hand transformed, grotesquely swelling as it lunged towards Manhwa. Honesty is highly advised. Witnessing the unfolding horror, Manhwa declared her resignation. She was done. Their partnership was over. And then she noticed. With a subtle gesture, the old man flicked his thumb against his index finger. Mid-flight, the fleeing man abruptly halted. A soft glow emanated from his chest. An instant later, he was consumed by an explosion. The old man calmly raised his thumb once more. An identical blast erupted on Manhwa's chest. The old man's eyes hardened as he spoke. Eliminate the Black Ant. That is an order. The following day at noon, Sheeny devoured her cafeteria lunch with ravenous intensity. Namai, seated beside her, noticed Shinny's unusually large appetite. Oblivious to the stares of those around her, Sheeny continued to eat. She frantically shoveled food into her mouth. Suddenly, her pupils constricted, and her spoon clattered to the floor. The ants within her had begun to consume her flesh and blood once again. Seeing Shinny's pained expression, Namai felt a surge of worry. Just then, the irritating man with glasses approached and berated Shinny. "What's wrong with you? Are you a pig? One person eating that much?" Namai intervened, attempting to defend Shinny. "That guy puts away food like it's going out of style. He eats for 10. No normal human could devour 10 serving. Is he even human to begin with?" Those nearby exchanged bewildered glances. Even Huawei, trailing behind the bespectacled man, noticed the strange atmosphere. Oblivious to the escalating tension, he continued his relentless taunting of Shiny. He had no idea Shiny was reaching his breaking point. Another ant burrowed into Shiny's flesh. Shiny shuddered, seizing the loudmouthed, bespectacled man. Like a plucked chicken, he hoisted the man into the air. Just as Shiny prepared to silence the man for good, Namai intervened, pulling him back from the brink, snapping back to reality. Shiny flung the man aside and stormed off. He bolted to the rooftop. The ants within him surged outwards, uncontrollable. Shiny hissed in agony as the swarming ants formed a second head. A battle for control of Shiny's body began. In that moment, Huang. Suddenly, Shiny found himself confronted by his pursuer. "Do you want your black ant identity revealed?" she demanded. "I mean no harm," she insisted, even as her form began a chilling transformation. Hu Yen, fully metamorphosed, ignited a primal hunger within Shiny. His desire surged, an uncontrollable urge overwhelming him. He lunged towards Hu Yen, driven by an instinct he couldn't deny. Hu Yen clasped her hands together, focusing her energy. Blue threads of power materialized between her palms. They clashed, locked in a fierce, immediate struggle. The confrontation escalated, teetering on the brink of all-out war. The scene shifts. Shiny's eyes flickered open to a horrifying sight, ants swarming his body. Giant ants gripped his limbs, holding him fast. Shiny cried out in agony as an even larger ant emerged, looming over him. Its pincers targeted Shiny's head, poised to strike, just as death seemed imminent. A red ant materialized, a sudden savior. In a blur of motion, the red ant decimated the black ant. He awoke in bed, the previous agony vanished. His body was free from pain. Only the rooftop encounter with Anhui, transformed into a silk ant, remained in his memory. He recalled Anhui, metamorphosed into a silk ant. His grandmother revealed Anhui had carried him home. It seemed Anhui, too, had suffered greatly last night. Shinny was bewildered by this revelation. Why was Inoue still alive? Hadn't his ants fallen silent after consuming Inoue? Suddenly, Shinny sensed them again. Nearby insect beasts made their presence known. The old man's image flashed in his mind. He couldn't grasp his grandmother's word. That wretched old man had summoned Anhui. He immediately accused her of bungling the situation. Anhui defended her actions, claiming she'd done her utmost. But the spiteful old man remained dissatisfied. He demanded she deal with the black ant swiftly. Hearing this, Huawei was instantly enraged. That man, she realized, was a true monster. "Get out of here. I don't want to die." The old man listened, a fierce glint in his eye. Suddenly, footsteps behind them shattered the tense standoff. A shadowy figure emerged from beneath the bridge. It was the black ant, drawn by the scent. Both men froze in shock. "Beast mode, now, don't fail me." The old man's words barely registered before Anhui launched a furious attack. He unleashed a powerful kick, aiming squarely at Shiny, but his opponent effortlessly deflected the blow. Shiny's ants swarmed, coalescing around his hand. A massive fist slammed into Anhui. The sheer force of the impact shattered Anhui's armor, reeling from the devastating blow. Anhui realized his opponent had grown even stronger, but instead of pressing the attack, Shiny turned towards the explode ant. Suddenly, Anhui grabbed Shiny's foot from behind. "Are you pitying me?" She raged at Shiny, her voice filled with fury. "If I can't even capture you, how can I possibly avenge myself against the Skyworm organization?" The explode ant slowly, deliberately raised its thumb. "Anhui, you truly resemble a pathetic insect net." Panic seized Anhui as the explode ant prepared to act. "Stop," she screamed. Seeing Anhui's desperation, the explode ant revealed its true intention. "Did you honestly believe I'd help you seek revenge? My goal all along has been to join the Skyworm organization." The truth hit Anhui hard. She erupted in a frenzy. "I've committed countless vile acts for you, and this is how it ends? I die, unwilling and betrayed." The explode ant ignored her outburst. It prepared to detonate. Suddenly, Shiny vanished. The explode ant lost sight of him completely. An explosion rocked the area beside Anhui. A dark figure streaked past. He bolted towards the exploding ant. The exploding ant scoffed. "You can't escape my heatwave minefield." But his laughter was short-lived. The blast couldn't keep pace with Shiny's velocity. Shiny was simply too fast. The exploding ant, realizing his predicament, fired a cannonball at Shiny. Shinny effortlessly evaded the attack. Desperate, the exploding ant prepared to detonate his thumb. He aimed to distract Shinny by detonating a bomb on Manhwa, but before he could react, Shinny seized his arm. As he tried to detonate, he found himself paralyzed. Shinny had already decapitated him. When Manhwa looked again, Shinny had undergone a dramatic transformation, and Hui was awestruck by Shinny's newfound power. The exploding ant, once her oppressor, had been swiftly dealt with. Shinny assessed his physical state, a thought forming behind his eye. He issued a chilling command to the swarming ant. "Consume him," he declared, the words echoing the brutality of the scene. Gradually, Shinny's body began to regenerate, piece by piece. The ravenous ants, starved for 2 days, descended upon the remains of the exploding ants in a frenzy. Huey's eyes widened in horror, witnessing the gruesome feast. In that charged moment, Shinny approached her, his gaze cold and indifferent. We braced herself, closing her eyes, awaiting the inevitable end. But Shinny simply walked past, leaving her untouched. Hui, however, was not relieved, but consumed by anger. "Why aren't you killing me?" she demanded. "Do you desire to oppose the Skyworm organization as much as I do?" Shinny paused, turning back, his voice a low murmur. "What transpired between us on that rooftop?" he inquired. Hui was taken aback by the question, confusion evident on her face. "Have you truly forgotten?" she asked, incredulous. Their rooftop duel, a clash of wills, hung heavy in the air. Shinny swiftly tackled Inoue, bringing her down. Now desperate, Shinny fought to suppress the black ant's ravenous hunger, but the ant's primal urge broke free, lunging towards Inoue. At this crucial juncture, Shinny seized the black ant by the neck, just in the nick of time. "Stop, she's not food. It sees a mouth, but it's not for eating." Enraged, the black ant whirled its head, its jaws gaping at Shinny. Just then, Inoue regained control of the ant poised to attack Shinny, but Inoue knew her grip was weakening. Suddenly, one of the ants inside Shinny mutated. With a cry from Shinny, the giant black ant vanished. Shinny collapsed, unconscious. Inoue wrestled with a decision: eliminate Shinny, or perhaps this individual could be an asset. He might be a valuable ally against the Heavenly Bug Organization. Shinny was returned home. After the ordeal, Shinny was a changed man, and Inoue continued her efforts to recruit him to confront the Skyworm organization. "You just eliminated the explode ant, effectively severing the Skyworm's vital food supply. And with that disruption, the repercussions extend beyond just you. Your loved ones, your friends and family, are now vulnerable. Our chances of survival significantly improve if we join forces." Shinny interjects, stepping forward and abruptly halting in Huey's conversation. He seizes Hui, his hand clamped firmly over her palm. "You're incompetent and seeking a protector," he accuses. "But I'm not like you. If those skyworms dare to appear, I'll devour them all." With that chilling declaration, Shinny tightens his grip on Huey's neck. A swarm of ants crawls into Huey's mouth. After a tense moment, Huey's eyes slowly flutter open. Shinny's shocking act was, unexpectedly, an attempt to extract a bomb implanted within her. The following day, the Reaper team secures the incident site. As interns collect the scattered prosthetic limbs, remnant of the explode ant's demise, something unexpected happens. Unseen by the intern, a tiny pill escaped the container. Simultaneously, a mysterious figure attempted a forced entry. Reacting swiftly, Longhair tackled and restrained the intruder. He ordered the man to leave, but the intruder calmly raised a hand, aiming to sever Longhair's arm. Shaggy, the long-haired man, shrieked in agony. Everyone realized something was terribly wrong. Weapons drawn, they braced for a fight. The intruder, unfazed, appeared exhilarated. A single punch felled a Reaper squad member. In a flash, only the intern remained. Escape proved impossible. The man had him trapped. The man retrieved the fallen capsule. He then made a call. "Sample recovered," he reported. The sample, upon examination, revealed itself to be a worm egg. Meanwhile, Shinny attended class, seemingly oblivious. Elsewhere, Huawei employed his silk thread ability, launching a note, which sailed past Nami, landing directly in Shin's hand. The message found its intended recipient. The note was concise: "Meet me downstairs after class." As agreed, the two soon converged at the designated spot. Shinny's unusual silence was striking. Huey couldn't resist a playful jab. "Tongue-tied, are we? First time chatting with a girl?" Shinny remained tight-lipped, offering no response. He cut to the chase, demanding to know her purpose. Huey expressed her gratitude for him sparing her life the previous day. She renewed her invitation for him to join the fight against the Skyworm organization. Shinny swiftly corrected her misinterpretation. "Don't flatter yourself. You're merely a reserve food source. I could consume you at any moment." With that chilling statement, he reached for the bandage. Though fear coursed through her, Anhua held her ground. She issued a pointed reminder. "Have you forgotten my warning?" The Skyworm organization has marked you. I'll assist you. Shinny had heard enough. He abruptly shoved her aside. Unbeknownst to them, Namai observed the entire exchange from above. She's completely oblivious to the moment their connection sparked. The undeniable flirtation between the two was clear to everyone else. From her perspective, this only fueled Namai's jealousy. Meanwhile, over with the Reaper squad, boosting the team's survival odds became a top priority. Insect-neutralizing medication was developed. Their test subject? The squad's resident hedgehog. For optimal combat simulation accuracy, the captain forbade the hedgehog from using his usual weapon. Accustomed to his trusty long stick, the hedgehog eyed the offered lightsaber with utter disgust. Just then, his opponent materialized. The uncle appeared frail and weakened. But upon hearing he had a chance to eliminate his foe, a surge of adrenaline invigorated him. In a flash, the uncle vanished from sight, before the hedgehog could react. The uncle, now a terrifying insect beast, was behind him. The hedgehog desperately parried the attack and scrambled to create distance. Unscathed, the hedgehog was confident in his next defensive maneuver, but Insect Beast was now a blur, circling him at 300 miles per hour. Sensing an opening, Insect Beast launched a powerful punch. The hedgehog blocked the devastating blow, but his armor cracked under the strain. Drawing on his combat experience, the hedgehog retaliated with a swift backhand slash. A powerful kick created space, but the mech's arm was now broken. Exhilarated, Insect Beast pressed the attack. The hedgehog was on the ropes, his strength failing. Desperate, he cried out for help. His plea was cut short. As Insect Beast seized him by the throat, he struggled in vain. Was this the end, trapped in the lab? Suddenly, a massive surge of electricity jolted Insect Beast. His screams were cut short as he succumbed to unconsciousness. Facing imminent demise, the mech activates a last resort. It unleashes a powerful surge. A shocking 100,000-volt electrical attack against its foe. The insect beast, once again, is yanked away by the mysterious sleeve. Retreating, it throws a taunting parting shot at the hedgehog. Next time, it threatens, "You won't survive." With the battle concluded, the captain departs the scene. His destination, the archives. There, he uncovers information about Brad, the enigmatic leader of the Skyworm organization. The stunning woman reveals a shocking truth: she's not entirely human. A yellow worm egg emerges from her mouth, gently grasping Shurj's chin. She forces the egg into his mouth. Shurj undergoes a horrific transformation into the grotesque insect beast. He becomes a puppet, a pawn in the insect's sinister game. Meanwhile, Huey's collaboration with Shinny comes to light. Her true objective is finally revealed. Her target isn't the Skyworm organization itself, but their leader, Brad. The name Brad Shinny sparked a sudden surge of excitement. Shinny's face contorted with a mask of fury and resentment. Brad was the one who had stolen his mother's life. He was also the one who had shattered Huey's family. That fateful day, as school dismissed, we resumed his pursuit of Shinny. But shortly after they left the school ground, a familiar feeling washed over Shinny. His eyes scanned the passing pedestrians, taking in every detail. His gaze finally settled on a particular couple. Unbeknownst to them, one of the men was a bug beast disguised in human form. Meanwhile, Hui, having just purchased an ice cream, observed Shinny's unusual demeanor. From Shinny, she learned a startling truth. The man they were observing was an insect beast in disguise. Elsewhere, Namai arrived at the hospital, fresh from school, to visit Shurjan. Self-conscious of her current condition, Shurjan promptly dismissed Namai. She insisted Namai leave immediately. As Namai prepared to depart, a nurse crossed her path. Namai couldn't resist a double-take, captivated by the nurse's beauty. Moments later, a surgeon within the ward noticed someone entering. Assuming it was Namai, she issued a sharp reprimand. However, as the figure drew nearer, it revealed itself to be the same striking nurse. "Desire even greater beauty?" she inquired. "I can help you achieve that." She expelled a yellowish, worm-like egg from her mouth. Upon closer inspection, it's identical to the one the exploding ant dropped. "You want to eliminate the vile creatures, don't you? I'll grant your wish." The eggs were then deposited into Shurshan's mouth. Shurshan's body convulsed, seized by tremor. The woman observed the transformation with a malicious grin. A searing pain ripped through Shurshan. A guttural roar erupted from her. Witnessing Shurshan's agony, the woman's excitement intensified. Meanwhile, the insect creature dragged the girl towards the swimming pool. Without warning, it shoved her into the water. She was completely caught off guard. Resurfacing, she found her boyfriend gone. Unbeknownst to her, she was being watched from below. Hidden beneath the surface, eyes were fixed on her. Her boyfriend, submerged at some point, lurked beneath. A sinister smile spread across his face. With a sudden, violent motion, he seized her foot. He yanked her down, her head slamming hard against the pool floor. and succumbed to unconsciousness. Observing the rising girl, the man grumbled his displeasure. Daily hunts are such a tiresome chore, he complained. With jaws agape, he prepared to devour her. Suddenly, an ant crawled across his face, interrupting his grim intent. His gaze snapped back to the glass. Within, he saw Shinny, metamorphosed into a black ant. Unnoticed, he had arrived. With a single, powerful punch, Shinny shattered the glass. He followed through with a brutal kick to the man's stomach. The impact sent the man hurtling into the wall. Undeterred, the man rose as if unaffected. He retaliated, striking back at Shinny. Shinny absorbed the blow. Capitalizing on Shinny's momentary recoil, Hwai sprang a trap, a net of heaven and earth. Silken threads materialized, ensnaring the man. In a blink, he was cocooned, bound like a dumpling. Hwai then extracted the girl from the water. Fortunately, the girl merely fainted. It wasn't a life or death situation. After the girl was revived, Hwai rejoined Shinny. The man displayed no fear whatsoever. He boldly challenged them, demanding to know why they were interrupting his meal. Are you too tired of living? He snarled. Do you know who I am? Shinny retorted. I don't care, the man replied. You're just food to me. As Shinny lunged forward, intent on devouring him, Hui intervened. She believed she could extract information from him. Suddenly, the man recognized Shinny. He was the infamous hunter, Black Ant. I didn't know you had a partner, he sneered. But you're not capable of killing me. With that declaration, the man began to transform. Hwai remained confident in her silk thread, but the man's transformation was complete. Her threads began to unravel, dissolving in the emanating light. The power radiating from the man shocked Shinny. Move! Shinny's urgent warning came too late. A flurry of chi blades erupted from the man's body. Hwai, caught off guard, was struck in the shoulder. Shinny narrowly deflected the attack. His black ant armor barely held. In a heartbeat, the room was scarred with deep gouges from the air blade. A new voice echoed through the ravaged space. You two might be tough against common insect beasts, but I'm Skyworm Organization. You're flirting with death. I'm Camel, of the Skyworm Organization. Doubt me? Try again. At Camel's provocation, they braced for another fight. They launched a combined assault. Their strongest attacks were effortlessly brushed aside. Camel's hand sliced through the air. Phantom streaks lingered in its wake. He appeared behind them in a blink. Camel's hand sword flashed. A searing sword aura ripped through both men. Wounded, Shiny collapsed. Camel seized the opportunity, his hand knife aimed at the falling Shiny. Anhui reacted instantly, risking everything to intervene. Neither dared to lower their guard. The pool was undeniably Camel's domain. Any approach invited an immediate attack. While Anhui strategized against the monstrous foe, Shiny, on the other side, launched his own offensive. He sprang into action. Envelop the entire pool with your silk threads, he commanded Anhui. Despite his confusion, Anhui obeyed. Using a silk thread as an anchor, he blanketed the pool. Shiny lunged towards Camel. He transformed into a red ant once more. It was his only hope of victory. He closed in on Camel. Before he could strike, Camel severed one of his tentacles. Shiny retaliated instantly. The attack was effortlessly evaded, and then Shinny's fists became a blur, each punch faster than the last. His opponent's body began to shift in color, a testament to the relentless assault. With a powerful surge, he finally connected, landing a blow squarely on Camel's face. The onslaught continued, another punch striking Camel's left arm, then his right. As Camel's weapons clattered to the ground, Shinny saw his chance. He prepared to finish the fight in a single, decisive strike. But a sudden flash of steel interrupted his attack. A blade grazed past, slicing through his face arm. Camel, his leg now fused with the handsword, had more than just that trick up his sleeve. Having discarded his initial weapon, he now brandished two new, deadlier blades. This, he declared, is my true power. In a blink, he was behind Shinny. Camel's cross-slash connected, striking Shinny with brutal force. Armor shattered instantly. Blood erupted. Camel tasted victory. But then he noticed something strange, blue threads, binding his weapon. And then, Hua materialized behind him. He yanked the thread taut with a powerful grip, driving his knees brutally into the back of Camel's head. The blow shattered Camel's face armor, but a sudden flash of a light blade pierced Anhui. Fighting through the searing pain, Anhui maintained control of the silk thread, launching Camel's knife into the air. Shinny seized the moment, leaping to snatch the airborne blade. He plunged the knife deep into Camel's chest. The blow landed, but it wasn't fatal. Camel retaliated, swinging another knife at Shinny. Trapped, Shinny raised his arm to block the attack. The blade sunk deep, halfway into his arm. They were locked in a deadly stalemate. Shinny unleashed a swarm of ants, directing them towards Camel's wound. As the ants devoured him alive, Camel's screams echoed, chilling and grotesque, but victory was short-lived. Another combatant arrived, uninvited. As Shinny turned to assess the newcomer, he was met with a brutal blast to the face. The force of the blow sent Shinny crashing into the wall, out cold. Hui, too, lay adrift on the water's surface. The arriving figure was the same aggressor who earlier assaulted the Reaper team. Carrying Camel, he surprisingly ceased his attack on Shin. Instead, he flung a card at Shin. The card, the 6 of clubs. A woman expelled a yellowish, worm-like egg from her mouth. She then fed it to a girl across the room. The girl transformed, becoming the dreaded insect beast. Today marked Shurshin's inaugural hunt in her monstrous new form. Her prey, just across the way, had been patiently awaiting her. Voir une belle fée comme chirurgien. Seeing a handsome fairy as a surgeon, the unsuspecting victim remained alluringly innocent. I know a charming hotel nearby. Might I offer you a game, chirurgeon? A playful pout followed. Handsome, you're so wicked. Mid-sentence, Shurshan removed her mask. A sudden, youthful excitement fluttered within the fresh meat. Seizing the moment, Shurshan rose on tiptoe, planting a kiss directly on it. The euphoria was fleeting. Suddenly, the boy's eyes went wide. Then, his skin visibly withered, drying at an alarming rate. Shurshan drained him completely before releasing his lifeless form. The boy crumpled to the ground, his breath extinguished. A striking woman entered the alley. She was the one who had fed Shurshan the worm egg. Clutching Shurshan possessively, she treated him like a prized pet. How was your first hunt, my little darling? Exquisite. The taste was divine. On a speeding subway train, a man with a disturbingly unnatural expression muttered to himself. His behavior drew uneasy glances from other passengers. Suddenly, the man opened his mouth wide. A toothed esophagus was revealed. Those nearest him became his next gruesome meal. Panic erupted. The man had transformed into a terrifying reaper. The carnage continued, claiming the lives of those trapped within the carriage. The screams were swiftly silenced. Only the uncle remained, his body contorted in a grotesque final struggle. Meanwhile, Nami walked to school, oblivious to the horror unfolding elsewhere. Suddenly, a familiar figure caught her eye. It was Shinny, the object of her affection. Nami rushed forward to greet him. Good morning, Shinny. But Shinny's appearance stopped her short. What happened to you? She gasped, stunned. Shinny offered a vague explanation. I got into a fight. He couldn't bring himself to admit the truth. His injuries were inflicted by an insect beast. Back in the classroom, Nami spotted Surgeon, looking much improved. Overjoyed, she rushed to her friend's side. Seeing her best friend recovered brought tears of relief to Nami's eyes. Her emotions overflowed. I didn't see you at the hospital. I was so worried. Her concern was palpable. Sorry, Nami, Surgeon apologized. I didn't want anyone to see my hair like this. Laughter and conversation flowed between them, rekindling the easy intimacy of their earlier days. Their reunion was abruptly shattered by an unwelcome intruder. The interloper was none other than the bespectacled man who had wronged Shuren. Devoid of remorse, he added insult to injury, cruelly mocking Shuren's scars, calling them repulsive. He sneered, your head is so ugly, igniting Shuren's fury. A wave of rage consumed her. She wanted to tear him apart. Before she could react, Nami lashed out, striking the man first. The typically gentle Nami erupted, berating the bespectacled man. If it wasn't for your selfish disregard for life, she raged, would Shuren be in this state? Nami's intervention tempered Shuren's burning anger. The bespectacled man mumbled an apology, but resentment simmered beneath the surface. Just you wait, he seethed. Shinny, too, had sensed the shift in Shuren's rage. It was undeniably inhuman. Meanwhile, in the adjacent train car, the murderous uncle had undergone a grotesque transformation, becoming a monstrous fleshworm. Just then, a figure bearing the Reaper insignia entered the carriage. This newcomer was none other than Jack, brother of the Ripper team. Right behind him, through the main doors, strode his elder brother, Jess. Their sudden appearance clearly displeased the insect beast. The two brothers positioned themselves, effectively trapping the creature. The doctor needs this specimen for research, one of them announced. Try not to damage it. This declaration enraged the colossal bug. It lunged, jaws agape, towards Jack, before it could unleash a roar. Jack struck, his blade piercing the creature's flesh. He continued his assault. Didn't I say not to damage it, he taunted. Jesse didn't get to finish his retort. The giant bug's powerful tail sent him flying. No, brother, Jack cried out. Are you dead? Seizing the opportunity, the insect beast pinned Jack beneath its massive tail. This power, it's too much for me to handle alone. You're nowhere near my brother's level. With those words, he effortlessly hoisted the colossal worm into the air. Jesse seized the moment, his blade flashed. He cleaved the monstrous insect in two. As they prepared to collect their monstrous prize, a miniature worm emerged from the giant worm's remain. The tiny worm fixed its gaze on Jesse. Then, with startling speed, it launched itself at his head. Jack watched his brother's body convulse. "What's wrong?" he asked urgently. In an instant, Jesse composed himself, acting as if nothing had occurred. But something unsettling was stirring within his mind. The girl had ingested a worm egg. She transformed into a grotesque insect creature. After draining the life essence from a boy, she returned to school, feigning normalcy. After school, a group planned a kimchi outing. Midway to their destination, Shershan received a text. She excused herself, claiming she had to leave. Namai, with a touch of reluctance, agreed to reschedule for tomorrow. Another appointment was set. As Shershan departed, Shini's gaze lingered, her mind churning. Namai and Shini prepared to leave together. Suddenly, a thought struck Namai. Shershan's homework was still in her bag. Tomorrow's homework check loomed. Bidding Shini farewell, Namai felt compelled to return the homework. Shini, unexpectedly, grabbed her hand. "It's dangerous. Don't go," she warned. Shini's words momentarily stunned Namai. Shershan was just released from the hospital, she reasoned. "The teacher will understand." Meanwhile, Shershan encountered her mysterious messenger. A predatory glint entered her eye. She climbed into the man's waiting car. Unseen, the bespectacled man observed the interaction. Their connection seemed far from ordinary. A knowing smirk played on Glass's guy's lip. Recovering from his latest injury, Huawei has been confined to home rest. His objective, uncovering the identity of Brad, the elusive leader of the Skyworm organization. Determined, she resolved to take action. And before the night was over, she would have answered. Under the cover of darkness, we navigated the bustling night market, her attire a stylish disguise. The address on the red card, a nightclub, was an unexpected twist. The long queue snaking from the entrance spoke volumes about the venue's popularity. This place was clearly a hotspot. Her attempt to enlist Shini's investigative skills was met with refusal. Annoyance prickled at her as she considered her next move. Suddenly, a man materialized behind her, his voice a smooth compliment aimed at her beauty. "Are you alone? Your back seems so familiar," he purred. Hui paused. The man's voice resonated with a strange familiarity. She'd heard it before, she was certain. Curiosity piqued, she turned. Recognition flashed. It was him, the same man she'd seen sparring with Shini and Camille. Trailing the green steel shadow, we entered the nightclub. Inside, the atmosphere pulsed with vibrant energy. A room filled with young, beautiful women. A pleasant facade, but something felt amiss. I sensed a hidden layer, a deeper truth beneath the surface. Then, she produced a crimson card, holding it before her. "I'm here by invitation. There's more to this than meets the eye, isn't there?" Camille reacted to the card as if anticipating its arrival. "In that case, let me show you something truly captivating." They navigated a hallway, arriving at an elevator. The crimson card served as the elevator's key, a privilege reserved solely for VIP clientele. The elevator doors parted slowly, revealing its content. The scene within astonished Huawei. Humans and insectoids mingled freely. Below, a rectangular coliseum dominated the space. Within its confines, human and insectoid battled fiercely. The spectators roared their excitement. The insectoid fell, defeated, overpowered by the combined might of several humans. But then, a colossal insectoid emerged, confronting the crowd. A horrified roar ripped from the beast's throat. In a brutal display of power, it stomped several humans into the dirt. On stage, humans and insect beasts cheered together, a bewildering sight. We struggled to comprehend the bizarre camaraderie between the two species. Camille seemed to sense Huey's confusion. "You underestimate humans," she stated. "They'll stop at nothing for power and wealth." With those chilling words, the massive insect beast was impaled. A smaller, red insect beast had ambushed the giant from behind. A swift, brutal attack. Hui was perplexed by the senseless violence. Camille explained it was more than just a spectacle of brutality and excitement. It was an opportunity to join the ranks of the Skyworm organization. Camille produced a yellow insect egg. Interested in trying it, she offered Hui. Hui accepted. As Hui inquired about its use, another insect beast arrived, summoning Camille. "Camille, the boss has been expecting you in the private room." Camille turned. He considered asking Anhui to wait, but Anhui, feigning a stomach ache, boarded the elevator, escaping. Only when the elevator doors closed did Anhui's composure break. "Shunny stood me up," she fumed. The insect beast renewed its buzzing insistence. Camille, impatient, silenced it. He brushed it off with a grimace of disgust. The following morning, Anhui arrived at school. She was furious with the relaxed Shunny. Kicking him, she demanded, "Do you know what I went through yesterday? Do you have any idea what happened? Upon learning of Anhue's successful intelligence gathering, Shunny offered a thumbs up. Meanwhile, whispers rippled through the classroom. Shurshin's arrival amplified the hushed murmurs. The chatter intensified. Disgust filled the room, directed squarely at her. Forced to endure the cruel taunts of her classmate, Nami, bewildered, demanded, "What are you even talking about?" The irritating, bespectacled student reappeared, adding fuel to the fire. He announced he'd uploaded the incriminating footage to the campus network. With a smug gesture, he presented the video evidence to the two men. The footage revealed Surgeon and an older man entering a hotel. The glasses-wearing student feigned a gagging motion. "So, this is your shortcut to fame," Nami challenged. "Because your idle trainee dreams crashed and burned?" The bespectacled student's expression shifted. Huawei felt the urge to deliver another well-placed kick. Shinny detected that familiar scent again, a harbinger of danger. This time, the threat felt imminent. Namai's anger reached a boiling point. Losing control, she lashed out. Her fist flew towards the bespectacled student. Shuriken Namai intervened, halting her attack. "Thank you," Namai breathed. "You're the best friend I could ask for." With those words spoken, she clasped her hands, leaving me to figure things out on my own. This time, Namai found himself ejected, courtesy of her. Glasses guy, oblivious to the impending danger, continued taunting Shurjin. Shurjin's reaction was unexpected, a fit of uncontrollable laughter. "I had intended to let you live a little longer, but since you're courting death." The two clueless men remained utterly unaware of their precarious situation. Danger loomed, yet they remained blissfully ignorant. One, emboldened by ignorance, even dared to ask, "How much can you make at a time?" "I've accumulated quite a bit from delivery." "See if you can." His words were cut short. His eyes finally landed on the exposed tendons of her neck. In a flash, Shurjin turned her head. 5 terrifying eyes, wide and menacing, stared back at it. Insulted once more, Shurjin dropped the facade. Her true form was revealed, a horrifying sight for her classmate. The boys' flirtatious banter ceased abruptly. From the sidelines, Shinian and Huwei watched in stunned silence. Shurun glared furiously at the boy before him. A casual blow sent him sprawling. Witnessing this, the others bolted for the exit. Surgeon calmly lifted a hand. Her arms suddenly extended several meters, Luffy style. It effectively barricaded their classmates' escape. A stool jammed against the wooden door sealed it shut. Pandemonium erupted within. Confusion washed over Nami. Tables and chairs formed a barricade against the other door. Huawei attempted a transformation, but Shinny intervened. The reason? Far too conspicuous. Shurshin's eyes locked onto Glasses. Glasses fumbled for his phone, attempting to contact the police. "Get over here!" Shurshan roared. Terrified, Glasses dove into the crowd, silenced by fear. He dared not make a sound. The students recoiled. Glasses was left exposed. Shurshin's arm shot out again, seizing Glasses by the throat. "This is all your fault. You've crushed my dream. You've turned me into this." The surgeon's jaws unhinged, gaping wide. A fanged esophagus became visible within, revealed in a horrifying flash. The grotesque maw loomed inches from Glass's terrified face. Just as Glass braced for the inevitable, on the verge of being devoured, a sharp rebuke cut through the tension, halting Shurshin's attack. Shini emerged from the crowd of onlookers. He appealed to Shurshin, urging restraint. "If you kill Glass now, what will Name think? Have you considered that? Aren't you supposed to be his closest friend?" At that very moment, a knock echoed from the door. "Name, Surgeon, are you all right in there? Open the door." Knowing pleas were futile, Glass abandoned hope. He turned to his classmates, his voice desperate. "Someone contact the Reaper department. Now, quickly, call them." But fear paralyzed them, no one dared to intervene. Glass's cries turned to furious condemnation. His classmates offered only cold stares, refusing to assist. Suddenly, Shurshin addressed Shini. "Just a moment," she pleaded. "Don't call for help yet." With that, she forcefully pinned Glasses against the wall. "Listen to me, you brought this on yourself." The surgeon reached into her bag. She withdrew a handful of ominous, yellow egg. She forced Glasses' mouth open. "Killing you outright won't satisfy my rage. I'll make you experience the agony you've inflicted on me." Glasses knew whatever the surgeon held boded nothing good, despite his desperate resistance. His jaw was forced open, wider and wider. He was ultimately helpless as the eggs plummeted into his mouth. Glasses, having swallowed the eggs, reacted instantly. His body contorted and writhed uncontrollably. His clothing began to rip and tear at the seam. His neck extended, growing longer and longer. His face morphed, the transformation visible even to the unaided eye. Suddenly, a chilling realization struck Huawei. The eggs Glasses consumed were identical to the ones Camille had given her. She looked back at Glasses. He had become a grotesque, insectoid monster. His cries for help were reduced to a guttural, alien hiss. Shurjan watched, a look of grim satisfaction on his face. "Now you understand my pain," he declared. Another knock echoed at the door. Nami, concerned for Shurjan, had alerted their teacher and had fetched their homeroom instructor. Finally, Shurjan addressed Shini. "Please, look after Nami. We won't be seeing each other again. I despise humans now." With those chilling words, she collapses, falling backward. She flees the scene, escaping the place that shattered her heart. Suddenly, the classroom door bursts open, kicked in with violent force. A furious teacher storms in, a torrent of curses and expletives on his lip. He abruptly falls silent, his rage replaced by shock at the sight of the insect beast. The boy, previously unconscious from the shuriken impact, stirs and slowly wakes. Disoriented, he mistakes the looming insect beast for shuriken. Panicked, he scrambles for his phone, dialing the Reaper department. Nami, in a desperate moment, believes help is on its way. Driven by a fierce need to protect shuriken, she lunges forward and snatches the boy's phone. In the ensuing struggle, the phone slips free from her grasp. It lands directly in front of the menacing insect beast. Just then, a voice crackles to life from the phone, the Reaper department on the line. "Do you require assistance?" Glasses tries to speak, to plead for help, but terror chokes him, and only a strangled gasp escapes his lip. Desperate to understand the situation, he glanced back at the glass behind him, only to discover a horrifying transformation. He was now an insectoid beast. Lasso, consumed by rage and denial, shattered the glass before him. Unable to accept his new reality, he lashed out in fury. His two tails thrashed wildly as Huawei, with lightning reflexes, pulled the girl to safety. Just in the nick of time, the other tail narrowly missed Nami. Shini sprang into action, scooping Nami into his arm. Defeated, Glasses let out a primal roar. Desperate to escape, he smashed through the remaining glass and leaped out. Landing awkwardly, he scrambled away, his movements grotesque and hurried. Meanwhile, Shini exchanged a knowing glance with Anhui. A single nod from Anhui confirmed their shared understanding. The pursuit began. Anhui spoke. "Shurjan must be linked to the Skyworm organization. Those eggs she just produced, they're identical to the ones from Club 6. Shini, ever resourceful, planted tracking ants on Shurjan. The two took to the air, hot on Shurjan's trail. The chase led them beneath a bridge. Shurjan was discovered alone. Brushing away tears, sensing an approaching presence. "We need to speak with you," they urged. "Please, talk to us." But they just left, Shurjan replied. The two men were stunned by the unfolding scene, their eyes widened in disbelief. Shurjan wasn't alone after all. Another figure gradually materialized. "Interfering with my belongings is a grave mistake," the figure warned. "Whoever you are, escaping this alive will be a challenge." With that pronouncement, the figure, Hana, vanished without a trace. Shini sensed something amiss. He quickly pulled Anhui aside. He braced himself, absorbing a powerful kick from Hana, kicking Shini away. Hana raised her fist, lunging towards Anhui. It was a feint. Suddenly, she appeared before Anhui. "Not bad looking," she remarked. In a flash, she was behind her. "I can't bring myself to kill you," she hissed, before sinking her teeth into Anhui's ear. Violet blood trickled from her lip. Anhui retaliated swiftly, a powerful fist sending her reeling. Wiping the blood from her mouth, Hana glared. "So, you're an insect beast as well?" Disgust and rage warred on Anhui's face. How disappointing. He launched a direct assault, his insect beast form unleashed. A silkworm moth, Hana observed. Predictably slow. Her gaze shifted to Shini, a thoughtful expression dawning. "He must be one too," she concluded, as if on cue. Shini transformed, charging with fists flying. Hana's spectral movements made her an elusive target, dodging with ease. "You won't touch me with such clumsy attack. Stealth isn't my only gift. I can anticipate your every move." Surgeon watched, stunned to the core. The realization hit her like a physical blow. Shin and the others were insect beasts. This wasn't their first collaboration. This was a practice dance. Shinny swiftly formulated a counter-strategy. He launched another gleaming attack, swinging at Hana. As Hana dodged, attempting to evade the blow, a searing pain suddenly shot through her neck. Hua had swiftly ensnared her in a net. This, however, only ignited Hana's fury. "You dare touch me? You're dead," she raged. Shinny remained unfazed by her threat. He delivered a brutal punch to Hana's face. The impact sent a spray of blood from Hana's mouth. Simultaneously, a jagged bone spike erupted from her arm. "How dare you make me bleed," she seethed. With that, she plunged the bone spike into Shinny's chest. The bone spike continued to draw Shinny's blood, but Hana was taken aback, a look of surprise washing over her. "Why, is your blood red?" she questioned, bewildered. Seeing Shinny wounded, and with Hua rapidly approaching, Hana cast a chilling glare in the opposite direction. Slowly, she raised her left hand. The bone spikes on her left hand began to. With a sudden lunge, her arm extended impossibly far, driving a bone spike deep into Huey's shoulder. Hana retracted the gruesome weapon, as Hui, unbelievably, dismissed the attack as a mere tickle. Undeterred, he charged Hana once more. Unfazed, Hana calmly licked the blood from her wound. Then, Xin Yan and Huey's wounds erupted, swelling grotesquely. The agonizing effects of the poison were evident. Both were now critically injured. "I'm just getting started," Hana taunted, "and you're already falling apart." Raising her arms, she prepared to deliver the final blow. Suddenly, Shirshin materialized, shielding the stricken pair. "These are my clients," she declared. "They're here to trade worm eggs." Hana's eyes narrowed. "Is that the truth? Do you understand the consequences of lying to me?" Hana's demeanor shifted instantly. After receiving Shirshin's confirmation, she relaxed slightly. "So, we're on the same side then. You almost got yourselves killed," she muttered. "Unfortunately, I possess only a single worm egg. So, which of you will be the first to utilize it?" Shinny advises against immediate use. "Begin by explaining the effects of these worm eggs. Are you unfamiliar with their properties? Insect beasts experience a strength boost upon direct consumption. However, if ingested by a human, the individual transforms into a larva-like creature. Consuming the larva subsequently doubles the initial effect." The two men were stunned by this revelation. "Isn't that akin to cannibalism?" At that moment, two hapless runners passed by. "I'll provide a demonstration," Hana declared. "Then you'll understand." Before either could react, she seized the two youths. She forced the egg into one of the youth's mouth. The boy's body began to morph rapidly. Within seconds, he became a grotesque larva. Despite witnessing this firsthand, the two men remained in a state of shock. "Consider this a little something from me. Consume it, and strength will be yours. Savor it slowly. If you require my assistance again, find me at Club 6 once Hana depart." The larva's attention shifted to his companion, but Shinny intervened, a swift punch sending the larva flying. He then readied himself, fists clenched. A barrage of blows rained down upon the larva's head. A voice from behind urged Shinny to cease. Shinny's response was a curt silence. Anticipating Shinny's next action, Hua rushed to intervene. "You can't be serious. You're not going to eat him? He was human mere moments ago." Shinny remained impassive, his boredom evident. "Don't interfere with my experiment. Consume it," he commanded. The black ants swarmed the larval remain. Shinny observed the scene, his gaze cold. But this display filled Hua with utter disappointment in Shinny. "This is cannibalism, plain and simple. Do you realize that? Why resort to such extreme measures? What separates your actions from the atrocities of the Skyworm organization? I was a fool to collaborate with you." Shinny offered only a fleeting glance. "When you hear this, observe carefully," she instructed. The grounded larvae began a swift transformation. In mere moments, it took on a vaguely human form. Shinny had anticipated this development. Hua, consumed by curiosity, demanded an explanation. Before Shinny could address Shuren's concerning condition, he began his experiment. "This is a test run," he muttered. Just then, the man on the ground cried out in agony. Ants swarmed, extracting the eggs he had consumed. These eggs were the source of the horrifying human-to-insect metamorphosis. The ants continued their relentless consumption of the egg. Huawei, filled with worry for Shinny, spoke. "Will these things harm you once the ants devour them?" "I'm uncertain," Shinny replied. "I'll know when they re-enter my body." The scattered eggs quickly vanished, devoured. Upon their return to Shiny's form, Shiny instantly knew something was terribly wrong. Anhui, witnessing Shiny's agony, became deeply concerned. "Shiny, are you alright?" Suddenly, Shiny spun around, yelling at Anhui. "Get away from me, now!" As the ants swarmed back, the veins in Shiny's neck bulged, prominent and strained. The ants writhed, fighting against Shiny's control. Hissed cries of pain escaped Shiny's lip. This boy's body, a living vessel for a colony of ants. To contain them, he constantly seals his skin with band-aids, plugging the holes they create. Today, he offered them a larva, a single meal. Once consumed, as the ants retreated within him, Shiny underwent a horrifying transformation. The ants, once obedient, now battled for their freedom from his grasp. His suffering was immense. Meanwhile, Hana escorted Shurjin back to the club. The proprietor was none other than the formidable Kong Dajwa. He immediately observed the bandage on Hana's arm. He inquired if anything was amiss. Hana dismissed it as a simple misunderstanding with a client. "And why, exactly, am I here?" she pressed. Dewan revealed the club's loss, 50 pills gone. "Any idea what happened?" he demanded. Hana placed the blame squarely on his inadequate security. "Your lax guarding is the only explanation." Silence hung heavy on the other end. Kong Dejun abruptly rose. In a blink, he vanished. He reappeared, Shurjin pinned against the wall. "You've got some nerve, girl," he seethed. "How dare you steal my medicine?" Fury radiated from Kong Deju. He threatened to devour Shurjin on the spot. Suddenly, a golden needle pressed against his neck. Two insect-like figures sprang forward, shielding their master. Knife hands pressed against Hannah's throat. Hannah remained unfazed. She issued a chilling warning to Kong Dejun. Touch her, she threatened, and you die. Daojuan offered a faint, chilling smile. His inquiry about the pill's location persisted. His grip tightened, the pressure intensifying. Without a moment's pause, Hannah plunged the golden needle into Daojuan's neck. Shurjin's pain was clearly etched on Hannah's face, but she was powerless against the madman's action. Driven to her limit, Shurjin finally confessed to taking the drug. But it was for revenge, she gasped. A satisfied smirk spread across Daojuan's face. I already knew you took them, he revealed, and I know why. He released Shurjin. Hannah rushed to Shurjin's side, checking for injury. Daojuan, leaning against the wall, erupted in maniacal laughter. You clever girl. What a brilliant plan, he cackled. You'll see your old classmates soon enough. They're on their way. The one who took 50 pills. I wonder what happens then. The bespectacled man, now a grotesque insect creature, was in a desperate, frantic flight. Reaper sector combatants were hot on his heels, relentless in their pursuit. They quickly closed the distance, overtaking the fleeing insect man. A barrage of weapons rained down upon him. He attempted to plead for his life. But only a pathetic hiss escaped as the captain's blade found its mark. His struggles ceased. The captain ordered the retrieval of the body. Suddenly, the earth trembled. The captain spun around, alerted by the tremor. His team members were ensnared, trapped in the mire. Two ominous figures emerged from the muck. Sensing trouble, the captain demanded to know their identity. Who are you? He challenged. Camille ignored him, instead instructing a nearby child to remove the body. The child refused. Driven by a thirst for vengeance against the humans before him, he spoke, his voice filled with. The child's mud is poised to devour two reapers. The captain, inexplicably, holds back. He sheathes his long sword and casually lights a cigarette. The enemy is bewildered. His own team is equally confused. I've been pondering this body, the captain muses. Why the desperate struggle to obtain it? Unseen, the scabbard's mark shifts from red to green. Your comrades are perishing. And you're lost in trivial contemplation. Are you willing to witness their demise? The captain sighs, finally brandishing his weapon. The child is taken aback. Can you even reach us from there? Camille's warning dies on his lips. A green energy bolt finds its mark. Camille watches his friend fall. Rage ignites. Insectization activate. You monster. The captain, refusing to yield, rallied his power and unleashed another electrical blast. Reacting swiftly, Camille brandished his energy blade, confident he'd deflected the attack, but a jolt of surprise followed. Even blocked, it still hits, he wondered, stunned. Seizing the distraction, the team scrambled upward. With a sudden burst of speed, the captain vanished, lunging directly towards Camille. Secure the torso, he commanded. Don't let the enemy claim it. The order given, their weapons clashed. The impact reverberated. That single blow was enough. The captain recognized a formidable opponent. Camille drew his second longsword, and the two warriors locked in a fierce stalemate. Neither could gain an immediate advantage. Impatient, Camille pressed the attack. He unleashed a furious assault, putting all his strength behind his blade. The captain braced against the onslaught. The captain was drenched in a cold sweat. He consumed his cigarette in one long drag. Exhaling, he shrouded Camille in a cloud of smoke. Camille met the gesture with pure disdain. A single swipe of her sword dispersed the smoke. But in that instant, the captain vanished. A sudden crackle of electricity from behind jolted him to attention. He spun around to investigate, only to be met by the captain's savage slash. He narrowly avoided a fatal blow. The captain demanded their purpose once more. To secure the body, came the reply. Another tremor surged beneath their feet. Sensing danger, the captain leaped back. But this was precisely what the creature below awaited. Escape was impossible. Fortunately, his teammates intervened, blocking the deadly strike. A crimson spike erupted from the earth. It impaled one of his teammates. The horrifying truth was revealed, it was the esophagus. Without hesitation, fangs bared, he struck before anyone could react. The bald man was launched into the air, then, unceremoniously, slammed back down into the mud. Camille realized the boy had been feigning death. Now, the boy Fully transformed, a grotesque creature rose slowly from the earth. He appeared to be an insectoid beast of cerambicity. The bald man, meanwhile, resurfaced before the stunned onlooker. The two men instantly abandoned their playful fight. Grabbing the body, they fled as the boy, glasses sinking, disappeared back into the mud. Camille ordered the boy to return the body to the club. He followed, intent on stopping them at the club. This was the sum total of the captain's intelligence gathering for the day. Watching their attempted escape, the captain raised his weapon, taking aim once more, but his weapon's power had been depleted. Suddenly, the surrounding buildings began to tremble violently. Then, they started to crumble. His team urged the captain to retreat. The captain ordered them to go ahead. He raced towards the epicenter of the destruction. Navigating the debris, he quickly reached Camille. Against expectations, Camille was poised for a fight. The captain's sole focus was rescuing his comrade. He observed his sinking foe. The captain's hands were tied. Evacuation with his team was the only option, but his next objective, investigating local club, the hunt was now theirs. A black ant, astride a yellow insect beast, appeared. Upon closer inspection, reproduction wasn't their purpose. A gruesome sight, the black ants cannibalized each other. Shinny observed in silence. Ever since consuming that insect egg, Shinny had felt a surge in his internal ant population. His physical vessel was nearing its limit. He attempted to split the unusual black ant. Multiple fusion attempts ultimately proved futile. Control of this black monstrosity required a single ant captain. Having finished its grisly feast, the black ant rose. He staggered towards Shinny, declaring, "I'm still ravenous." And with that, he lunged at Shinny, jaws agape, dripping blood. Shinny reacted instantly, a devastating blow straight through his head. The dispatched ant captain materialized before Shinny. The scattered ants, too, began to coalesce. But then, a chilling presence, another insect beast saw, and it was close, dangerously close. Beneath the bridge, a power unlike any he'd encountered. Shinny resolved to confront the threat, racing towards the insect beast's location. One of the insect beast auras vanished without a trace. Shinny reached the bridge, senses heightened. Suppressing his own presence, he peered into the cave's darkness. A gruesome discovery, an insect beast carcass, lying at the feet of a rhinoceros beast. The killer? None other than the crimson insect beast across the way. Too many rules in this club, it snarled. Guess I'll just have to drag you all out for a sparring session. With that, it resumed its battle stance, ready to strike. Enraged by these words, the rhino beast roared, "You'll pay for toying with my comrade's life." With a powerful shift of its hindquarters, the rhino launched itself at Ladybug like a living cannonball. Ladybug sidestepped the brutal charge with a subtle movement. Using the wall as leverage, the rhino beast pivoted and thundered back into the attack. This time, Ladybug met the charge head-on. His fist clenched, power radiating outward. He evaded the rhino's impact and delivered a devastating backhand blow, piercing the beast's thick hide. The rhino finally fell, lifeless. Calmly, Ladybug flicked the bloodstains from his hand. Turning his head, his expression unreadable, he spoke. "Care to step out of the shadows, observer? Your silence won't conceal you for much longer." Shinny's emergence was inevitable. His purpose here was clear, to gauge his current strength. His presence was hardly a secret now. Shinny's armor, more imposing than ever, caught the light. After a prolonged standoff, the Ladybug launched the first strike. Shinny, instead of evading, absorbed the blow, surprising the Ladybug. His fist was suddenly bitten by a newly arrived ant. The Ladybug beast, taken completely aback, recoiled instantly. "You scared me. What manner of creature are you?" "Black ant, remember it. It'll be the last name you hear." The Ladybug beast, instead of fear, grew invigorated. The surprise attack had ignited his fighting spirit. He unleashed another barrage of punches at Shinny, but despite a flurry of blows, none connected, Shinny remained passive. Irritation flickered across the Ladybug beast's face. "Are you mocking me?" Another powerful attack followed. Shinny, after evading the strike, finally prepared to retaliate. But the Ladybug had already anticipated Shinny's move. Shinny's fist became a blur, a whirlwind of impossible speed. The Ladybug reacted instantly, scrambling into a defensive stand. But the blow landed squarely, a brutal punch connecting with his face. He was launched backward, propelled like a cannonball through the air. The Ladybug, clearly disoriented, reeled from Shinny's unexpected power. His strength and speed were staggering, far beyond anything he'd anticipated. Shinny loomed over him, a figure of overwhelming dominance. "Are you this weak?" Shinny taunted. "Or am I just that strong?" "Before you die," he demanded, Tell me your name. Humiliation and rage surged through the ladybug. He sprang to his feet, his fists slamming together. Shinny's next attack was swift and merciless, but his fist met an impenetrable barrier. A crimson shield erupted from the ladybug, expanding with a ferocious roar. Shinny was violently thrown back. A bus rumbled overhead, oblivious to the battle raging below. The bridge groaned, threatening to collapse under the force of their conflict, unaware of the impending danger. Shinny was blasted from beneath the bridge, just as Shinny prepared to finish his opponent. In a single, devastating motion, the runaway bus ripped through the guardrail. A chilling premonition gripped Shinny as he spun around. Reacting instantly, he deployed his doppelganger. He then propelled himself towards the plummeting bus. With a surge of adrenaline, Shinny intercepted the bus just before impact, but the sheer weight of the vehicle proved almost overwhelming. The strain was visible on Shinny's face as he struggled to maintain control. Simultaneously, his doppelganger fell captive to the ladybug beast. An attack at this juncture would put him in grave peril. He would be utterly vulnerable. But to his surprise, the ladybug beast approached, lending a crucial hand. Together they eased the bus gently back to the ground. All passengers were safely evacuated. The ladybug beast, growing restless, declared the game back on, then lunged at Shinny. Shinny appeared unconcerned, almost oblivious. With a simple raise of his hand, he deflected the attack. A swift claw struck the ladybug beast's head. The impact shattered the armor from its face. Instantly, the ladybug beast was incapacitated. Shinny seized the beast by the neck, hoisting it into the air. The doppelganger ant approached, sniffing inquisitively. Jaws agape, it prepared to devour the beast. Shinny's booming voice halted the ant. With a dismissive toss, Shinny discarded the beast, retrieving the doppelganger. Shinny turned and departed. Struggling to open its eyes, the ladybug beast vowed revenge. Next time, it thought, victory will be mine. Shurjan, transformed into an insect beast, has vanished without a trace. Every day after school, Namai would search for her. That day, just as Namai hung up the phone, a voice called out from behind. It was Chen Yong, the same boy who had confronted the Reaper earlier. Is Shurjan a friend of yours? He asked. I can lead you to her, he added, a sly undertone in his voice. Chen Yong led Namai into the grove. A sense of unease crept over Namai. She feared Chen Yong's intention. She worried he might try to harm her. Do you actually know where Shurjan is? She questioned, her voice laced with suspicion. Chen Yong dropped the pretense. His sinister nature revealed, he sneered. I brought you here to devour you. As he spoke, several larvae descended from the trees above. You're Shurjan's friend, so you'll suffer too, he hissed. I despise that guy. If I can consume you, he continued, a cruel glint in his eye, she'll be furious. We tried to eat Shurjan shortly after she transformed into a larva, he revealed. But she told Hannah. And Hannah made us pay dearly for it. A price we had to swallow, he finished, his voice dripping with resentment. Namai had heard enough. He turned and fled. Meanwhile, Cheyenne perfected his visualization. Escape, however, was no longer an option. The mud began to swallow Namai whole. At Chen Yong's command, larvae lunged at Namai, a last-minute attack. The swarming larvae were instantly sliced to pieces. The newcomer, Huai, witnessing his meal snatched away. Chen Yong, robbed of his prey, was furious. Huai spun overhead, gathering momentum. He landed, driving his heel into Chen Yong's head. The blow, though not devastatingly powerful, was deeply humiliating. Huai seized the moment, pulling Namai free. Another insect beast siding with humanity? Who are you? Landing gracefully on a silk thread, Huai responded coolly. I am your father. Then, turning to Namai, I'm setting you down. Run. As soon as the words left his mouth, the silk thread supporting Namai went slack. Confused, she stared at the insect beast before her, unable to comprehend its actions. Why had it saved her? And there was something strangely familiar about it. I told you to run. What are you waiting for? Namai jolted back to reality, scrambling away. Thank you, she cried, turning to flee. Several larvae lunged forward, attempting to intercept her escape. But in Huey's silk threads lashed out, seizing control of the pursuing insect. With a swift, brutal yank, and Huey tore the larvae apart. Bathed in gore, and Huey became a terrifying figure, a grim reaper on the battlefield. He was an unstoppable force, harvesting insect beast live. This act of carnage pushed Shinyang over the edge. You'll pay for this, he roared. And Hui calmly posed a question. Are you affiliated with the Skyworm organization? Like Camille before him, Shinyang erupted in laughter. Knowing my allegiance to the Skyworm organization, shouldn't you be begging for mercy? I'm aware I'm outnumbered. tasked with dismantling the Skyworm organization. But what happens if I consume this egg? Chen Yang's eyes widened in disbelief at the worm egg clutched in Hui's hand. Where did you get that? He demanded, but Hui was no longer listening. Victory hinged on this egg. She knew it was her only chance. Without hesitation, she popped the egg into her mouth. She swallowed it whole, a desperate gamble. A sense of foreboding washed over Chen Yang as he watched. He reacted instantly, extending forlorn, hardened projectile. He launched them at Hui with lethal precision. Smoke erupted, obscuring Hui from view. Xian Yong swelled with pride. Such power from a single pill, he gloated. Fool, he scoffed, but his triumph was short-lived. Hui sliced through his projectiles with astonishing speed. Stunned, Xian Yang grappled with the sudden shift in power. How could a single pill cause such a dramatic improvement? Hui, however, had undergone a transformation, evolving into her ultimate form. Behold my true power, she declared. Witness the new Hui. Chen Yin couldn't believe his eyes, a flicker of doubt crossing his face. This is a joke. Was that medicine a placebo? Without hesitation, before he could react, Hui's accomplice launched a swift overhead attack. The blow shattered his faceplate instantly. Before he even hit the ground, Hui severed his arm. In that moment, terror filled Chen Yong's face as he scrambled backward. The incident reinforced his suspicion of counterfeit medication. To confirm his fears, he needed to eliminate the immediate threat. He lashed out at Hui with his fanged esophagus. The esophagus latched onto Hui's neck. A surge of excitement coursed through Xingyang. He anticipated victory, but Hui remained unfazed. Is that all you've got? A tickle? Xianyun's fangs hadn't even penetrated Hui's skin. Hui grasped the esophagus firmly. He then deployed his silk threads, wrapping them tightly. The threads rapidly encased the esophagus. Let's dice you up. A flicker of unease crossed Chen Yang's face. Something was amiss. Desperate, he knew he had to make a drastic sacrifice to survive. A resigned hiss escaped Chen Yang's lip. Defeat, so absolute, had caught him completely off guard. He plummeted face first towards the ground. Meanwhile, Hui remained composed, her expression serene, as if the situation was entirely within her grasp. Xian Yong continued to harbor fantasies of retribution. When I gain strength, he vowed internally, I will have my revenge on her. Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock. A wire mesh barrier materialized, blocking his path. In a horrifying instant, he was reduced to a mangled mess of flesh and blood. A surge of power coursed through Hui, filling her with exhilaration. Just then, a figure wielding a gleaming blade emerged before her. It was Camille. The very same Camille she had clashed with before. Though both she and Shinny had nearly fallen to him in their previous encounter, she was now imbued with newfound strength. Hui felt a surge of confidence. Victory, she believed, was now assured. Camille seized the moment, inquiring about the absent black ant. He added, referencing a past injury, that wound you gave me still stings. He continued with a dark chuckle, good, the pain means you're still alive. Then, with chilling finality, die, and the pain will cease. With that pronouncement, Hui launched a hair-based attack, propelling it towards Camille. Clearly underestimating Hui, Camille met the assault with his blade. Upon contact, however, the sharp knife fractured instantly. The egg's effect was undeniable. The blade shattered before Camille's disbelieving eye. Camille watched in shock as Hui sprang into the air. Reacting swiftly, Camille reached for the weapon at his back. As Hui's attack landed, he drew his sword defensively. But Hui's unexpected knee strike caught him completely off guard. A swift follow-up kick sent him reeling. But Hui wasn't finished yet. Just as Hui poised herself for the final, devastating strike, her power abruptly began to wane. Weakened, she collapsed beside Camille. Her hair visibly faded, its color draining away before their eyes. In a flash, she reverted to her original form. Simultaneously, Camille's blade pressed sharply against Huang's throat. Come with me, Camille demanded. A new game has just come to mind. Meanwhile, Shinny and his grandmother enjoyed a manhua pie video. Suddenly, his phone buzzed, demanding attention. The message it displayed ignited a furious rage within him. The picture, in Hui's armor, marked with the 6th Club's insignia. The 6th Club card embedded in it served as a cruel reminder. Defeated by Camille, Hui had become their captive. Imprisoned in the Colosseum, she was forced to fight for their amusement. Reduced to a spectacle, she endured daily torment. Savage insect beasts inflicted unspeakable cruelties upon her. One day, Camille approached her cell. By now, Hui had been brutally beaten within an inch of her life. Camille, intrigued, questioned Hui's motive. She also pressed her on why she hadn't retaliated in the Colosseum. I refused to fight back, Hui replied, because I wouldn't give you the satisfaction. If you're so curious about my purpose, it's to eradicate you vermin. Camille's face darkened upon hearing this declaration. Before departing, he informed her the next game was imminent. Excitement surged through the Coliseum crowd. The announcer had just revealed a special event. Only one of the 10 contestants would survive the day. The first to enter the arena, Manhwa, the day's unlikely hero. She had 1 minute to eliminate her opponent. Failure meant facing a new enemy every minute thereafter, until her demise. Her only other option, defeat every opponent thrown at her. Across the arena, the Blue Beetle waited impatiently. The moment Manhwa appeared, he lunged. Manhwa appeared unconcerned by his aggression. Meanwhile, from a vantage point near the stand, the Ladybug Beast, previously vanquished by Shinny, is also present. He stands directly before Camille. Camille intends to deploy him against Huawei in the arena. However, the Ladybug Beast scoffs at Camille's proposal. And to be placed in such a pointless match, he fumed. Are you mocking me? If your target were you or Con Daojuan, then I would gladly assist. With those words, the Ladybug Beast lashes out, striking Camille. The tension between them is palpable. Their relationship is clearly fractured. Camille, provoked, is ready to retaliate. A brewing confrontation is abruptly halted by the shrill ring of a cell phone. The call originates from a member of the club's staff. Someone has just demolished the Coliseum elevator. Camille absorbs the news in stony silence. She turns to the Ladybug Beast, a new directive on her lip. Your anticipated opponent has arrived, she informs him. Huawei has already defeated 4 challengers in the Coliseum, but she's now reached her limit. Relentless, the club pressed their attack, giving her no rest. A 5th assailant materialized from the shadows behind her. With a guttural roar, the attacker launched the exhausted Manhwa into the air. The brutal impact sent Manhwa crashing down, blood spraying from her lip. A savage kick to the waist followed. Propelled through the air for dozens of meters, Manhwa lay motionless, unable to rise. More insect beasts emerged from the darkness. They encircled the fallen Manhwa, closing in for the kill. Manhwa's fate seemed sealed, her death sentence pronounced. But then, a sudden sound from the entrance diverted their attention. Every head turned towards the unexpected interruption. In that instant, the head of an insect beast slowly emerged from the shadow. It was abruptly hurled to the ground. A newcomer stepped forward, grinding the head beneath their heel. The figure was revealed, Shin, radiating an aura of lethal intent. Murderous energy emanated from him. His doppelganger carried the carcass of another insect beast. A beast struggles within its jaws. From the stands, Camille observes the unfolding situation. Shinny's brilliance attracts the attention of several insect beasts on the field. The host, witnessing this, erupts in fury. His massive fist slams down upon Shin. Shinny fixes his opponent with a death stare. His doppelgangers coalesce around his right hand. Light emanates from the doppelganger's mouth. Shinny seizes the opportune moment and strike. The devastating blow obliterates half of the host's body. This is Shinny's newest plasma form. He declares with commanding authority, "You dare to torment my friend? You all will perish today." He raises his ion cannon once more. Concentrated energy blasts towards the insect beast horde. Another insect beast falls victim to his power. The sheer force nearly impacts the nearby Manhwa. "Are you trying to kill me too in the crossfire?" she questions. No sooner are the words spoken than a sharp blade is pressed against Manhwa's throat. Camille continued to taunt Shinny. "Fire if you dare," he challenged. Shinny was taken aback by his opponent's ruthlessness. Caught off guard, he hesitated, unsure how to respond. Camille sensed Shinny's fear, his reluctance to attack. Seizing the opportunity, he commanded his men to eliminate Shinny. Surrounded by enemies, Shinny shielded himself with his armor. With a powerful blast, he took down another foe. Quickly, Shinny reloaded his weapon. He aimed directly at the largest insect beast. Without a moment's hesitation, he fired. But at that critical juncture, the giant insect beast snatched a smaller one. It hurled the smaller creature into the path of the projectile. Having successfully intercepted Shinny's attack, the massive beast raised its formidable fist. Before Shinny could react, the giant insect beast lunged, its full weight bearing down. Shinny was pinned beneath the monstrous creature. Camille, witnessing this, believed victory was assured. He commanded the colossal insect beast to retrieve Shiny, but an unnerving silence followed. The beast remained unresponsive. A sense of dread washed over him as he realized something was amiss. Too late. The giant insect beast's face began to grotesquely dissolve. Then, a devastating explosion ripped it to shreds. From the wreckage emerged Shiny, miraculously unscathed. He is Camille, the Skyworm organization's most formidable warrior. Now, gripped by terror, he takes a hostage. Shiny's transformed state radiates a palpable threat. In mere moments, he decimated every insect beast fighter in the arena. Witnessing Shiny's overwhelming power, Camille posed a chilling question. "Did you consume the larvae?" Shiny, consumed by a murderous aura, remained silent. "Release my friend," a voice pleaded. With measured steps, he advanced towards Camille. Camille pressed the knife closer to Inhui's throat. The spectators watched their chosen fighter with bated breath. Camille's entourage was forcibly removed, their cries for refunds echoing. Already furious, Camille's anger reached a boiling point. He exploded. Slowly, deliberately, he turned his head. A murderous glare swept across the crowd. "Shut the fuck up," he roared, "if you value your life." Fearing for Inhui's safety, Shinny hesitated to intervene. He remained frozen, unwilling to risk escalating the situation. Suddenly, a voice cut through the tension, addressing Shinny directly. "Your opponent is me," it declared. The red ladybug beast had arrived. "Are you here for revenge?" Shinny asked, intrigued. The ladybug beast didn't reply. Instead, it charged directly towards Shinny. Shinny braced for the attack. But the ladybug beast bypassed him, a blur of motion. A swift right hook connected with Camille's jaw. The unexpected blow saved Inhui from immediate danger. Camille went flying, propelled backward for dozens of meters. He struggled to regain his footing. Now, Camille's rage was truly unrestrained. Xin Yan and Hui exchanged bewildered glances. Ladybug stated his disapproval of Camille's action. "I challenge you to a one-on-one fight, right here, right now. As for you," he gestured to Inhui, "take your girlfriend and leave. My only objective is retrieving my emergency ration. But, thanks in advance." With that, Shinny hoisted the rations onto her shoulder. Ignoring Inhui's potential reaction, Shinny bolted for the exit. Camille, bewildered, addressed the ladybug beast. "Aren't you worried Kong de Jun will devour you?" The ladybug beast remained silent. It advanced slowly towards Camille. Their confrontation was imminent. Meanwhile, Inhui's curiosity piqued. "How did you descend without the elevator key?" But the sight of the hole provided an instant answer. Just as Shinny reached the threshold of escape, falling debris triggered a wave of unease. Glasses, moments before. Reduced to a mere insect beast, the transformed individual was delivered to Kong Daojuan as a meal. Observing from the side, the insect girl couldn't contain her salivation at the sight. Dojin, unwilling to share his pride, shot the insect girl a warning glance. "Just focus on your fleshworm," he implied. "Once I devour this," Dojin mused, "I'll be as powerful as those above." With that, he seized the insect beast, ready to feast. Suddenly, a tremor rocked the room. A panicked henchman burst in. "Master Jun, disaster," he cried. "The Colosseum's been breached. The prisoners are escaping." Kong Dawan turned to his men, his meal interrupted. "Must I handle everything myself?" he grumbled. Before further explanation could be offered, Kong Dawan crushed the henchman's head. "I have no use for incompetence," he declared. "It seems a pre-dinner workout is in order." Shinisai took a single step, radiating a chilling aura of death. In a flash, Kong Dawan found himself hurtling through the air, propelled by a forceful blow. The punch landed squarely, sending Shinny crashing to the earth. And that was just a taste of Kong Dajuan's untransformed power. Shinny's armor, once a defense, now lay shattered. Dajuan, his meal rudely interrupted, spat blood. His interrupted dinner had clearly ignited his fury. Rage evident, he hoisted the battered Shinny into the air. Anhui, witnessing the display, trembled, consumed by fear. Such overwhelming power, such oppressive force, was unlike anything she'd ever experienced. Even Shinny, formidable in his own right, was helpless against this might. "Death won't come swiftly," Dajuan declared. "First, we'll have some entertainment." His words punctuated by a brutal punch to Shinny's stomach. Before Anhui could process the horror, Kong Dajuan moved with impossible speed. In a blink, he was before her, a terrifying presence. As she turned, a sickening thud echoed. Kong Dajuan's heavy foot now crushed Shinny's broken form. The merciless torture began. Through the agony, Shinny managed a defiant, strained roar. "Is this a massage?" he rasped. "You'll need to apply more pressure." His defiance is a dangerous game. Kong Daijun seized Shinny's head. "Since you can't satisfy me, then perish." But just then, Shinny's double materialized behind him. The doppelganger coiled around Kong Daijuan's arm. Lifting its head, it prepared to strike. Kong Daijun was forced to fling Shinny away. He lashed out at the doppelganger. But in a flash, blue threads ensnared his attacking arm. Huawei's power bound his movement. Her hold, however, was clearly tenuous. He viewed their struggles with disdain. Elsewhere in the arena, the ladybug was battered and bruised. Camille knelt, weakened. His condition spoke volumes. He hadn't fared well against the ladybug beast. The ladybug approached Camille, raising a defiant middle finger. "You're weaker, more pathetic than Black Anne." The insult hung in the air. Suddenly, an explosion rocked the wall behind him, ripping a hole through it. Shinny and Inhui tumbled through the newly created opening. The ladybug beast's attention snapped towards the commotion. Kong Dejun emerged from the creature's form. "Camille, you're getting your butt kicked." Camille started to offer an explanation, but Kong Dejun, furious, cut him off. Who did this to you? You're one of my men. Before meeting Shin Yi, Ladybug's only target was Kong Dejun. Confusion rippled through the onlookers. This was their first glimpse of the true power behind the scene. The man in charge. Kong Dejun greeted the crowd amiably, then turned his gaze to Shin Yi and the others. Have you all eaten yet? Camille? Go throw down some food. Camille thought he'd miss her. He was on the verge of another confirmation when Kong Daojuan's gaze stopped him short. Witnessing this, Camel instantly sprang into action, taking flight towards the spectator. Sheeny and the others watched, bewildered by the unfolding event. A figure began its slow descent from above. Upon closer inspection, it became clear it was a human. The moment this person struck the ground, their body began a grotesque transformation into a larva. Meanwhile, Kong Daojuan appeared behind the creature. As delectable as ever, he remarked. More and more humans plummeted from the sky, morphing into insect beasts. Sheeny and the others found themselves quickly surrounded. A feast, prepared just for you, Kong Daojuan announced. Indulge yourselves. Then, we shall resume our battle. The newly transformed insect beasts, once human, became a gruesome meal. Kong Daojuan and his forces began to devour the body. Moments earlier, Chinese ants had consumed a fleshworm, gaining a surge of power. Despite this newfound strength, he was still no match for Kong Daojuan. Should Kong Daojuan be allowed to feast now, then those battered men would stand even less of a chance. Shin Yi, however, issued a chilling command: stop him from consuming the larvae. I'll handle the rest. Easier said than done. How could they stop such a monstrous being? Just then, Kong Daoju retrieved a golden larva from the insect beast's remains. The ladybug beast shrieked in response. It lunged towards Kong Daoju. Huawei, seeing the danger, moved to intervene, but Shin Yi's voice cut through the air. Get out of here, now, we'll take it from here. Saving you is why I'm here. Huawei felt a surge of relief at Shin Yi's word. Don't underestimate me either. We'll buy you time to absorb the larva. But hurry! The words had barely left his mouth when Huawei charged towards Kong Daoju. Shin Yi commanded his doppelganger horde to devour them all. The doppelgangers instantly unhinged their jaws, lunging towards the unsuspecting insect. It's an insect beast. Everyone, assist! Immediately following, the armor fragmented into a swarm of ants, surging towards the monstrous insect. The ladybug beast lunged, fists flailing, at Kong Daojuan, but its steel-hard fist was effortlessly caught in Kong Daojuan's jaw. The ladybug reared back its other fist, only to have it snared as well. I despise mealtime interruption. With that declaration, Kong Daojuan tossed its head. The ladybug beast was hurled towards the spectator, but its trajectory was intercepted by shimmering blue silk thread. Hua, arriving just in time, had deployed her ability, propelled by the resilient silk. The ladybug launched itself back at the ravenous Kong Daojuan. The blow connected squarely with its opponent's face. The ladybug pressed its attack. Fists flew in a furious flurry until it channeled all its energy into its right fist. Kong Daojuan was sent rocketing skyward, but his opponent's feet remained firmly planted. He quickly arrested his backward momentum. He then devoured the meatworm held in his hand. A surge of incredible power coursed through him. It was evident that his adversaries' aura had intensified significantly. Kong Daojuan launched a mid-air attack against the ladybug beast. The ladybug instantly deployed its crimson shield. A ferocious gust of wind scattered the spectator. Even the ladybug's shield fractured under the pressure. Such raw power, even without insectization. It was monstrous. Kong Daojuan was clearly pleased. If I consumed all these meatworms, he thought, reaching the level of those above wouldn't be out of the question. With this newfound ambition, Kong Daojuan disregarded his opponent. He turned and headed for the food. But the ladybug beast wouldn't let him escape so easily, ignoring the imminent danger. It charged at Kong Daojuan, fist raised. His intervention was futile, too little, too late. Kong Daojuan's fist had already connected, slamming into the ladybug beast. Without a pause, without waiting for a reaction, a brutal kick to the face followed. The ladybug beast rocketed back, crashing into the wall with the force of a cannonball. Armor shattered, its protective shell utterly destroyed. Its fate hung in the balance, life or death uncertain, as Huawei stared in stunned silence. Her miscalculation was devastatingly clear. The monster hadn't fully insectized. Defeating it seemed an insurmountable task, and it was still absorbing the larva's power, growing stronger. Kong Daojuan seized another insect beast. He devoured it, the fifth one. Suddenly, a look of disbelief washed over Kong Daojuan's face. Ants swarmed the insect beast's body. It began reverting, transforming back into a human. The strength-boosting larva was dragged from its mouth by the relentless ant. Kong Daojuan's gaze, filled with curiosity, shifted sideways. He watched as the ants delivered the larva into Shinny's hand. "Are you stealing my food?" he seemed to wonder. Shinny remained unfazed. He popped a meatworm directly into his mouth. 10 of these should be enough to finish you, you death-defying brat. You little fool. You've truly angered me. Since you dared to eat my food, you'll pay the price. I'll devour you in return. Kong Daoju lunged at Shinny. But suddenly, dark figures erupted from Shinny's body. The shadows materialized into humanoid ant warriors. As they landed, glowing purple eyes opened on the armor of Shinny's arm. Shinny slowly raised his arm, pointing it at Kong Daoju. Devour him. This is the black ant. Shinny, empowered by 10 golden larvae. Kong Daoju had consumed 5 larvae himself. But now, Shinny felt certain of victory. Just 10 more of these things. Even without transforming. You're no match for me. Shiny's words are meaningless now. He gestured dismissively. Devour him. The command hung in the air. Shiny's 11 ant followers surged towards Kong Daoju. Kong Daoju remained utterly unfazed by the monstrous onslaught. A thrill of anticipation even curved his lips into a smile. The lead ants were instantly scattered by his sheer force. The doppelgangers proved as flimsy as toys against his might. But the ants, relentless as undead insects, began to restrict Kong Daoju's movement. The dispersed black ants reformed, undeterred. In that fleeting moment, a doppelganger seized its chance, unleashing a devastating blow. The powerful fist connected squarely with Kong Daoju's head. The sheer force momentarily forced him to buckle. This was an unforgivable offense. Finally freeing his hands, his hands transformed, each becoming a blade. In a flash, the doppelganger before him disintegrated. But looking up, he was met with a startling sight. To his astonishment, the remaining doppelgangers had already locked onto him. Cannons trained directly on his position. The energy radiating from the cannons was unmistakable. He recognized the power. It rivaled even Shinny's own. In that critical moment, Shinny, responding to a silent command, slowly lifted his left hand. Without a moment's pause, the doppelgangers fired. Kong Daojuan attempted to evade, but escape was futile. The black ants had already ensnared his feet in their deadly grasp. Unfazed, he even found the situation amusing. But as the ion blast struck, agonizing pain forced Kong Daojuan's teeth together. The black ants' assault was relentless. They continued their ion cannon barrage, targeting Kong Daojuan. After several minutes of this onslaught, Shinny finally signaled an end to the attack. Victory seemed assured. But as the dust settled, a chilling grin emerged from the haze. A formidable figure materialized. Kong Daoju, the great king tiger beast, insectified. His transformation complete, he stood unscathed by the previous onslaught. The fierce attack hadn't even left a scratch. Not bad, he acknowledged. You actually forced me to activate Insect Eye. I'm finding you quite intriguing. Almost ashamed to kill you. Shinny, done with the taunts, acted decisively. With a swift gesture, his doppelgangers unleashed their ion cannons once more, targeting Kong Daojuan. This time, they didn't hesitate. But Kong Daojuan, unfazed, obliterated them with a single blow. The sheer force of his punch carved a massive crater behind Shinny. Shinny was completely exposed, vulnerable. Recalling his doppelgangers was futile. Too late. Kong Daojuan wouldn't allow another chance. He launched a direct assault. Shinny reacted instantly, raising her armored arm defensively. She narrowly avoided being crushed. Despite her efforts, Kong Daojuan's relentless force pinned her against the wall. The pressure was immense, stealing Shinny's breath. 10 fleshworms, and that's all the power you possess? Utterly disappointing. The words hung heavy in the air. With a surge of power, Kong Daojuan slammed Shinny into the adjacent room. He forced her head to the ground. The relentless grinding continued. Shinny's endurance finally broke, a mouthful of blood erupted. Kong Daojuan dodged. Then, with deliberate cruelty, he delivered a slow, mid-air kick. Ending your life is now as trivial as crushing an ant. I'll savor every bite. Your death will be slow and agonizing. Devour them all. Shinny's abrupt command momentarily confused Kong Daojuan. He was oblivious to the fact that her words weren't directed at him. Intrigued, Kong Daojuan turned his head. Shinny's double morphed into a multitude of black snakes, all slithering directly towards him. They snatched Shinny from Kong Daojuan's grasp, sinking their fangs into his flesh. Agony ripped through Shinny, forcing a scream from his lip. Across from him, Kong de Jueyun appeared momentarily perplexed. "Are you harming yourself?" he questioned. Suddenly, a black serpent materialized behind Shunny, coiling around him. It unhinged its jaws and swallowed Shunny whole. Astonishingly, Shunny survived. Instead of death, he underwent a terrifying transformation, emerging in a formidable azure form. Kong de Jueyun now seemed captivated, transfixed by Shunny's gaze. In Kong de Jueyun's eyes, Shunny appeared as a monstrous, inhuman creature. With a ferocious roar, Shunny lunged at his opponent. Kong de Jueyun grinned, intrigued. "Interesting," he mused. With that, he propelled himself forward, fist cocked, to meet Shunny's charge. Huai, witnessing the scene, was rendered speechless by shock. Even if Shunny prevails, he thought, he'll lose his humanity. He'll become a demon consumed by the thirst for blood. The final confrontation begins. From the stands, Camille watched in stunned disbelief. The Black Ant had somehow forced the boss's insectization. Just how powerful had he become? The situation spiraled beyond their control. This needed to be escalated to the higher-up. Camille curtly dismissed his men and retreated. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the shadows. A cold dread gripped Camille. "Tell me about this Black Ant," the figure demanded. "The community has taken a keen interest." The newcomer was a member of the Skyworm organization's Elite 7. Meanwhile, Kong Dewan and the Black Ant clashed. The two traded blows relentlessly, each strike aimed to kill. Defense was abandoned in their ferocious exchange. The battle raged. Kong Dewan, with superior skill, landed a punch to the Black Ant's face, as the Black Ant was sent reeling. A laser beam grazed Kong Dajuan's cheek. A searing burn filled Kong Dajuan with rage, his eyes locking onto his adversary. The Black Ant clawed at the ground, desperate to regain his footing. Stabilizing himself, he aimed a scorpion-like tail directly at Kong Dajuan. The moment the energy reached critical mass, both fighters unleashed their attacks simultaneously. Kong Dajuan swiftly raised his arm, deflecting the incoming blast. "Is that the best you can do? Such a simple move? Let me show you a simpler one." With those words, he propelled himself forward, using his legs to strike the Black Ant's laser cannon. He lunged, closing the distance in a heartbeat. The impact sent the Black Ant's cannon flying skyward. Though the laser blast missed Kong Dajuan, its sheer power ripped through the club's staircase. And Hui, witnessing the devastating battle, was speechless with shock. Words failed her in that moment. Meanwhile, the ladybug beast coughed up blood, slowly regaining consciousness. Kong Daojuan repelled the Black Ant's advance. The Black Ant retaliated with a sudden burst of force, attempting to push Kong Daojuan back. The attempt failed. Kong Daojuan evaded the attack and unleashed a powerful punch. The blow severed the Black Ant's right arm. The severed arm instantly transformed into a duplicate. The doppelganger latched onto Kong Daojuan. Without hesitation, the doppelganger's claws lashed out. The attack was insignificant, a mere annoyance to Kong Daojuan. "If that's all you've got," Kong Daojuan scoffed, "then you can perish." With those words, Kong Daojuan delivered another devastating blow. The Black Ant's body shattered into fragments, but the fight wasn't over. Turning around, Kong Daojuan witnessed the Black Ant's rapid regeneration. The healing was shockingly fast, clearly visible. Kong Daojuan's fists clenched in frustration. "So, you're resilient," he growled. "Then I'll just keep hitting you until you can't heal anymore." Then, the impossible happened. Kong Dewan's attacking arm vanished into thin air. What in the world just occurred? Slowly, Kong Dewan turned his head, bewildered. His arm lay on the ground, detached from his body. The arm's interior appeared hollowed out. Ants swarmed within the empty shell. Kong Dewan couldn't fathom being felled by such tiny creatures. "What did you do to me?" he roared. He lashed out again, attempting to crush the Black Ant. Kong Dewan was losing his grip on sanity. How could this be happening? He'd given his all, yet he couldn't overcome his opponent. A sudden chill ran down Kong Dewan's spine. The demonic Black Ants had closed in behind him. "Struggle all you want, my meal," they seemed to hiss. "My food? You've got to be kidding. I'm the apex predator." He couldn't finish his boast. His weight vanished, he collapsed to the earth. The Black Ants had devoured his leg. Kong Daoju finally snapped, overwhelmed by the situation. A gut-wrenching scream ripped from his throat. "Even in this state, you're no match for me. I will devour you." But one look at the transformed Black Ant silenced him. His words caught in his throat. Terror and despair flooded Kong Dewan's heart. He trembled, consumed by fear. He pleaded with the Black Ant, begging for mercy. The ant's bloody maw opened, revealing Shiny within. "Let the feast begin," Shiny declared. The Black Ant morphed into a ravenous wolf. It tore into Kong Daejan's body. Having consumed the last morsel, it looked up and hissed, a chilling hiss directed upwards. Huey, alerted by the sound, arrived with the ladybug beast. They rushed to the Black Ant's side. they found Shiny enveloped by the black ant, and Kong Dewan's mangled remains scattered on the ground. The horrific sight sent a shockwave through Huey. Shiny, are you alright? She's unaware that the person before her is no longer the Shiny she knew. Slowly, the figure turns its head. Dinner is served, again. He was the apex predator of insect, the mighty king tiger beast. Now, limbless and broken, he's become a meal for another. His defeat came at the hands of Shiny, consumed by her demonic Asura form. Victory came at a steep price. Shiny triumphed, but lost her humanity in the process. Drawn by the commotion, Huawei and the ladybug beast rushed to Shiny's side. Beast. They're confronted by a gruesome scene, the shattered remains of the king tiger beast, and Shiny, lost to her inner darkness. Another meal delivered to her doorstep. A sinister smile spreads across Shiny's face. Shiny's transformation shocks both men. The malevolent aura surrounding her seems to take on a physical form. The two men find themselves struggling to breathe, ignoring the ladybug beast's potential reaction. The demonic Shiny appeared before Enhui. Intervention was now impossible for the ladybug. Shiny had already seized Enhui by the throat. Simultaneously, a dark shadow plunged into Enhui's body. The shadow instantly morphed into a doppelganger. It then sank its teeth into the ladybug. Shiny slowly hoisted Enhui into the air. Disbelief filled Enhui's eyes. Shiny's gaze met hers, his eyes blazing like the Sharingan, just as he prepared to consume her. The ladybug beast within Enhui erupted forth. A powerful blow shattered Shiny's focus, accompanied by Enhui's furious cry. Snap out of it. Don't you recognize me? Disappointment washed over the ladybug beast. This wasn't the black ant it once knew. United, they launched a combined assault on Shiny. Shiny's face contorted in disdain at their defiance. Let the feast begin. At Shiny's command, Enhui's leg, ants instantly swarmed over Ladybug's arm. The ants relentlessly drained both of their chakra. If Shiny isn't stopped soon, they'll suffer Kong Dioju's fate, becoming Shiny's next meal. Confronted by his former comrades, Shiny displayed not an ounce of remorse. He even wore a disturbingly twisted grin. But this wasn't the true Shiny. Within his mindscape, the real Shiny knelt, a picture of guilt. He was besieged by black ants and a multitude of doppelgangers. Shiny had lost all will to resist. Years of torment by the ants had finally broken him. If you crave my body, then take it, he conceded. The doppelgangers converged, poised to consume him. But then, a peculiar sound interrupted them. It caught their attention. Shiny slowly looked up. He saw a red claw crushing a giant black ant. Looking closer, he recognized the red ant, his savior from before. When I completely lost it. Thank you for rescuing me yet again, but I'm at my breaking point. I just want to give up. Upon hearing this, the red ants erupted in a vibrant, crimson glow. Shiny's eyes went wide with shock in the next instant. Those crimson lights coalesced, taking on a human form. Shiny stared at this newfound figure, captivated. An inexplicable sense of connection washed over her. Suddenly, the energy emanating from the red ants violently repelled the advancing black ant. Sensing danger, the doppelganger charged towards the red ant figure. It lunged at the radiant being with a simple raise of her hand. The charging doppelganger was reduced to ashes. The sheer force of the energy even reached Shiny, before vanishing. The red ant figure spoke to Shiny, her voice profound and resonant. My child, you must live on. Who are you? Please, don't leave me. Shiny and the others could only helplessly observe the red ant's gradual disappearance. Just then, Shiny clutched his head, a hiss of pain escaping his lip. Hui and the ants atop the ladybug beast also began to fade, vanishing into thin air. The danger had passed, but as Enhui glanced at Shiny, something seemed amiss. He appeared to be grappling with an immense, unseen burden. A wave of profound sorrow washed over him. Distressed, Enhui gently embraced him. Shiny's turbulent emotions gradually subsided. A single tear traced a path down Enhui's shoulder. Looking up, Enhui saw that Shiny was weeping openly. The red ant he'd seen was his long-lost mother, a mother he hadn't seen for an eternity. Completely unaware of this, Hua was baffled. The one who had been consumed by rage was now in tears. Shiny, she questioned, bewildered. What's wrong? It's over now. I'll get you out of here. You two have a rather unique relationship. Are you two, like, a thing? Upon hearing this, Enhui shoved Shiny back towards Hua. If you like him so much, he's all yours. The club's structure imploded. Just as a small group prepared to flee, a shadowy figure materialized silently behind them. Leaving so abruptly? Isn't that a bit rude? A wave of unease washed over the two who heard the voice. When did he get there? Camille and a pair of insect-like women appeared alongside him. The man rose slowly. You're responsible for this, aren't you? The ladybug-like creature transferred Shiny to a Huawei device. This man is dangerous. Go now. I just need to wrap up my workday and ask a few questions. Let's hope you choose wisely. Before he could finish, Camille burst in. How dare you kill my boss? The accusation hung in the air for a heartbeat. Then, she lunged at Shinny. The insect women followed close behind. The man sighed, a sound of weary resignation. The insect women's heads abruptly launched into the air. A hand appeared out of nowhere, slamming Camille to the ground. That single blow nearly knocked Camille unconscious. The attacker? This enigmatic figure. Interruptions are a pet peeve of mine. Both Huawei and Ladybug Beast instantly grasped the truth. This man posed a far greater threat than Kong Daojuan. I'm done with pleasantries. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Poison Moth, one of the 6 senior members of the Skyworm organization. Now, answer my questions. Just simple answers will suffice. Firstly, our leader, Brad, holds you in high regard. So, I have a proposition, join the Skyworm organization. All 3 of you. The audacity of the offer stunned them. This Brad you mentioned, where is he? I'm itching to end him. Refer to our leader with respect. Don't use his given name, or I might not be able to control my urge to eliminate you. You claim leadership status. How many others share that rank? 5 others. 6 cadres in total, each possessing power equivalent to my own. Kong Dajuan strived to join our rank. Regrettably, you terminated him. However, the organization has long held reservations about it. Even if you hadn't acted, I would have eliminated him. We cannot tolerate individuals like him. Those who resort to insects for enhanced power are unacceptable. The Skyworm organization is currently engaged in a brutal conflict with humanity. Our objective is to supplant humans as the apex predator. Huawei and the Ladybug Beast were stunned by this revelation. I possess the power to annihilate you all instantaneously. However, the leader has granted you a reprieve. So, will you join the Skyworm organization? A simple yes or no will suffice. They both found his tone deeply offensive. They exchanged a knowing glance, perfectly synchronized. Their unspoken message was crystal clear. This silent defiance further enraged the man before them. Suddenly, the Ladybug Beast stepped forward. I'm unaware of the nature of your conflict. My only goal is to confront the strongest. Joining the Skyworm organization? Where's the thrill in that? Considering their connection to Huawei, and especially Brad's role in her family's destruction, she'd choose death over aligning with the Skyworm organization. The previously enraged man chuckled at the other two's remark. Youthful exuberance is one thing, but ignorance is quite another. I understand your perspective. Ultimately, he then flung Camille before them. Consider this a gift. Survival requires one of you to consume an insect beast. He's clearly referring to Shinny. Kill him or consume him, the choice is yours. Once that's settled, he vanished without a trace. The Ladybug Beast finally exhaled, the tension broken. They quickly departed. Their destination, the highest level. The Ladybug Beast carelessly discarded Camille. We couldn't contain his roar at the callous act. Why haven't you put him down? Show some compassion. Don't you have any pity for him? That whole area is about to collapse. I still need another sandbag. As they argue, a group of people approaches their position. The Ladybug was oblivious to the impending danger, too late to react. In a flash, the Reaper squad materialized before them. Reacting swiftly, the Ladybug Beast shielded the two behind. The squad quickly relayed the situation to Bog, who remained below. They then lunged towards the small group. Hui grabbed Sheeny with one hand, spinning silk thread with the other. Sheeny's human form had to remain hidden. Discovery was not an option. They disengaged from the humans, prioritizing concealment. Their faces masked. The Reaper squad pressed their attack. A volley of shots rang out. The Ladybug's armor held, deflecting the bullet. Rage consumed the Ladybug, its fist clenched tight. With a furious roar, it slammed its fist into the earth. This maneuver effectively halted the squad's pursuit. News of the enemy's escape reached Barger and Huawei simultaneously. Simultaneously, several individuals burst through the club's stairwell. Though showing signs of a struggle, they'd clearly been through a fight. They successfully made their escape. Reacting swiftly, Barger unleashed a volley of shots. The distance, however, proved too great. He was left with no choice but to watch their escape. On a brighter note, an insect beast, the abandoned Camille, was apprehended. It was the deserted Camille they had found. Curiously, the substantial meat worm, intended for Kong Daojuan's consumption, had vanished. Its disappearance remains a mystery. Who secretly devoured it? After a prolonged absence, the Reaper team's leader re-emerged. He summoned the other captains for a high-stakes meeting. Each captain represented the pinnacle of power within the Reaper division. Some underestimate the Reaper sector's strength. Such an assessment will surely change once their true combat prowess is revealed. Growing impatient, the one-eyed captain interjected. Get to the point. What's the purpose of this meeting? Why are we obligated to heed his summons? We're all equals here. What gives him the authority? Each voice rose in a chorus of dissent. The meeting descended into utter chaos. There's been a concerning number of incidents reported in your sector. These incidents, under your jurisdiction, are draining our resources. Explain yourself. We need answers. That's the reason for this assembly. We're here to discuss how to minimize future casualty. This man, a seasoned Soul Squad combatant, found his words met with open contempt from another. The tension between them was palpable. Their animosity hung heavy in the air. One of your men acquired the insect gene, I hear. He's a special agent now, rapidly climbing the rank, and you seem utterly unconcerned. Completely oblivious. I also received the insect gene. What's the issue? You're just envious of their newfound power. The truth is, Section B's captain harbors a deep-seated loathing for insect. It's a bit of a shock to the system, takes some getting used to. We're the pest control division, for crying out loud. Why are we surrounded by buzzing insects? Should I just swat them for some peace and quiet? The man in sunglasses added, with equal defiance. Go ahead, try it. Their bickering roused a sleeping captain. Quiet down, I'm about to brief you. We're assembled to address a full-blown insect infestation. We'll need all hands on deck. All-out war? The bugs are attacking headquarters? Indeed, these insects have become increasingly aggressive. They've even organized. They call themselves the Skyworm Organization. The one-eyed captain revealed his experience, having faced the Skyworm Organization's insect beasts firsthand. They're unlike any ordinary insect beast. The long-haired man then produced a notebook. Take a look at this. A question arose from the group. Is that a picture of a mother and child? Seeing this, the masked man snatched the book. He couldn't shake the feeling that this experimental subject looked strangely familiar. Just as he was about to question the captain, an elderly man appeared in the doorway. Regardless of how you obtained that book, I must insist you cease its distribution. The newcomer was none other than Dr. Wan from the laboratory. Is this your book? Please, enlighten us about its content. The book belonged to my apprentice. However, I personally observed all the experiments documented within. I witnessed everything from the periphery. The castle project was a clandestine undertaking by the experimental team. Very few were privy to its existence. 3 experimental subjects were created, all remarkably successful. Then, without warning, the laboratory was engulfed in flames, obliterating everything. By the time authorities arrived, only a single experimental subject remained. This experimental subject you speak of, where is it? Why are we completely unaware of its existence? Dr. Wan shook his head, a gesture of finality. That's the extent of my knowledge. The rest resides with those in higher authority. You're engrossed in that book to combat insect beasts, am I correct? If strength is your goal, consider my engineered insect gene. My research has consistently been rejected by your department. Perhaps this presents an opportunity to finally experience its potential. The masked man's disciple, infused with my insect gene, has ascended to the rank of prospective branch minister. The old man's enthusiasm swelled with each passing word. His excitement grew, oblivious to the glacial gaze fixed upon him. He was entirely unaware of the icy stare that observed his every move. The masked man's patience finally snapped. His fist slammed down upon the table. The marble tabletop shattered under the force of the blow. Dr. Wan abruptly fell silent. Should you ever dare to propose such a thing to us again, your head will be the next thing to shatter. The man in sunglasses offered a sardonic chuckle. Your unwavering sense of human superiority is precisely why your team met their demise. Don't lose heart, everyone. Sir, our team is deeply intrigued by your research. Remember us when you conduct your next enhancement experiment. The meeting concluded in a flurry of activity. Right, let's head back. They're unaware of the breach within Group B. Recall those 2 brothers? A few episodes back, they eliminated an insect beast on the train. A golden larva emerged from its remain. That larva burrowed into the brother's head. You could see it moving beneath his skin. Now, that brother is under attack within the division. The attacker? His own brother. His appearance screams mutation. He's neutralized every guard and plunged a knife into his brother. He then approaches a reinforced gate. Without a moment's pause, he activates the switch. As the gate grinds open, a shadowy figure emerges. The brother's face lit up with manic excitement at the sight. That immense black shadow, why did it seem so familiar? It resembled a gigantic, black ant. The creature towered over the brother, its knees reaching his height. A thrill surged through the brother as he beheld the colossal figure. Then, abruptly, he dropped to his knees. My lord, I beseech you. His plea to awaken the monster went unanswered. Ignore. Instead, the monster extended a limb and seized his head. The brother foolishly believed his wish would be granted. He was wrong. With casual, terrifying force, the monster crushed his skull. Blood erupted as the primary alarm blared to life. All combatants converged on the scene. Insecticide, previously deployed, hung heavy in the air. The black monster was swiftly surrounded. Seeing this, the monster released the brother's remains. Only his headless body remained. Without a word, the squad opened fire. How the monster escaped remained a mystery. Their bullets impacted the monster, but the effect was negligible, like mere pinprick. Their attacks were proving utterly futile against this behemoth. A guttural roar rumbled from the monster's throat. A chilling premonition gripped one of them, but it was too late. With a casual sweep of its hand, the monster lashed out at the crowd. Those in its path were gruesomely cleaved in two. Having dealt with this minor inconvenience, the monster lingered, unhurried. It seemed to be anticipating someone's arrival. Meanwhile, several individuals, their meeting concluded, raced back towards their base. The gravely wounded comrade, it turned out, had managed to alert their captain to the unfolding catastrophe. Upon their return, a horrifying sight met their eyes. Their base was engulfed in flames. An explosion rocked their vehicle, bringing it to a screeching halt. In that moment, the true gravity of the situation became devastatingly clear. The captain's eyes then fell upon the architect of this disaster. The monstrous, black figure emerged slowly into view, through the dissipating smoke. Even the formidable masked warrior felt a tremor of fear. How had this terrifying figure escaped? Suddenly, the monster's gaze fixed upon them. The captain reacted instantly, weapon drawn, intercepting the monster's advance. The hedgehog, eager to join the fray, faced a foe of immense power. The captain ordered him back to headquarters to request reinforcement. The masked warrior, poised for combat, issued a stark warning, "Stay out of my way." "He's mine," he declared. The captain calmly lit a cigarette. "It's been too long," he murmured, a hint of anticipation in his voice. "You underestimate me. Let's see who's truly superior." The monster roared, a chilling prelude to violence. Both warriors lunged, engaging the monstrous threat. A ferocious battle was about to erupt. Meanwhile, in a lavish villa, Manhwa, fresh from the shower, emerged. She was almost blinded by the radiant, golden figure beside her. Turns out, these trophies and awards belonged to Ladybug Beast, his boxing accolade, earned through blood, sweat, and the departure of several club members. The group then proceeded to Ladybug Beast's residence. "We're all insect beasts," they mused. "Why's he living the high life?" A pang of envy clearly struck Huawei. Gently, the two men laid Shinny on the couch. The fight had clearly taken a significant toll. Though unconscious, Huawei observed his surprisingly rapid recovery. His life wasn't in danger. But Ladybug Beast suddenly regretted bringing Shinny home. Deeply, Shinny Cinerants were now swarming everywhere. The sight made Ladybug Beast intensely uncomfortable. After some light conversation, Huawei meticulously cleaned Shinny's wound. Gesturing towards Shinny, Ladybug Beast suddenly remembered something. "Poison Moth wanted Shinny alive," he recalled. "Why not just kill us all and be done with it? Why this charade?" Huawei gazed at Shinny, his heart heavy with concern. Her only recollection was Shiny's furious reaction upon hearing Brad's name. His thirst for vengeance against this enigmatic figure surpassed all others. Is there any truth to the rumors of a connection between Shiny and the Skyworm leader? Is there a hidden relationship, a secret alliance? This individual was once a member of the esteemed Reaper Squad. However, during a mission, a catastrophic incident occurred, infection by an insect beast. The transformation wasn't the only tragedy. He also eliminated a significant number of his former comrades, and unleashed the monstrous entities confined within headquarters. As the guards arrived, the monster simply gestured. With a single wave, each guard was gruesomely bisected. The monster then exited headquarters with an air of chilling nonchalance. Alerted captains raced toward the scene. They sped toward headquarters, the urgency palpable. The moment they exited their vehicle, the monster emerged. Confronted by such a terrifying being, they resolved to face it together. But just as they prepared, their blades flashed, poised to tear into the monster, but a chilling premonition stopped them short. An inky blackness materialized, deflecting their attack. Their weapons were locked, unable to penetrate. The two men recognized the monster's immense power. But this was beyond anything they'd anticipated. The black monster scoffed, a sound dripping with disdain. "Is that all a captain can muster?" it mocked. "Then prepare to meet your end." With a menacing gesture, the monster raised its arm. Danger crackled in the air. The men braced themselves. Weapons snapped up, shielding their chests. A brutal blow sent them reeling. The monster pressed its attack, arms a blur of motion. Undeterred, the two men fought back with fierce determination. But amidst the chaos, a horrifying realization dawned. The black matter wasn't a single entity. It was a swarm, a seething mass of ants. Defeated by ants, One muttered. "We'd be the laughingstock of the department." With renewed fury, the masked man hurled his weapon. Simultaneously, the captain unleashed a surge of potent electrical energy, ensnaring the shattered blade hurled by the masked figure. Their flawless synchronization, a testament to their teamwork, proved insufficient to penetrate the black monster's formidable defenses, but their assault was far from over. The masked man launched himself skyward, bringing the fractured blade down upon the monster with savage force. A gush of violet blood erupted from the wound. Satisfying, isn't it? The masked man's attack clearly enraged his adversary. "You dare draw my blood? Do you comprehend the implications?" "Implications? I couldn't care less. All I know is that color is truly repulsive." He sprang into the air once more, his weapon a blur of motion. He continued to relentlessly assault the monster's form. The monster's gaze was that of one looking upon a corpse. The masked man unleashed a furious barrage, yet the monster remained unervingly still. He hadn't even registered the monster's movement until it materialized behind him. Simultaneously, the masked man's arm and leg were severed midair. Witnessing his partner's injury, the captain roared in fury. The masked man, landing precariously on one foot, fueled the masked man's rage. He spun, unleashing another furious attack on the monstrous black figure. He managed to slice off one of the monster's arms. Landing, the masked man retrieved the severed limb. The injury, however, was insignificant to the monstrous being. Half kneeling beside the behemoth, the masked man was trapped. Escape was impossible. He knew, even together, they were outmatched. He urged the captain to flee. Abandonment wasn't an option for the captain. He approached the monster. The monster, unhurried, made its demand. It didn't strike. Instead, it bargained. "Surrender the experimental case, and perhaps you'll live." The captain, utterly bewildered, had no clue what the hedgehog was referencing. "What are you even talking about? That information is strictly classified. What do you intend to do with it?" The experimental case in the monster's possession is the test subject from Project Castle. Unbeknownst to him, the experiment wasn't under the Reaper Department's jurisdiction. Before he could explain the test subject's significance, a car suddenly materialized, slamming into the monster. The hedgehog, witnessing his comrade's injury, hadn't abandoned the scene. Fueled by concern, he rammed the monster with his vehicle. Another fool courting death. "I'll deal with you next." With a casual gesture, he tore the car asunder. Reacting swiftly, the hedgehog escaped serious harm. "Captain, I'll buy you some time. Get Shinjan out of here. Ensure his survival." The captain, however, disregarded the hedgehog's plea. Deep down, the captain harbored a grim premonition that this day would likely be their last. Suddenly, a missile hurtled towards them. Too late to evade, the monster reacted instinctively. He intercepted the projectile with a desperate, outstretched hand. The explosion rocked them. Turning, they saw their unexpected savior. It was Beggar, descending from a helicopter. Seizing the moment, Hedgehog scooped up Shinjan. They boarded the helicopter and swiftly ascended. Emerging from the dissipating smoke, the monster discovered their escape. A furious roar ripped through the air. Days later, Shinny, recovered, and Hui arrived at their classroom. They were alone. The room was eerily deserted. Shinny checked her phone, seeking an explanation. Namai's message revealed the truth. The school was on a field trip, an event Hui would never willingly miss. "Shinny, we have to go too. Is there any way to catch up?" "Consider it done. This is nothing I can't handle." At long last, the pair arrived at the school's entrance. A sleek, red luxury car pulled up before them. It appeared Huawei had devised a rather unique solution. The ladybug beast would be their chauffeur. "Don't forget to treat me to dinner when you get there." Huawei was eager to be on their way, and just as their journey began, a dragonfly appeared, tailing them closely. Could this dragonfly be an agent of the Skyworm organization? What motive could they possibly have for following them? This young man was once a dedicated soldier, a defender of his nation. Now, he's a monstrous insect beast. The catalyst for his transformation? A seemingly insignificant dragonfly. Just moments ago, the veteran soldiers had captured a dragonfly. The new recruits watched from the sideline, showering the captain with praise. Only Shirshi remained unimpressed, her head bowed in boredom. The captain, noticing this, approached Shirshi with a sinister grin. "I hear it's packed with protein," he remarked. "Consider it a tonic, just for you. Surely you won't refuse?" Undoubtedly, the news struck her like a thunderbolt. Before he could utter a word of refusal, the captain's hand clamped over his mouth. "Refuse, and tonight will be an agony you won't soon forget." Terror gripped Shirshi, silencing him completely. He was left with no choice but to comply. The captain then forced the dragonfly into Shirshi's mouth. Under the watchful gaze of his men, Shirshi was made to swallow. "If he spits it out, he'll be forced to eat several more. The captain ensured the dragonfly went down. Some casually departed, as if nothing out of the ordinary had occurred. But for Shirshi, humiliating tears streamed down his face. The following day, during a troop soccer match, despite the heat, a chill ran through Shirshi. He felt a strange sensation, as though something within him was on the verge of breaking free. An opposing player dribbled the ball toward him. The captain's cruel voice barked, "Stop it!" But Shirshi was overwhelmed by a wave of physical discomfort. His reaction was too late. He hadn't even heard the call. The opposing team had already capitalized, sending the soccer ball sailing into the net. The captain, convinced it was deliberate, saw only a taunt. He lashed out, landing a punch directly to the other player's face. The blow was accompanied by a torrent of verbal abuse. The others remained disturbingly passive, seemingly unfazed. No one intervened, no one stepped forward to de-escalate the situation. Nightfall arrived. Shirshi and the captain found themselves on duty that evening. "About earlier today. I'm sorry," the captain mumbled. "Let's just forget about it, alright?" But Shirshi remained impassive, his face betraying no reaction. Seeing this, the captain's frustration flared. He raised his voice. "I said I'm sorry. Are you deaf?" He was oblivious. Unbeknownst to him, the dragonfly within Shirshi was nearly fully absorbed. Shirshi's continued silence only fueled the captain's rage. The captain's arm shot out, flinging his cigarette. It landed directly on Shirshi. "Want another beating?" he snarled. A transformation began to overtake Shirshi's body. The captain, intent on punishing Shirshi, froze mid-action, stunned by the sight before him. Shirshi, mere moments ago human, had morphed into a grotesque insect creature. Disbelief washed over the captain. A volley of gunfire erupted, swallowing the captain's scream. Meanwhile, on a bus, Namai gazed listlessly out the window. A boy, lollipop in hand, spotted Namai. He approached the dazed girl, offering her the candy. "Beautiful," he began, "please accept my..." Namai cut him short with a swift punch. Startled, the boy dropped the lollipop. He recoiled in fear, the candy clattering to the ground. "Spare me the cheesy lines," Namai snapped. Her gaze fell upon the discarded lollipop. As she bent to retrieve it, a dark figure flashed past the window. The shadowy assailant aimed a weapon at the moving bus. Nami, oblivious, retrieved a dropped lollipop. While chaos erupted around her, the others were decimated. Name's harasser lay lifeless, a victim of the sudden carnage. Name slowly looked up, comprehending the horrific scene. The bus was filled with the dead. Suddenly, something plummeted from the roof of the vehicle. Perched above, a mutated soldier loomed menacingly. What would happen next? A monstrous, abnormally dangerous mutated insect beast emerged. Its weapon now targeted the terrified students still on the bus. The bus's occupants were systematically executed. Only Namai, bent over, miraculously survived. She had narrowly escaped the massacre. Unknowing, three shiny figures rapidly approached the scene. Mid-stride, Ladybug was struck by a sudden realization. "When did your mutations begin?" she blurted. "What brought that on so suddenly?" one asked, surprised. "Explain yourself first," Ladybug demanded. Ladybug wasted no time on pleasantry. Compelled, he revealed his hidden past. He confessed to being a notorious schoolyard brawler. Back then, he confronted a local bully who preyed on students. But the following day, Ladybug faced retaliation. Despite his impressive fighting skill, he was outnumbered and overwhelmed. The Ladybug was left battered and bruised, consumed by rage. He lost control. And that's when the mutation began. He unleashed his newfound power on his attacker. That marked his first transformation. He then found himself at Club 6, learning from Hannah, the insect medicine specialist. She was an expert in entomological pharmacology. Whether through ingestion or bites, insect interaction triggered mutation. Mutated cells, once introduced, continued to transform. These cells integrated, altering the genetic makeup of the host. A gradual, insidious process, often going unnoticed. The infected could maintain the facade of normalcy until external stimuli triggered a chain. They could potentially unlock insect-like ability. That's the moment he understood. He'd inadvertently consumed a ladybug. What became of Hannah after vanishing from the club? Such a devastating loss of beauty. Pay close attention to what he's saying. Hui, too, recalled a similar incident from 2 years prior. She'd also eaten a bug. Hui and her father were driving home at the time. She leaned her head out the car window. Suddenly, a fuzzy insect flew directly into her path. The bug flew straight into her open mouth. Her father, beside her, urged her to spit it out immediately, but Anhui gestured to her mouth. She confirmed she had swallowed it. Following this, the Skyworm organization murdered her family. From that fateful day forward, Anhui realized a mutation had begun within her, lost in thought and woe. Ladybug Beast, noticing the silence, quickly offers an apology. My apologies, he says, did I say something upsetting? Ladybug Beast glances at Shiny in the rearview mirror. Black Ant, he asks, when did that mutation begin? Hui, from the passenger seat, shares the same curiosity. Shiny, she prompts. Shiny replies, it's been this way since I was very young. I don't recall the specifics, he adds, despite Shiny's honesty. The others remain skeptical. Their destination lies just ahead. But trouble, as it often does, is brewing. A traffic jam blocks their path, swarming with troopers. A soldier approaches their vehicle. There's a riot ahead, he warns. Turn back now, he orders. Unwilling to abandon their journey, Hui implores the soldier to let them pass. From the back seat, Shiny. A sudden chill, the unmistakable presence of an insect beast closes in. Simultaneously, a volley of gunshots erupts nearby. Trouble, big trouble, dead ahead. The ladybug beast awaits a response. What's the plan? Shiny's voice cuts through the tension. Charge. An insect beast likely lies in wait. The ladybug beast obeys, flooring it and launching forward. Never thought I'd see action like this with you guys, someone exclaimed. Too late for the soldiers to react. The ladybug bursts through the guardrail, gone. The battlefield ahead roars with gunfire. Missiles streak skyward, launched by scrambling fighter. The dragonfly insect beast dives, evading the incoming missiles with a sharp, deadly descent. No escape for the fighters now. In a flash, the dragonfly slices them in two. Frantic, surviving fighters try to radio for backup, but the enemy is closing in, relentless. Slowly, deliberately, he retrieves a clip. With practiced ease, he chambers the round. Time to showcase true mastery. Your demise is imminent. Across the battlefield, the soldier's desperate pleas for reinforcements continue. Suddenly, a grenade lands at his feet. The ensuing explosion engulfs the soldier in flame, but as the smoke dissipates, the soldier stands unscathed. He looks up to find two enigmatic figures standing before him. The purple-haired man is the leader of Reaper Squad South. We'll take it from here. We'll avenge our fallen brothers and end this insect beast. Sensing the shift in power, the dragonfly tenses. Its weapon focuses on the purple-haired captain. So, you're the insect beast responsible for this carnage. Justice demands your destruction. Her declaration made, her two lieutenants move to flank her. The purple-haired captain's fist crackles with lightning. Are they truly a match for this monstrous dragonfly? A monstrous, mutated insect stands before us. Once a soldier defending his nation, now twisted beyond recognition. He now points his weapon at a bus filled with unsuspecting students. The result? Carnage. Only Nami survives the horrific attack. This deranged act will bring the full force of the fighters down upon it. Their mission, terminate the mutant monstrosity. A high-powered tracking missile is launched, humanity's last hope. But the insect beast is too swift, the missile a futile effort. It not only misses its target, but claims the lives of several human fighters. Suddenly, a beacon of hope arrives, the purple-haired captain of the Reaper Squad. The dragonfly beast senses a formidable opponent. It immediately trains its weapon on the captain. Captain Purple-Hair harbors a burning hatred for the insect beast. Fueled by the suffering it inflicts, her resolve hardened. Today, she will end this creature's reign of terror. The dragonfly beast, ruthless and decisive, fires without a moment's hesitation. The captain doesn't flinch, doesn't even attempt to evade. Two figures behind her intercept the deadly projectiles, sacrificing themselves for their leader. Poof! They vanished, gone without a trace. Without her dragonfly-enhanced vision, tracking their opponent's movements would be nearly impossible. She watched as the dragonfly beast stumbled backward, retreating in a desperate, continuous motion. All the while, his weapon relentlessly fired upon his adversary. But the warrior's cloaks acted as impenetrable armor, completely deflecting every attack. The two fighters were done playing game. Razor-sharp spikes erupted from their arms, and they lunged, swinging the deadly protrusions at the dragonfly beast. The dragonfly's arms were severed in a swift, brutal strike. A surge of raw electricity coursed through his body, forcing a scream from his throat. The purple-haired captain seized the opportunity, watching the fighters overpower their foe. She advanced on the reeling dragonfly beast, her fist crackling with lightning. If that's all you've got, she snarled, then you can rot in hell. With that chilling pronouncement, she unleashed a devastating blow, smashing her fist into his face. The devastating impact was her signature move, the Thunderbolt Punch. The dragonfly beast was propelled backward, sent hurtling through the air by the force of the blow. His left eye, obliterated, a gaping, empty socket, clearly incapacitated. Any further combat seemed impossible. Yet, a defiant roar ripped from his throat, a challenge hurled at his adversary. The dragonfly beast, battered and broken, managed to garble, scream as Captain Purple Hair delivered another brutal punch to his gut. The captain's fury was relentless, each blow a testament to his rage. A vile insect like you deserves nothing less than to perish by my hand. Beaten to the brink of oblivion, the dragonfly beast slipped into unconsciousness. He dimly perceived the oncoming fist, a blur of impending pain. This moment eerily mirrored the class president's relentless torment, but the captain offered no reprieve, no chance for reaction. The fist connected again, a crushing impact against his face. Poised to deliver the final blow, Purple Hair hesitated. The dragonfly beast's desperate pleas, mistaken for the class president's, stayed her hand. He begged for mercy, fueling Purple Hair's misconception. She perceived his words as collaboration, a link to her enemy. The order was given, take him alive. Dragged back to base, a new chapter of torment awaited him, unbeknownst to them all. The dragonfly beast's severed hands were regenerated. The creature, moments before pleading for mercy, erupted in a furious roar. Capture me? You're delusional, it shrieked. With a flourish, it brandished its newly restored arm. Sensing imminent danger, the two warriors sprang forward to protect their captain. But the dragonfly beast's arm gaped open, revealing a horrifying maw. A swarm of smaller, yellow insect beasts burst forth. The two warriors shielding their captain were instantly overwhelmed. They gave their lives to safeguard their leader. The dragonfly beast continued its mocking taunts, focusing on the purple-haired captain. Coming to get me, it sneered. What a pathetic end for your men. Consumed by grief and rage, the purple-haired captain erupted. Damn you, you monster! Knowing it was outmatched on the ground, the dragonfly beast took to the air. It ascended, hovering menacingly. Raising its arm once more, it aimed directly at the purple-haired captain. A second later, a torrent of tiny insects descended upon it. You think that pathetic display can even scratch me? With a blur of motion, the purple-haired warrior unleashed a lightning-fast punch. The airborne insects were instantly fried by the electric discharge. The dragonfly creatures realized their strongest attacks were useless against this opponent. Abandoning the assault, they turned tail and fled. But the purple-haired fighter wasn't about to let them escape. She channeled a surge of power, invoking the millennial kill technique. A blast of raw energy rocketed towards the retreating dragonfly. The energy waves struck their backs with pinpoint accuracy. The dragonflies plummeted from the sky, out of control. Mid-fall, they suddenly accelerated forward. Seeing this, the violet-haired warrior's fury reignited. How dare you try to fool me, she raged. Without hesitation, she gave chase, pursuing the dragonfly beast relentlessly. She was determined to destroy the creature. Back at the besieged bus, the guards stationed nearby remained oblivious to a sinister shadow passing overhead. Hui stealthily infiltrates the scene. Boarding the bus for a closer look, she discovers it eerily deserted. A chilling sight greets her, fresh blood stains the interior. The ladybug beast is masquerading as a student's relative. Inquiries are made with the staff. They confirmed the bus compartment was indeed empty. Meanwhile, on the opposite side, Shinny pursues the unsettling insect beast presence he detected. Mid-pursuit, a call comes in. Hoi relays the disturbing details of the bus incident. She shares her knowledge of the insect beast's sinister nature. A grim realization dawns: the car's occupants likely met a gruesome fate, serving as the beast's meal. Nami's fate remains uncertain, leaving Shinny filled with dread. The hunt intensifies. The insect beast must be found swiftly. He rips off the bandage concealing his secret weapon, a swarm of ants. The ants rapidly engulf his body, a chilling transformation. The dreaded insect beast's nemesis, the black ant, emerges. He has returned. A lingering regret: could Nami have been saved? The bandage is removed from his neck. A torrent of black ants erupts, a terrifying spectacle. The ants swiftly engulfed him, covering him completely. Shinny undergoes another transformation, becoming the ant warrior once more. A crucial companion is in danger, and he's racing against time to save them. Moments ago, Nami's bus came under a brutal attack. The assailant, a newly mutated dragonfly, a monstrous insect beast. Amy's eyes widen in terror as she looks. The creature has boarded the bus. She's trapped. Paralyzed with fear, she shrinks behind the seat, silent. Terrified to even breathe, she remains hidden. The dragonfly, seeing only corpses, moves on. Nami's presence seems to have gone unnoticed. After a tense period of silence, Nami detects no further signs of the creature. Cautiously, she peeks out from her hiding place. The dragonfly beast is gone. Danger still lurks, she knows. Just as she reaches for her phone to call for help, a drop of slime falls onto her phone from above. Slowly, Nami lifts her head. The monstrous dragonfly is directly overhead. It leers down at her, a predatory glint in its eye. Looking for me, little beauty? His last words echoed, a taunt about opening his mouth at Namai. Namai jolted awake, surrounded by a gruesome tableau of corpses. The men from the bus lay lifeless, their journey abruptly ended. Even Dragonfly's former comrades were piled amongst the dead. Terror seized Namai, her body trembling uncontrollably. What horrific event had transpired in this place? A strange sound pierced the silence, emanating from outside. Namai's eyes darted towards the warehouse entrance, her curiosity battling her fear. Something was rapidly approaching, the ground vibrating with its power. Her suspicions were confirmed. A green claw slammed down before her, a terrifyingly swift arrival. It was the dragonfly beast, fresh from its previous battle. The purple-haired captain's monstrous foe. Recognition flashed across Namai's face. She dropped to the ground, feigning death. Silence. She dared not breathe. The dragonfly, weakened from the fight, sought sustenance. It needed to replenish its depleted energy. The creature lumbered towards the pile of bodies. It crouched, reaching for its grim meal. In that moment, oblivious to the danger lurking behind her, Nami remains unaware of the dragonfly's sinister intention. But in a flash, the dragonfly decapitates a nearby corpse. A sickening crunching emanates from its mandible. The gruesome insect beast has developed a taste for the macabre. The chilling sound alerts Nami to the horror unfolding. This monster, it's feeding on the dead. The revitalized dragonfly undergoes another grotesque transformation. It devours a dozen more corpses before letting out a satisfied belch. Sated, the dragonfly prepares to depart. Nami knows she's trapped and must escape. Her life depends on it. Suddenly, a ringing phone shatters the silence. Who could be calling? The insistent vibrations fill the air. Unknowingly, Nami has drawn the dragonfly's attention. She answers. It's Shinny. For now, Shinny is relieved to hear Nami's voice, vows to secure her release. But just then, the dragonfly beast has closed in on Nami. Nami, having just ended the call, appears to sense the impending threat. Turning around, she finds herself face to face with the dragonfly's predatory stare. Its gaze is ravenous. You've been a bad girl, it snarled. With those chilling words, he yanks Nami into the air. He sees Nami's tears, hears her desperate pleas for mercy, but mercy is far from his mind. Instead, Nami's terrified expression fuels his rage. It triggers a flashback to his own torment, his own fear. He remembers the captain's hands around his throat, the feeling of suffocating. Consumed by a blinding fury, the dragonfly mistakes Nami for his former captor. I'll devour you all, one by one, he roars, as Nami cries out in pure terror. The dragonfly pulls Nami closer. Shanks, she whimpers. Where are you? You promised to save me. She's poised on the brink of terror, awaiting the dragonfly's deadly bite. Just as Nami is about to be devoured, a dark fist explodes against the dragonfly's face. It's Shunny, the black ant, arriving with brutal force. He rips off one of the dragonfly's limbs, a display of raw power. He pulls Nami close, shielding her with his body. The dragonfly monster is sent reeling, thrown back by the impact. The blow sends it spiraling uncontrollably through the air. Slowly, Nami turns her head. Her eyes meet the image of the black ant. Could this be Shunny? This lecherous dragonfly had captured her, with vile intentions. But just as he was about to violate her, a fist of darkness smashed into his face. It was Shunny. The black ant had arrived, a savior snatching Nami from the jaws of death. Turning, Nami is stunned to recognize the insect warrior. This black-clad figure is the same one who rescued her at school. Is this truly Shunny? Its revelry interrupted, the dragonfly erupts in a furious rage. Shinny's broken arm doesn't just mend, it regenerates with unprecedented strength. Witnessing this incredible recovery, Shinny yanks out the ant captain puppeteering the doppelganger. With effortless disdain, he flings the captain aside. Instantly, the black ant doppelganger's disguise dissolves. The dragonfly, seeing this, raises its arm, targeting Shinny. Shinny commands the doppelganger to safeguard Nimi, while he charges head-on towards his adversary. The dragonfly beast fires its weapon without a moment's hesitation. Confronted by the swarm of flying insects, Shinny remains utterly unfazed. As he advances, he effortlessly crushes them mid-stride. However, the doppelganger trailing behind also comes under attack. Fortunately, Nimi, sheltered within, remains unharmed. Facing the oncoming Shinny, the dragonfly shows no sign of fear. Its compound eyes allow it to easily evade Shinny's blows, and it expertly delivers powerful counterattack. Shinny effortlessly deflects his opponent's retaliation. The two warriors exchange blows in a relentless back-and-forth. The battle escalates with unexpected ferocity. Shinny's greater combat experience gives him a distinct edge. Seizing a critical opening, he grasps the dragonfly's head. He slams it violently into the ground. The dragonfly, bred for war, experiences a sudden pang of conscience. Hesitation grips it as it aims its hand cannon at Shinny. The weapon fires uncontrollably, and Shinny is caught in the blast. Multiple projectiles pierce his body. Shinny coughs up blood from the impact. Shifting focus to the dragonfly. It's already airborne. Shinny, grounded, lacks the means to pursue. He's left helpless against the aerial threat. With a casual flick of its hand, the dragonfly beast summons a swarm of bugs to envelop Shinny. In a coordinated assault, the bugs attack simultaneously. Incredibly, the tiny bugs tear Shinny in two. Across the room, the doppelganger observed. Unfazed by the chaos, he remains remarkably calm. Inside Namai, oblivious to the unfolding event, a transformation begins. Shinny's severed torso dissolves into a swarm of tiny ants. The dragonfly, completely unaware, believes he has the upper hand until, in a flash, Shinny materializes behind him. Then, he unleashes a brutal attack, his massive metal claws tearing through the air. The dragonfly has no time to react. The devastating blow sends him hurtling dozens of meters, crashing into the wall. Shinny seizes the opportunity, pressing his advantage. He aims to finish the fight swiftly. But the dragonfly, shockingly, recovers and retaliates. He launches a counteroffensive, forcing Shinny on the defensive. Shinny is forced to parry, momentarily on his back foot. Simultaneously, he issues a command to his duplicates, converge. An instant later, a legion of black ants swarms behind the dragonfly. Initially, the dragonfly dismisses the insignificant creature. Their numbers swelled, a growing menace. With ferocious speed, they descended upon the dragonfly like demonic predators. As the dust settled, Shinny assumed the worst was over. But then a chilling realization struck. All that remained was a severed dragonfly leg. A single, broken limb lay upon the ravaged ground. Whirling around, he saw the dragonfly burst through the roof, escaping its attacker. It soared into the distance, a symbol of resilience, and it carried Namai, clutched tightly in its grasp. Shinny reacted instantly, leaping onto the roof in pursuit. The dragonfly, however, was rapidly gaining ground, pulling further and further away. Frustration welled up, and Shinny couldn't help but blame his doppelganger. "What else can you do but eat?" he spat, his voice laced with anger. "Plenty," the doppelganger retorted, its words dripping with an ominous implication. With startling speed, the doppelganger fused itself onto Shinny's back. Black wings erupted from Shinny's back, propelling him into the air. Within minutes, they began to close in on the escaping dragonfly. But this was all part of the dragonfly's plan. Watching its pursuers approach, drawing ever nearer, the dragonfly beast released its hold on Namai, letting him plummet. Focusing his energy, he aimed his attack directly at the plummeting Namai. Just as Shinny securely caught Namai, the dragonfly beast unleashed a devastating energy blast at them. In a stroke of luck, Shinny reacted instantly, dodging the dragonfly's assault. Glancing back at his attacker, he saw the dragonfly beast engulfed in lightning. The Reaper Squad's purple-haired captain had arrived, hot on its trail. With a final, agonizing shriek, the dragonfly beast was reduced to cinder. Having obliterated the dragonfly, the purple-haired captain turned his attention to Shinny. "You, the insect," he warned, "don't harm that girl, or you'll end up just like your friend back there." He was the Reaper team's fierce female leader. Known for her utter loathing of insect beasts, she had witnessed the insect beast drop the human girl, but then saw another intervene to save her, a black insect beast. This act completely shattered her preconceived notions about insect beasts. Seizing a moment of distraction, while the dragonfly beast's attention was elsewhere, the purple-haired captain unleashed a swift, devastating lightning strike. With the dragonfly beast neutralized, the purple-haired captain turned a menacing gaze upon Shinny. "Release the girl," he commanded, "and perhaps you'll live. I might consider showing mercy." But Shinny was unyielding, defiant. "You think a hostage will stop me?" he challenged. "You think I'll hesitate because you've taken her?" His words hung in the air, a brazen declaration. The purple-haired captain, enraged, lunged at Shinny, fist raised. Shinny, however, stood firm, refusing to evade the blow. He absorbed the full force of the captain's strike, unflinching, even as the impact sent him reeling. Shinny forcefully shoved Nami towards his attack, with Nami in the captain's grasp. Shinny made his escape, vanishing with startling speed. Left with no other choice, the purple-haired captain carried Nami to the surface. He then draped her with his own clothing. Once again, the purple-haired captain summoned his lightning chakra. Taking off after the fleeing Shinny, she gave chase. Nami's eyes snapped open to an aerial battle unfolding above. Shinny was clearly losing ground, struggling against her opponent. The purple-haired woman's attacks were relentless. Shinny offered no counterattack, purely defensive. The purple-haired captain recognized Shinny's considerable strength. "Are you underestimating me?" Just defending yourself while we talk? Another powerful blow landed. Her fist connected, sending Shinny plummeting to the earth. The impact sent Shinny crashing down, the force unexpected. Shinny hadn't anticipated such raw power. Landing gracefully, the purple-haired woman approached the fallen Shinny. You're fiercely protective of that child, aren't you? She's my friend. Of course I am. What's wrong with protecting a friend? That dragonfly creature slaughtered over 300 people yesterday. You claim to protect humans. You expect me to believe that insect beast nonsense? After speaking, the purple-haired woman, purple hair, fists clenched, launched another attack on Shinny. But just as her fist was about to connect with Shinny's face, a voice called out from behind her. Nami, awakened, had arrived on the scene. Please, stop hurting my friend, she pleaded. You're a warrior of the Reaper Squad, aren't you? A hero dedicated to hunting insect beasts and protecting humanity. But he's an insect beast killer too, she insisted. He saved my life countless times. Nami stepped forward, positioning herself in front of Shinny. Shielding him with her body, she continued her plea. Please, don't hurt my friend anymore. Purple hair, taken aback by Nami's intervention, gripped her shoulders. What are you talking about? She demanded. That guy's a murderous insect beast. He may appear to be saving you, she scoffed, but who knows what his true motives are? Did he threaten your family? Just give me a signal, a wink will do. I'm ready to assist, whatever it takes. The captain with the purple hair has got it all wrong. This individual is an ally, a friend. Don't harm him. Namai's explanations fall on deaf ears. The purple-haired captain remains unconvinced, despite Namai's plea. He knows the insect beast, designed as humanity's protector, has been eliminated by them. Shinny reels from the shock. Are you also privy to the details of Project Cass? From what I gather, your knowledge seems limited. It appears you're not entirely up to speed on this matter. The captain refuses to engage with Namai. Leave now, or face the consequences. Namai stands her ground, prepared to continue intervening. Suddenly, a large hand rests upon her shoulder. Enough, Namai. The voice resonates with familiarity. She turns and witnesses the dark warrior slowly shedding his armor. Revealed beneath is Shin, the object of Namai's affection. I'll handle this, he assures her. My gratitude, Namai. That castle project? I'm familiar with it. In fact, I'm subject number 1 in that very initiative. From the opposing side, of course. And we, along with the ladybugs, are making their way towards China. Huawei senses something amiss. The ladybug beast's forward charge is abruptly halted. They pause for a closer inspection. To their shock, Shiny is ensnared by the Reaper sect. Both are on the verge of activating their insectization. I'll handle the purple-haired one declares. You take the rest. Ladybug beast barely finishes the sentence before a tiny black fist slams into their face. Assuming it's an annoyed Hui, they look down to discover a small black ant. The ant relays a message from Shiny, etched in the air. Don't panic, it conveys. Just approach stealthily from behind. Tsunami and the others are en route back on the bus. Shiny and the dragonfly are confined to the trunk. The purple-haired captain reports to headquarters. We've apprehended the black ant alive. Commence interrogation immediately upon arrival. Have headquarters prepare an interrogation room. They swiftly reach their destination. Nami and Ladybug stealthily close in, curiosity piqued. Intrigue hangs in the air as they observe the scene. What's this enigmatic figure up to? Back at headquarters, escorted by the purple-haired captain, a team of medics immediately surrounds them. This girl needs immediate attention, the captain commands. She's a survivor, one of the fortunate few. Creating a diversion for Nami, they discreetly steer Shiny away. Shiny, led off by unseen hands, disappears from view. A wave of apprehension washes over Nami. Shiny offers a reassuring glance, a silent promise. This way to the interrogation room, a voice direct. Your cooperation will be appreciated, it adds, pointedly. En route to the infirmary, Nami unexpectedly encounters a familiar face. Long Hair, what are you doing here? Captain Longhair attends to a wounded comrade. His teammates erupt in a chorus of disapproval. The insect beast's arm is being grafted, a delicate procedure underway. The reattachment process is nearing completion. You understand me better than anyone, right? My most promising student embraced the insect beast gene, justifying it as a necessary sacrifice for humanity's survival. That was the last time I ever laid eyes on it. In the aftermath, I was left crippled. Yet, my convictions remain unshaken. I refuse to accept the power of insect. The long-haired man, no longer attempting persuasion, simply listened. I'm glad it's you, he stated. Even missing limbs won't sway your unwavering belief. Don't worry, I reassured him, despite my condition. You're still no match for me in a debate. A sudden phone call interrupted our conversation. He answered, then abruptly exited the hospital room. He quickly spotted Sheenie across the way. "Your black ant, the insect beast killer," he accused. Sheenie met his gaze, offering no response. "Senpai's here too," he added. "How's your companion faring?" "I'm more concerned with the one you brought," he admitted. "He's not only aware of the castle's blueprint, he could even be subject one himself." Shinny was swiftly brought into the interrogation room. A group of mid-ranking officers displayed visible unease about the situation. "We believed subject one was the woman in the photograph. Never did we suspect it would be a child. Based on our intel, the insect beast king is also a product of the program. Are you the same as him?" "My childhood memories are fragmented, but we are fundamentally different. I understand his nature. He's subject to a hybrid of the strongest insect and ant genetic manipulation. He now commands the Skybug organization. And what is his objective? Even High Command is unaware of his true purpose. All I know is his strength, and that we are brothers." The revelation stunned the two officers. "Then you must know his location. Lead us to him." "Don't worry, management's been alerted. They're on their way now." Shinyi's words struck the long-haired man with another jolt of surprise. Just then, a figure of authority appears at the interrogation room door. It's none other than Mr. Kim himself, a high-ranking official within the Reaper division. Mr. Kim, in the flesh. "To what do we owe this honor?" "I'm here for Shinyi." The long-haired man quickly receives his instruction. "Cease Shinyi's interrogation immediately." "What's the meaning of this? Is something happening?" Shinyi remains composed. An air of calm assurance surrounds them. Mr. Kim arrives at the mid-level cadre's office. "Mr. Kim, all right, at ease. I'm not the focus today. Our representative has returned." "Welcome," the words hang in the air. A diminutive, elderly figure enters, greeted with a show of respect from Mr. Kim. And this individual? None other than Shunny's grandmother. Furthermore, she holds a significant position, a Reaper Squad representative. "I've come to check on my dear grandson. I do hope he's had something to eat." Remarkably, she's the original insect experiment zero subject, the red ant, and, importantly, Shunny's mother, Shinjing, strikingly similar to Shunny, bears a distinctive neck marking and possesses an undeniable allure. The key difference? The ants within her are a vibrant red. Moments ago, Shunny was apprehended by the Reaper Squad. He was escorted to their headquarters for questioning. Their objective? To extract information from Shunny regarding the Citadel program. However, Shunny cryptically stated, "Someone else will provide those answers." This someone? His grandmother. Unbeknownst to them, she was a Reaper Squad operative. At this critical juncture, a powerful figure intervened. A sudden transmission crackled over the radio. "Cease Shunny's interrogation immediately." Overhearing this, the long-haired man erupts in fury. What in the world is going on out there? It seems Shinny's grandmother has discovered their presence outside. "My grandson hasn't been troubled, has he?" "Not at this point, has he?" The staff finally piece it together. The black ant within is none other than the elderly woman's grandson. The long-haired man also picks up the agent's voice from outside. Curiosity sparks in both of them. "What brings the agent here so suddenly? Did you call them?" Shinny, recognizing her grandmother's voice, commands the black ants to detach themselves. "Excuse me, I need to unlock this." Witnessing this, the purple-haired captain reacts instantly. He unleashes his lightning chakra. He sternly warns Shinny to remain still. "This is for your own benefit, Shinny. Otherwise, your grandmother will be heartbroken." "Grandma's already here." "My precious grandson, you're actually here. Come over here, dear, and greet your grandmother." Shinny, upon seeing her grandmother, obediently approaches and bows. She allows her grandmother a comforting hush. The captain, already perplexed, becomes even more bewildered. This implies the representative is also privy to the plan. "Young man, you're full of questions, aren't you?" "I understand. All your questions will be answered. But first, we eat. I can't let my grandson go hungry." "You're involved in this too, soon." Several individuals arrive at the restaurant. Mr. Kim, the boss, enters. The long-haired man can only respectfully stand near the elderly woman. He shows no intention of joining the meal. Unconcerned, Shinny takes a large bite of her grandmother's food. Once satisfied, grandmother prepares to address the matter at hand. "I know you're curious about the castle project. Let me enlighten you about the castle project. 18 years ago, before its inception, I was merely the president of a Fortune 500 company. I held the presidency of a Fortune 500 company, and Mr. Kim served as my secretary. That day, I was on a call with my son. Like his father before him, he was a vigilante. During the call, he shared the exciting news of an impending promotion. Mr. Kim and I were overjoyed for him. Our happiness, however, was short-lived. A colleague informed him of a nearby murder. Upon receiving the dispatch, he immediately raced to the scene. Then, he abruptly ended our call. But upon arrival, he discovered the perpetrator was a monstrous being. It held his colleague's severed head. My son reacted instantly, firing multiple shots. The bullets, however, had no effect on the creature. His attack only served to enrage the monster. In a flash, the monster, eyes blazing with fury, lunged at my son. He fought back bravely, but ultimately met a gruesome end at the monster's hand. At his funeral, I wept inconsolably. I never imagined I'd be the one. The mother forced to say goodbye to her own child. The coroner's report delivered a chilling revelation. My son's death wasn't at the hands of another human being. Rage consumed me. I issued Secretary Kim an absolute directive. By any means necessary, my son's killer must be found. Just days later, men in white trench coats appeared at my office door. Secretary Kim announced their arrival as guests. I initially refused to see them, but they claimed to have information about my son's murder. Intrigued, I granted these enigmatic men an audience. Their claim was unbelievable. Insects had killed my son. At first, I dismissed it as absurd. How could mere bugs kill a person? Then, one of them produced a photograph. These, he said, are the insectoids. They are the killers. Where did you obtain such bizarre images? I demanded. What line of work are you in? I'm Dr. Kim, and I'm developing a countermeasure against the insect threat. I'm hoping you'll consider funding our research. In exchange, we'll identify and eliminate your son's killer. While avenging my son is my deepest desire, I find your claim difficult to accept. Allow me to demonstrate the results of our research. As soon as the words left my lips, a crimson monstrosity opened the door and entered. This is our experimental subject 0. You can call her Red Ant. The sight terrified the old woman. Kim's secretary nearly called the authorities. Yet, Dr. Kim proclaimed this Red Ant to be humanity's hope. Then, she slowly shed her armor, revealing her human form. I am Xinjing, Dr. Kim's daughter. I hope you'll consider sponsoring us. She is Red Ant, Subject 0 of Project Cass, and Shiny's mother, from 18 years prior. The doctor approached Shiny's grandmother, seeking funding for Project Cass, anticipating her reciprocal support. We vow to identify and bring your son's killer to justice. Skepticism clouded the old woman's face. She struggled to believe the doctor. An insect, responsible for my son's death? Impossible. Her disbelief persisted, until the red ants materialized. The chilling reality set in. Insect beasts truly existed. To avoid further alarming the old woman, the red ants shed their exoskeletons, revealing their human form. I am the doctor's daughter, one announced. I'm Xinjing. With your sponsorship, my skills can help find your son's killer. Avenging my son is my priority. Locating his killer won't be difficult with your support. The old woman considered, a plan forming in her mind. Give me some time to think this over, she responded. I will contact you within 3 days with my decision. I understand you need more information about our work, Xinjingov. You're welcome to visit our laboratory in the next few days. The old woman followed the doctor's directions to their base. Stepping out of the car, however, the supposed laboratory was shockingly rudimentary. Doubt gnawed at them. Had they been led astray? Were they even in the right place? The doctor quickly recovered his composure. Please, step inside. Allow me to present my findings. The pair followed the doctor into the laboratory. Numerous insect specimens adorned the walls. I haven't seen your daughter, the old woman remarked, puzzled. She's preparing a combat demonstration, the doctor explained. A combat demonstration? What's that? Xinjing versus an insect beast. Witness it for yourself. The old woman cautiously approached the glass. She saw Xinjing, poised for battle. A monstrous insect beast occupied the opposite chamber. With a nod from Xinjing, her father activated the switch. The chamber door slid open, but no insect beast emerged. Instead, a human with a broken arm stumbled out. I thought the opponent was an insect? What's the meaning of this? It's about to begin. Observe closely, and the truth will reveal itself. Xinjing unleashes the swarm within. A torrent of red ants erupts from the opening in his neck. The ants swiftly engulf Xinjing, covering him completely. They solidify, forming a rigid armor. Meanwhile, the opposing insect beast begins its own insectoid transformation. Defeat me, it challenges, and your escape is assured. The insect beast's metamorphosis is complete. A piercing shriek echoes, and Grandma finally comprehends. The doctor's words ring true. This is the creature that murdered her son. Even as she speaks, Xinjing grapples with the monstrous insect. Their brutal clash leaves Grandma stunned, unable to process the sight. The insect beast lashes out with its massive claws, targeting Xinjing. Xinjing launches himself into the air. He spins, gathering momentum, concentrating his power. The insect beast has no time to react. A single, devastating kick sends it flying. Xinjing lands gracefully, but A sudden wave of discomfort washes over him. Across the room, the insect beast stirred. Relentless, the attack continues, giving Xinjing no respite. A wind blade slices through the air, aimed squarely at Xinjing. The insect beast's assault is imminent, closing in fast, just in the nick of time. Xinjing regains control of her body. Fist clenched, she charges towards the looming insect beast. The insect beast reacts, but it's too close for comfort. Escape is impossible. Xinjing's attack is unavoidable. A direct hit to the face, delivered without hesitation. The impact sends the insect beast crashing to the earth. A flurry of punches rains down upon the downed creature. The old woman stares, stunned by the brutal display. Is this monster slaying? My daughter's approach is different. She harbors no malice towards human. This insect beast is merely sustenance. The countless ants within Xinjing demand this creature's essence to survive. Without it, they will turn on their host. The revelation clearly unsettles the old woman. With brutal efficiency, Xinjing tears off the insect beast's remaining arm. Raising a leg, Xinjing poised for a devastating, final strike. The blow lands, obliterating the insect beast's head. Let's eat, Xinjing commands, initiating a gruesome feast. Ants swarm from Xinjing's body, a horrifying exodus. The ants converge on the insect beast's remains. Suddenly, Xinjing collapses, unable to maintain his stand. He crumples to the ground, his body betraying him. The old woman assumes it's a consequence of the transformation. The doctor, however, reveals a shocking truth. Xinjing is pregnant. You subjected your pregnant daughter to this experiment? The old woman explodes, seizing the doctor's collar in a fury. Have you no humanity? She's your daughter. Even if this were about avenging my son, I would never condone risking this child. And let me be clear. I refuse to collaborate with the likes of you. Xinjing, emerging from the shadows, intervenes, halting the old woman's tirade. Please, stop blaming my father. My husband, too, fell victim to these monstrous insects, consumed by grief and rage. I wasn't even aware I was carrying a child, but I harbor no regrets. I cannot condemn my children to a life dominated by these insect horrors. For the sake of their future, please, I implore you, support our cause. The old woman's face softens, clearly moved by the heartfelt plea. Her gaze shifts to the doctor. I will provide the funding. However, I have one condition: the child must remain safe. She cannot be exposed to any danger. Have no fear. She is my daughter. Grandma became Xinjing's constant companion, a loving presence in her life. Meanwhile, Secretary Kim was dispatched on a crucial mission to locate a suitable candidate for experiment number 1. With the grant secured, the doctor could finally focus on his research, a sense of relief washing over him. As time passed, Xinjing's pregnancy progressed. Then, one momentous day, the sound of a newborn's cry echoed from the maternity ward. Overwhelmed with joy, tears streamed down the grandmother's face. Cradling the newborn, her happiness was palpable. Have we chosen a name for our precious little one yet? Indeed, we have. His name is Shinny. So, he carries his mother's name. How sweet. Our little Shinny is absolutely adorable. Glancing up, Grandma noticed the doctor seemingly preoccupied with the view outside. He appeared lost in thought, gazing out the window. Doctor, why don't you come join us? What's so captivating out there? As the doctor turned around, Grandma was astonished to see another baby in his arms. This little one is Shinsan, Shinny's brother. She was the Castle Project's most formidable experimental subject, but tragically, she suffered grave injury during a fierce battle against the insect beast. She even lost her hamstring and a leg in the brutal encounter. Moments ago, the red ant gave birth to twins. One is Shinny, the black ant, and the other, Shinsan, destined to command the sky bugs. Years flew by, and the little ones reached the age of 5. These two mischievous boys had a habit of accidentally, or perhaps not so accidentally, kicking a ball into their grandmother's face. Grandma, their constant companion, spent even more time with them than their mother. That's it. I'm going to get you two, rascal. A playful chase ensued, Grandma hot on their heels. Exhausted from the fun, they finally snuggled into Grandma's comforting embrace. Shinsan, looking up, inquired about their absent mother. When is Mommy coming back? Shinny added, pouting, I miss her so much. Oh, my sweethearts, Grandma conceded, I can't resist those puppy dog eyes. I'll take you to the lab in a few days. Anticipating the lab visit, Grandma received devastating news. We've located your son's killer, the staff announced. This insectoid beast has claimed over 60 more lives recently. The wounds match your son's precisely. Just then, their mother, finished with her work, arrived. Tell me where this monster is, she demanded. Prepare for immediate departure. The elderly woman heard the commotion, but clung tightly. You can't leave. What will happen to the baby if you do? Grandma's promise is etched in my memory. Don't worry, I'll apprehend him and return safely. Thanks to your generous contribution, Our experimental methods have reached full maturity. Regardless of Mom's words, Grandma's grip remained firm. Until Mom insisted on sharing a secret. They sought a secluded spot, away from prying eye. Not long ago, on a particular night, the two youngsters were engrossed in a cartoon. It featured a monster-hunting tiger warrior. The tiger's weapon captivated Shinzen's gaze. Shinzen glanced at his mother, full of longing, desperate for a replica of the tiger warrior's weapon. Mom had promised to purchase it the following day, but Shinzen's desires extended beyond this. Mom's focus was solely on Shinzen, oblivious to Shini's subtle shift, until Shini's black ants transformed into a tiger blade. Mom's jaw hit the floor as Shini approached, wielding the newly formed blade. Shinzan was ecstatic, finally possessing the coveted tiger blade. He dashed off to play, the blade clutched tightly in his hand. Turning back momentarily, he found his mom embracing Shini, tears streaming down her face, apologizing profusely. She held Shini close, whispering apologies through her tears. This was the secret Mom revealed to Grandma. Grandma was stunned by the revelation. "Is Shinzan alright?" she asked, worried. "I took Shinzan for a checkup," Mom reassured her. "The doctors found nothing unusual. I'm telling you this now because I'm worried Shini might frighten you when I'm not there." "Why would that be? What kind of grandmother would be scared of her own grandson?" "You have to come back safe," Grandma pleaded. "I can't bear to lose you again." Their shared history, years of living together, had forged a bond as strong as mother and daughter between Grandma and Shinji. A few days later, Grandma's enjoying a peaceful nap. The two mischievous boys, careful not to wake her, find themselves with time to kill. Xin Zhang hatches a brilliant plan. "Let's go mess with Uncle Fail." Off they sneak to the lab, eager for some fun. Peering through the lab window, they observe the blue ants undergoing metamorphosis. This is a crucial moment in the blue ant's transformation. Success means becoming Subject 1, a significant milestone. The ant's obedience level is unprecedented, surpassing all previous attempts. It hits 70%. The boys are completely mesmerized. Watching, Shinzu dreams of becoming an insect beast warrior himself. But suddenly, the blue ant's obedience plummets. The experiment fails. Disappointment hangs heavy in the air. He's visibly crushed by the setback. The assistant begins analyzing the cause of the failure. Without a successful transformation, there can be no Subject 1. Subject 1 remains elusive. "I sacrificed my boxing career for this plan," he exclaimed. "This failure is on you, isn't it? Just getting the ants to settle inside you was a major accomplishment. Your metamorphosis from here on out rests solely on your shoulder. Our involvement ends here. There's nothing more we can contribute." Blue Ant, weary of the discussion, wanted no more of it. He turned, departing the lab, but at the threshold, his eyes fell upon two small figures. "Why does Uncle always struggle with transforming? You're a bit of a letdown, aren't you, Uncle? Not even as impressive as my own brother. He can even morph into a tiger blade for me to enjoy." Shanzan, by this point, had completely disregarded his mother's plea for discretion. The group presently arrived at a secluded, deserted spot. Blue Ant remained unaware that the children's words held true. "I wasn't being dishonest, see? My brother really is leagues ahead of you in power." This dealt a significant blow to Blue Ant's pride. He slowly approached Shini, hoisting the boy into the air. "Explain it to me, how did you manage that?" But Shini couldn't articulate an explanation. Even with some thought, the answer eluded him. This frustrated Blue Ant, eager for transformation, erupted in a fit of rage, about to unleash a verbal onslaught. At the sight of his brother suffering such humiliation, Shinzen, fueled by protective fury, lunged with his tiger blade, aiming a vicious strike at the older man. Suddenly, medics burst past in the background, their urgency palpable. Their panicked words spoke of Subject Zero's return, wounded and in need of immediate attention. Frozen in place, the onlookers exchanged stunned glances, disbelief etched on their faces. Then, as one, they raced toward the infirmary. Upon reaching the infirmary, they found their grandmother in tears. Mom was covered in wounds, bleeding profusely. "Grandma, don't worry. I'm alright. I've captured your son's killer. This is the most vicious mutant insect beast ever." The red ants were badly injured trying to apprehend it. Seeing the two children approaching, a badly wounded red ant struggled to embrace them, but she collapsed before reaching them. Grandma rushed to her aid. "Grandma, I captured your son's killer. The beast is secured in a lab room." The doctor and his assistant were stunned by the sight of him. Despite being bound securely, his aura was terrifying. Is this the most powerful insect beast? The doctor's ambitions remained hidden. Only the captive beast sensed the danger. It sensed a darkness in the human before it, a darkness even deeper than its own. Mom's already in the hibernation chamber. The assistant assures them, her life's not in danger, but her injuries are severe. Continuing as Red Ant might be impossible. Guilt washed over Grandma upon hearing this. If not for her quest for vengeance, this wouldn't have happened. The two little ones wept, adding to the weight of the situation. Grandma's heart ached even more. The doctor entered, a somber cloud hanging over him. Grief was etched on his face as he received the report on Shinji. He slowly approached her, silently. Not a word was spoken. Grandma repeatedly apologized, her voice filled with remorse. Her expression betrayed her deep regret. She was heartbroken for the child's mother, but the doctor's next words left Grandma utterly stunned. No need for apologies. In fact, I'm grateful. That monstrous abomination wouldn't exist. If not for your financial contribution, Grandma could never have fathomed this outcome, could she? Amidst the chaos, a father still finds a moment for laughter. The doctor's gaze shifts to the two children. He reaches out towards Shinny. Grandma reacts instantly, pulling Shinny protectively into her embrace. What are you doing to him? Shinny is unique, destined for a special purpose, chosen by the ant. I'm merely concerned for his well-being, compensating for his mother's inadequacy. You monster! How dare you use a child as a lab rat? I won't allow it. I'll raise him to be humanity's savior. And he's my grandson, don't forget. I don't need your interference. I'll decide his fate. Shinzan observes the conflict over his brother with unease. A pang of sadness resonates within him. As the doctor carries Shinny away, Shinzan perceives that their concern seems solely fixated on Shinny. The doctor hoists Shinny high into the air. My perfect grandson, she dotes. As he departed, the doctor addressed Grandma. I'll keep Shinny in the basement. Visits are welcome, if you wish. With that chilling statement, the doctor vanished. Regret gnawed at Grandma. Her decision now felt horribly wrong. If only I hadn't prioritized my PhD, things wouldn't have spiraled into this nightmare. Shinzen's next words struck Grandma like a physical blow. The truth unraveled. Upon learning about Shinny's ants, Shinzen had overheard a whispered exchange between the doctor and himself. The perfect subject, the doctor had murmured. Number one in my mind. Why does everyone only care about Shinny? Shinzen cried. If I were number one, would I finally receive the same love as her? Shinzen, what are you rambling about? Don't obsess over that kind of power. It's a dangerous path. But Shinzen remained deaf to his grandmother's pleas, lost in his own tormented thought. Your disregard for Grandma's call is infuriating, he exclaimed. He stormed off without a backward glance. Grandma, rising, looked at Mom with concern. Inside, the ants grew increasingly agitated. Meanwhile, Shinzon confided his frustrations to the blue ant. Uncle, is your ambition to be number one driven by a desire for your family's acceptance? I crave glory, unlike you, Shinzon declared. But despite my efforts, I command only a fraction of these ants. The ants in his hand scattered once more. Shinzen's taunting voice echoed, Uncle, you're a failure. His anger flared. He lashed out, slamming his fist into a small tree. I can't even do what a 5-year-old can. Shinzen watched in shock. The blue ant's punch had dislodged a wasp from the tree. More wasps began to swarm towards them. The blue ant reacted swiftly, shoving Shinzen out of harm's way. Move, he roared, shoving him aside. With a powerful sweep of his arm, he launched the ants skyward. The ants, in their ascent, managed to latch onto and sting several wasps. However, a few wasps evaded the blue ant onslaught. These remaining wasps zeroed in on a terrified Shinzen. Fear gripped him. He instinctively shielded his face with his hand. Then, in a heartbeat, the impossible occurred. The wasps vanished, seemingly absorbed into Shinzen's body. The blue ants rushed to his side, their concern evident. But the bizarre events were far from over. The wasps, moments ago embedded within Shinzen, re-emerged. After a tense pause, Shinzen rose, walking unsteadily towards the blue ant. Mister, he mumbled, I'm hungry. My skin itches, Shinny complained. 5-year-old Shinny had become test subject number one. The doctor doted on Shinny ever since the discovery of the ants residing within him. This favoritism fueled Shinzen's jealousy. Unbeknownst to them all, Shinzen harbored powers far more formidable than Shinny's. A swarm of hornets descended upon Shinzen in a furious attack. Incredibly, the hornets vanished, seemingly absorbed into his body. The blue ants rushed to his side, their concern evident. Then, the impossible happened again. The hornets erupted from Shinzen, completely unscathed. Moments later, Shinzen rose unsteadily, staggering towards the blue ant. One look revealed the truth. Shinzen was on the brink of an insect transformation. Ajasi, he groaned, my body itches. The worried blue ants responded, should we get you to a hospital? Should we take you to the hospital? Shinzen had a different plan. I'll show Grandpa, he declared. I want to be an experiment too. Meanwhile, Shinny was confined to an empty room. A doctor observed her ant-controlling ability. Shinny summoned the ants, clustering them on her finger. A small knife materialized before her. Mom's red ants, she noted, only have a 97% compliance rate. Shiny's black ants boast an impressive 99.9% obedience rate. However, each time Shiny concludes his ant interaction, a ravenous hunger grips him, threatening internal ant torture. Within Shiny's body, the ants pose a dangerous threat. The doctor, attentive, prepares a specialized insect beast limb for Shiny. He instructs Shiny to offer it to the ants as sustenance. At Shiny's command, the ants swiftly abandon their post by his side. They converge en masse upon the offered insect beast arm. Observing this, the doctor gains full understanding of the black ant's unique attribute. Unlike the red and blue ants, these are distinct. They are organically generated within Shiny himself. Their cohesion and responsiveness surpass the others. Their sole drawback, a feral savagery. They resemble wild jungle ants. Shiny's internal ant colony remains relatively small. Uncontrolled reproduction poses a dire threat. They could ultimately consume him from within. Shiny sprints excitedly towards the lab, filled with newfound power. He proclaims, "Now, I am as formidable as my brother. Mother is designated number 0, brother, number 1, and I am number 2. Shinzo's heart soared with the electrifying thought of becoming a hero. He burned to share the thrilling news with his grandfather immediately. But the lab, his grandfather's usual haunt, was strangely deserted. Where could he be? Instead of an answer, a chilling sound reached him. The clatter of falling chains echoed from within the lab. Shinzo spun around, his blood running cold. He found himself facing the most formidable insect beast imaginable, now free from its confines. Its terrifying gaze met his through the glass, a horrifying reflection. A piercing alarm shrieked through the hallway, amplifying the terror. The sudden alarm jolted the doctor and his assistant. A sense of dread washed over them. Something was terribly wrong. The doctor, instantly grasping the gravity of the situation, barked out orders. Everyone to the third basement level. Immediately, as panic erupted, the monstrous insect beast advanced. It closed in on a paralyzed Shinzo, its presence radiating menace. Shinzo, eyes wide with terror, froze, unable to move, unable to breathe. With a casual display of brute strength, the monster shattered the blast glass. In a flash, it exploded from the lab, lunging directly at the petrified Shinzo. At the last possible second, Blue Ant exploded with a punch to the monster's face. The blow landed, staggering the monster, but the damage was minimal. The Blue Ant's low compliance rate limited the punch's effectiveness. His transformation, flawed and fleeting, was on borrowed time. Blue Ant knew it. He pressed the attack, aiming for a swift victory. Simultaneously, the monster hissed and lunged. All pretense of defense abandoned, they traded blows head-on. Blue Ant began to falter, losing ground. He reeled, blood spraying from his mouth. The monster absorbed the punishment, seemingly unfazed. It remained unscathed. Hardened tentacles poised to strike, the monster prepared to impale Blue Ant. A last-minute dodge averted a fatal blow, but the stomach wound was deep. A boxer by trade, Blue Ant refused to yield. Fists clenched, he prepared to retaliate. A grim reality set in. The monster held a distinct advantage in strength. He was slammed into the earth. The monster's relentless assault continued. A barrage of blows rained down upon the Blue Ant. The Blue Ant lay near death, its fate all but sealed. Across the room, Shinzen seethed with uncontainable rage. "I've undeniably become stronger," he thought. "Why am I powerless? Why can I only watch?" He raged at the monster. "You brute, stop this." A brilliant light suddenly erupted from Shinzen's body. The monster's hands froze mid-swing. "This insignificant creature is amusing," it mused. As Shinzen's luminescence faded, the monster advanced towards him. "Perhaps consuming you will enhance my power." A chilling grin spread across the monster's face. "Are you joking? Our battle is far from over." The monster whirled around at the sound of the voice. A mutant wasp hurtled towards it. Had it not reacted swiftly, the wasp would have pierced its head. A fatal blow narrowly averted. But the wasp's superior speed continues to inflict significant damage. Now, the Blue Ant is utterly bewildered by his sudden wasp-like transformation. Looking at the uncle before him, Shinsan realizes his image of heroism is shattered. He sees not a hero, but a monstrous insect. Undeterred, the Blue Ant accepts this new reality. He charges the monster once more. This time, his spikes find their mark with deadly precision. The ensuing force propels him backward. The monster has undoubtedly suffered considerable damage, but the wasp is far worse off. He's unable to even rise. The monster, tired of the game, prepares for the final blow. It's time to end this. Meanwhile, Shinzon intervenes, shielding the uncle. He watches in disbelief as the uncle extends a hand towards the monster. "I said stop." As Shinzon's power intensifies, the monster writhes in agony. Incredibly, he absorbs the entire monstrous form into his own body. But the process takes a toll on Shinzen, inflicting considerable pain. Finally, after a tense wait, the doctor's team arrives on the scene. The monster is gone, vanished. Instead, they find Shinzen, his small hand glowing, gently holding the uncle's hand. The little one appears to be healing the injured man. Moments ago, the uncle was writhing in pain. Now, a curious smile graces his lip. His expression shifts from agony to an intriguing hint of something else. Suddenly, two mutated insect beasts emerge. They appear on the city streets, unexpected and menacing. A crowd gathers, drawn by the strange spectacle. Unbelievably, the oblivious onlookers seem unaware of the true horror these creatures represent. As one of the insect beasts prepares to strike, raising its hand to finish off a nearby human, a blur of blue intercepts it. With effortless precision, the blue figure decapitates the insect beast. He's the lab's blue ant. At this juncture, he's forced to watch the insect beast escape, a hostage in tow. The blue ant focuses energy into his arm, taking aim. The blue ant unleashes the blast. The insect beast, mid-flight, is instantly bisected, but the raw power also obliterates the building behind. The hostage is safe, thanks to the blue ant, but the ensuing fire claims more lives. Witness the aftermath. The blue ant remains impassive. Back at the lab, he's immediately placed under observation. An assistant reports from the sideline. 36 civilian casualties. Your mission was to eliminate the insect beast, not to kill humans. Are you a hero, or a monster? The blue ant is unfazed. Casualties are an operational hazard. The blue ant revels in his newfound power. Ever since that incident 2 months prior, blue ant has experienced a resurgence, a feeling of rebirth. Their compliance rate, once at 80%, has skyrocketed to an impressive 97%. However, their newfound power proves difficult to contain at times. The doctor's stance on the matter became crystal clear. Uncontrollable heroes are of no use to me. Red ant is now completely incapacitated. I believe I'm your only viable option now. Don't get ahead of yourself. You're merely number 2. Subject 1 still ranks above you. That's my 5-year-old grandson. You're expendable. I can replace you at any moment. Just then, a mother's voice rings out, calling her children to dinner. Grandma made you a special meal. Overjoyed, Shinny races towards the sound. Where has Grandma been lately? I miss her terribly. Her mother shares the same bewilderment. Grandma's absence began after a disagreement with the doctor, but before leaving, she promised her continued support. We'll visit Grandma's office next time, sweetie, Mom promised. Ask Shinzen over for dinner, she added. As Shinny searched for Shinzen, he discovered him at his grandfather. Shinzen proudly displayed his unique abilities to Grandpa. My power transformed Uncle Failure, he boasted. I can be a hero too, he declared confidently. Right, Grandpa? He asked expectantly. Shinzen's body, it turned out, functioned like a living insect net. It didn't just absorb insect power, it could also transfer those powers to humans, a chilling revelation. The lab personnel deemed him a dangerous entity. They feared the potential rise of countless insect beasts, following his demonstration. Shinzen finally received a long-awaited hug from Grandpa. Grandpa's subsequent words, however, crushed Shinzen's elation. You're a failure, he stated coldly. You can't be a hero. Shinny, observing nearby, witnessed everything. As night descended, the two children retreated to their bed. Sleep eluded Shinzan. He rose slowly, then crept towards Shunny's sleeping face. Just then, their mother, on the verge of sleep herself, was jolted awake by Shunny's scream. She raced to the children's room. The sight that greeted her made her eyes go wide. Shinzan was using his powers on Shunny. He was drawing the black ants from his brother's body. If I can harness the ants' power, he thought, I can become a hero too. His aspirations were met with a stinging slap from his mother. Furious, she demanded an explanation. What are you doing? Why are you hurting your brother? I just want Shunny's power, Shinzan pleaded. I want to be a hero. I want to be a hero too. Having ants inside you is agonizing. Why would you envy that? Why would you be jealous? I was relieved when I learned you didn't have any ants. Truly happy for you. I just want to be normal. Nobody appreciates my powers, anyway. Grandpa was right. I'm a failure. With that, Shinzen bolted, ignoring his mother's cry. Reaching the door, he stopped short. His grandfather was there. As it turned out, he'd seen everything through security camera. He'd witnessed the entire scene unfold. I'm here for Shinsan. He mustn't be harmed. His men moved in, seizing Shinsan. Shinsan was taken into custody. A heartbroken Shinsan glanced back at his mother. She longed to protect him, but her hands were tied. The doctor ordered Shinsan confined to an isolated room. Shinsan was forbidden to leave. not until he mastered control over his ability. The doctor coldly laid out the terms of his confinement. Shinsan felt utterly abandoned by his family. He didn't believe he was a failure anymore. He was perfect, in his own way. To achieve his twisted heroism, this boy even harmed his own brother. Shinsan's actions earned him more than just a harsh slap from his mother. Ultimately, his grandfather intervened, taking him away. He was confined to a dark, desolate laboratory. They were oblivious to the true extent of Shinsan's terrifying nature. Half a month later, his mother sought out the doctor. "It's been weeks," she pleaded. "Shouldn't Shinsan return home now?" The doctor remained impassive, unyielding. He declared Shinsan would remain confined until his powers were controlled. His release was conditional, dependent on mastery of his ability. Meanwhile, the blue ant eavesdropped from just outside the door. He was well aware of the doctor's ruthlessness, even towards his own grandson. But one thing was certain. Shinsan wouldn't be easily subdued. The blue ants possessed the power of transformation. However, without energy replenishment, it came at a steep cost. The transformation threatened to consume him, tearing through his very being. Suddenly, the blue ants detect a pheromone signaling imminent danger. The red ants react instantaneously. They're certain the pheromone originates within the lab. Unbeknownst to them, the true threat lies in the encroaching darkness. Shinzan Mama, gripped by fear for Shinzan's safety, abandons the doctor and rushes out. The blue ants, witnessing her flight, follow close behind. Across the lab, several workers are violently ejected from a room. The perpetrators are revealed, Shinzan and the ominous entity at his back. Security forces arrive and open fire on Shinzan. Without a sound, the bullets harmlessly strike him. This act of defiance enrages Shinzan, shielded by an unseen force. Shinzan slowly raises his right hand. He aims it directly at the security officer who dared to attack. Golden energies surge towards the men. Under Shinzan's power, the two men levitate. Even from afar, Shin senses the potent energy. Minutes later, his mother finally arrives. Now, Shinshan transforms the security guards into two monstrous insect creatures. Misinterpreting the situation, Mom believes Shinshan is in danger. Panicked, she urges Shinshan to flee. She attempts to transform herself, but her previous injuries prevent her from controlling the red ants within her body. The lingering effects of her injuries hinder her transformation. Witnessing this, Shinshan confronts his mother. "See, this is my power," he boasts. "Power beyond compare. Acknowledge my strength." Taking command of the insect beasts, he directs them to attack his mother. Caught off guard, Mom is pinned to the ground. No one anticipates Shinshan's shocking command to kill his own mother. "My foolish son," Mom cries, "I always believed in you." In this moment of crisis, Mom finally transforms into a red ant. With a powerful kick, she decapitates one of the insect beasts. She shatters the lower body of the other beast with a single punch. Rushing to Shinshan, she embraces him tightly. "My precious boy," she sobs, "I shouldn't have hit you. It's all my fault." Shinshan never intended to harm his mother. He appears to be under some form of mental manipulation. The controlling entity shows no concern for its host. Without hesitation, he impales his own mother. Shinzan is completely overwhelmed by this horrific act. "Don't you dare harm my mother," he cries out. But Shinzan's desperate plea goes unheard by the controlling force. It opens its jaws, poised to devour his mother. Just in time, the blue ants arrive. A powerful punch sends the attacker flying. This only serves to enrage the controlling entity further. It retaliates, launching a volley of poisonous stingers at the blue ant. The blue ant focuses its energy, preparing to counter the attack, neutralizing the stingers. It shatters the attacker. Shinzan's body is inexplicably weakened. His thoughts turn to his mother. He kneels beside her, overcome with grief. His grandfather appears, his face etched with worry. Shinzan sees a glimmer of hope. "Grandpa, please save my mother," he pleaded. But Grandpa's reply was a chilling gunshot. "You monster! Stay away from my daughter." Shinzong reeled in disbelief. His own grandfather had shot him. "A failure like you doesn't deserve to live." He aimed at Shinsan again, finger tightening on the trigger. Just in time, Blue Ant intervened, shielding Shinsan from the deadly projectile. "You're insane. This is your own grandson. His very existence threatens humanity. Get out of my way." "You think I'll obey your orders? Then don't accuse me of cruelty. I will annihilate them all." The blue ants seethe with discontent. "You think you can? Prove it." What could drive a man to turn a gun on his own grandson? Moments ago, Shinzan was trapped in the lab, lost in darkness. With a surge of power, he levitated two guards, twisting them into grotesque insect monstrosity. He even forced them to commit matricide. Mom, disguised as a red ant, retaliated. She vanquished the two insect beasts. Racked with agony, she embraced Shinzan, whispering apology. A mother's love briefly restored Shinzan's humanity, but the victory was short-lived. Shinzan, still partially transformed, impaled her. This wasn't Shinzan. He collapsed, consumed by grief. The doctor appeared, his face a mask of grim resolve. Without a word, he shot Shinzen. Monster, stay away from my daughter. This act shattered Shinzen's fragile reclaimed humanity. The boy, just touched by his mother's love, plummeted back into the abyss. Witnessing the scene, the blue ant instantly swarmed to protect Shinzen. You monster, how dare you attack your own grandson? The doctor claims he's a menace to humanity. Out of my way, ants. The blue ants scoff, we don't buy your lie. Then you'll be eliminated along with him. The blue ants remain defiant. Try us, we stand for peace, while you stand against the protection of the innocent. You're no hero. The blue ants believe the opposite is true. Their actions are the heroic one. Their defiance is true heroism. Shinzen breaks out in a cold sweat. The doctor clutches his chest. Reacting to the ant's words, he produces a remote control. The blue ants sense impending danger. A foreboding feeling washes over them. In a flash, he vanishes. Reappearing in a flash, he confronted the doctor directly. What's the meaning of this contraption? He demanded. You old fool. Ever since that incident, the doctor had been on his radar. The blue ant suspected a suicide bomb, a self-destructive act. The doctor, however, revealed something far more sinister. With a decisive click, he activated the device. The blue ant spun around, urging Shinzen to flee for his life. His own safety became secondary. Shinzen's previous act of healing had forged a powerful connection. A bond of gratitude and respect now united them. Shinzen's very presence had been the catalyst for the blue ant's transformation. In the blue ant's eyes, Shinzen was a miniature hero. This was the first time Shinzen had received such recognition. Overjoyed, he now witnessed his uncle in mortal danger. Abandoning him was unthinkable. A wave of agony washed over the blue ant, the instant he ejected the doctor. The ants launched a ferocious attack. They're devouring him from the inside out. A new queen ant has been implanted within him by the doctor. The remote control triggered a targeted assault on the host body. The ants are relentless. They'll continue until the host is dead. The uncle writhes in agony under the onslaught of 1,000 bites. His defenses begin to shatter. A thin stream of purple blood erupts from his body. Witnessing this, Shinzen races to the uncle's side. He unleashes his power upon the uncle. He absorbs the ravenous ants, tearing the uncle apart. The uncle, alone in his awareness, recognizes Shinzen. He can't bear to watch the uncle perish in such a way. Through Shinzen's unwavering effort, the uncle is stabilized, but his form undergoes a disturbing transformation. As the dust settles, the doctor's eyes flicker open. He's confronted by a monstrous, gargantuan figure. The blue ants have become this horrifying behemoth. Despair consumes Shinzen, plunging his heart into utter darkness. You've both become monsters, he realizes. Shinzen rejects the doctor's perspective entirely. They believe they're witnessing an awakening. The monster fixes a chilling gaze upon the doctor, hissing menacingly. A colossal fist, the size of a sandbag, rises threateningly. Just as the doctor prepares to trigger the internal explosive, the red ants burst onto the scene. They intercept the blow, rescuing the doctor from certain death. Meanwhile, a mother's desperate pleas echo Shinzen. She prays for his return, for a glimmer of recognition. Her cries, however, fall on deaf ears. The monster remains implacable, devoid of mercy. That devastating sandbag fist again, aimed squarely at his mother. Across the facility, Shinny races through the corridors, searching for her mother. Despite the violent tremors, the young girl remains oblivious to the imminent danger. Unaware of the horrors unfolding, she continues her search. The monstrous blow sends his mother reeling, crashing against the wall. Incapacitated, she can only watch as the monster advances relentlessly. Run, the doctor urges his daughter, get out of here. He resolves to trigger the bomb, a desperate last resort. Annihilation is the only option left, though Shinsen's mind is lost. A mother's instinct, how could she abandon her child? Suddenly, a voice cuts through the tension, stopping them dead in their track. Turning, the mother discovers the source, Shinny, calling out from behind. Meanwhile, Shinzen has located his brother. Shanzen's appearance triggers a desperate realization. This is all his fault. Run, Shinny, the mother screams. She tries to pull Shinny away, to safety, but collapses to the ground. Shinzen commands the monster. Make him vanish. I don't want to see him anymore. Just as the monster lunges for the kill, the doctor fires. You will not extinguish the hope of humanity. You were like a grandfather to me. Then I will end mankind, Shinzen declares coldly. The chilling words hang in the air. The monster raises its hand. and the doctor is brutally bisected. Mother and son are paralyzed by the horrific sight. With his dying breath, the doctor urged Shunny's mother to ensure her survival. Having delivered his final plea, he triggered a switch held tightly in his hand. In a desperate surge of maternal instinct, Shunny's mother lunged towards her. Cupping Shunny's small face, she wept tears of anguish and despair. Summoning her remaining strength, the mother commanded the red ants within her to form a protective shield around Shunny, leaving herself completely vulnerable. In the aftermath, Shunny's cries for her mother echoed through the devastation, but only silence answered. Destined to be the blue ant, humanity's champion, his fate had been tragically twisted. Under the doctor's sinister influence, he had become a monstrous aberration. With a single, swift flick of his arm, he cleaved the doctor in two. But even in death, the doctor's malevolence lingered, activating a concealed bomb. Shunny's mother, in a final act of love, transferred all her ants to her child's body. Consumed by the ensuing explosion, she was lost. Long after the blast subsided, firefighters swarmed the lab's exterior. Shunny's grandmother had been summoned to the scene. The horrific reality of the situation was beyond her comprehension. It was then that a pair of firefighters breached the lab's entrance. Survivors have been located. It's Shinny, calling out for his mother. His mother made the ultimate sacrifice, shielding him with her own life. Shinzen, however, is also impacted, but his condition is stable. In the days that followed, Grandma cared for Shinny at the hospital. There, she learned the truth of the lab incident from a doctor's assistant. She saw the evidence firsthand, confirming the devastating event. Grief-stricken by the loss of her daughter, Grandma wept incessantly. Her other worry, Shinzen's whereabouts. According to the assistant, where was he taken? Shinzen was reportedly confined to a secure, subterranean laboratory. Despite being just 5 years old, he was considered an extreme threat. Guilt consumed Grandma upon hearing this news. Had she withdrawn her sponsorship, these monstrosities would never have been created. Days later, compelled to act, Grandma arranged a funeral for the doctor and the others. This experiment shattered the once happy family, leaving it in pieces. The experiment was the catalyst for their current state of fractured disarray. Grandma, am I an orphan now? Don't be silly, my dear. You still have me. You'll live with me from now on. Returning to her office, Grandma made a pivotal decision. She entrusted the entire business to Secretary Kim. Shunny would be her sole focus. She needed to raise him herself. And with that, Grandma concluded her account, revealing all she knew. The weight of this revelation hung heavy in the air, demanding time for absorption. It would take a while for everyone to process the sheer volume of information. Captain Glasses finally understood the monstrous escapee's origin. The source of the recent monstrous incident became chillingly clear, but one crucial piece of the puzzle remained elusive. Where is Shinsan now? He inquired, the question hanging heavy in the air. Grandma's expression hardened, a shadow passing over her feature. Are you planning on harming him? She demanded, her voice sharp. Grandma's intensity sent a shiver down their spine. The two captains were visibly unnerved, beads of sweat forming on their brows. They stammered denials, but knew ignoring the situation wasn't a viable option. Humanity's extinction is inevitable, a ticking time bomb. Grandma grasps the grim reality, but what can be done now? Across the room, Shinny, silent until now, finally speak. Then allow me to eliminate him. His words send shockwaves through everyone present. Could you truly kill your own brother? With your own hands? Shinny's response is a simple, chilling no, but I can neutralize his powers. Shinny's prior experiments offer a glimmer of hope. An insect beast was reverted to human form using ants introduced into its body. If the ants can devour the insect beast within Shinsan, his powers might be eradicated. Meanwhile, outside the Reaper sector, Hui and the ladybug beast grow restless, waiting for Shinny. Outwardly, all seems calm, but a sense of foreboding hangs heavy in the air. Their unease is quickly justified. A shadowy figure materializes on a deserted street. Two men, concealed within a car, observe the scene unfold. The man's face stirs a flicker of recognition within them. Just then, a jolt of recognition hits Huawei. Isn't that one of the Skybug organization's top 6 operatives? The man conjures a flurry of shimmering, soap bubble-like spheres. He releases them at the gate. The unsuspecting security guard remains blissfully unaware of the impending danger. He scoffs, "What's that old guy doing playing with kid stuff?" His words barely escape his lips as he reaches out to touch one of the floating orbs. The instant the bubble bursts, a crimson flash ignites. The guard is instantly obliterated. Witnessing the horrific act, Hui and Ladybug race towards the man. "What are you doing here?" the man snarls. "I despise interruptions when I'm trying to leave work." "You'd better mind your own business," he warned, as established previously. One of the Skybug organization's 6 top executives assaulted Reaper headquarters. NH happened to observe this attack, along with Ladybug and Beast, who watched from the sideline. Ladybug and Beast observed the events unfold. They both lunged toward him. Suddenly, a deafening alarm ripped through headquarters. The 2 long-haired captains jumped up to investigate. The attacker appeared on the surveillance camera, but there was only one. Just a single non-insectoidal power user, and the Nwai who confronted him were identified by Sheeny as his friend. No immediate danger, but he had to intervene. He ordered the bespectacled man to evacuate Grandma. He'd follow close behind, meeting him on the other side. The 2, along with the Hwais, blocked the intruder's path. Just the 2 of you? Where's the black ant? Perhaps it's time you considered joining our Skybug organization. Skybug organization? What's that? What are you doing here? Do we need a reason? I'm here to reclaim what we lost. And to confirm the existence of a certain individual. Both Huawei and other name are perplexed. They struggle to identify the person being discussed. More critically, the remaining 5 masters are poised to strike the Reaper sector imminently. This revelation stuns Huawei. Are you implying the Skyworm organization is about to declare total war against humanity? The situation suddenly intensified. I despise overtime, he grumbled. That's precisely why. These troublesome ants irritate me. With a sweeping gesture, he unleashes a barrage of bubbles towards the Reaper personnel. They move to intercept the incoming sphere. Hui, witnessing this, rushes forward, shielding himself from the bubble. The Ladybug Beast charges towards the attack. En route, he detects miniature bombs concealed within the bubble. He urgently warns Hui of the danger. Hui, alerted, spins in midair. She attempts to deflect the explosive bubbles. It detonated the bubble's explosive payload. Fortunately, and remarkably, they reacted swiftly, escaping the blast's impact. The Reaper team members weren't as fortunate. Submit to the Skyworm organization, or share their fate. His threat was cut short. Anhui and the Ladybug Beast lunged at one another. Both quickly realized something was amiss. Their attacks met an invisible barrier, a layer of bubble. Witnessing this, they disengaged, hastily retreating. The men's insectoid transformation was complete. This is my defensive bubble shield. You cannot penetrate it. Unimpressed, Anhui prepared to attack again, but the Ladybug Beast intervened. I'll handle this. His words were immediately interrupted. In a flash, the enemy was upon him. You dare challenge me? Ladybug seethed. How dare he endure such blatant disrespect? He retaliated, launching a fist directly at his provoking opponent. But the blow met only air. His enemy had vanished. Suddenly, the man materialized behind Ladybug, an apparition from thin air. I'm not what you expect, he taunted. Surprised you can't sense my pheromone? With a swift kick to the face, he sent Ladybug reeling. The brutal impact launched Ladybug several meters back. We watched, a hidden observer gripped by the unfolding event. The enemy's movements were a blur, impossible to track. It was a complete mismatch, a devastatingly one-sided fight. Ladybug's powerful fists couldn't even connect. His opponent was untouchable. Finally, a hit landed. But it was a trap, a calculated vulnerability offered by the enemy. He knew Ladybug's strength wouldn't penetrate his defenses. Another vicious roundhouse kick sent Ladybug flying. You want to know why you're so weak? The man sneered. You're trapped by your current form. I knew you were a ladybug from the start. And your friend? A silk moth. Quiz time. Any guesses as to my true form? If you're stumped, just call me Bubble. The ladybug, now half kneeling, faltered. His fighting spirit had completely evaporated. Bubbles, no longer interested in the weakened opponent, vanished into thin air. His next target, Anhui, observing from the sideline. Anhui, caught off guard, became the new focus. My true strength? Unmatched speed, Bubbles declared. With that, he unleashed a swift, powerful kick towards Anhui. The brutal kick landed squarely, sending Anhui reeling. Anhui plummeted like a cannonball, crashing to the earth. Ladybug Beast, powerless, slammed his fist into the ground in frustration. His quest for strength through challenging the strongest had backfired. He had become a laughingstock, a mockery of a champion. The World Championship, reduced to a farce. All thanks to these cumbersome, restrictive bodies. This isn't me, he growled. With a furious roar, Ladybug Beast ripped off his armor. As the dust settled, Bubbles slowly descended to the ground. Hui, too, lies unconscious. The Bubble Man approaches, intent on finishing her off. His attack slams into the earth, leaving a gaping crater. But Hui, miraculously, isn't crushed. Before Bubbles can react, 2 small ladybugs launch an assault. Still putting up a fight, are we? The ladybugs have arrived just in time to save Hui. Gently, he lowers Hui to the ground. In a flash, he appears before the Bubble Man. His speed is startling. the Bubble Man senses a sudden, dangerous shift. So, you boast of your speed? Let's see whose fists are truly fast. He is Bubbles, one of the 6 formidable Skybug Master. Even Hui and Ladybug are outmatched. In a single move, Hui is rendered unconscious. Ladybug, too, is incapacitated. Frustrated, he slams his fist into the earth. He constantly seeks the strongest opponents, striving to surpass his limit. Instead of ascending in power, however, he devolved, becoming a caricature of his former self. A memory surfaced, a conversation with Hannah. Is it true your little bug creation can amplify strength? He'd asked. Hannah's response was a simple affirmation. She then offered it to Ladybug Beast for consumption. Ladybug Beast vehemently refused. He desired strength earned through his own merit. Hannah cautioned him, warning of the arduous path ahead. As a friend, though, she offered her unwavering support. The larvae, she explained, offered only a fleeting surge of borrowed power. When the craving for power reached its peak, metamorphosis would occur, a second awakening. Ladybugman had now reached that critical juncture. Shredding his armor, he unleashed his second form. Bubbles sensed a sudden, palpable threat. No matter what you become, I will tear you apart, Bubbles vowed. He launched himself at Ladybug Beast. Ladybugman, equally eager, prepared to test his newfound power. A lightness filled him, a sense of weightlessness, coupled with a surge of seemingly limitless energy. The clash reignited, their battle resumed with a furious intensity. Meanwhile, Hui stirred, her eyes fluttering open. The sight before her was breathtaking, almost unbelievable. 2 orbs of light, one red, one blue, collided in a dazzling aerial dance. The red sphere was Ladybug, moving with incredible speed. He matched Bubble Man's velocity, effortlessly keeping pace. Bubble Man unleashed a furious kick, a powerful blow, but Ladybug, small but mighty, blocked it with ease. Seizing the opportunity, Ladybug Beast cocked his fist. The punch landed squarely on Bubble Man's face, a direct hit. Bubble Man was sent hurtling from the sky, crashing to the earth. His legs braced against a tree trunk, he launched himself back at Ladybug. He shot forward like a cannonball, propelled by rage. Mid-flight, he lost his target, his trajectory disrupted. Ladybug Beast had appeared behind him, a blur of motion. His speed was astonishing, surpassing even Bubble Man. With a powerful slam, Ladybug Beast drove Bubble Man into the ground. Ladybug Beast slammed Bubble Man into the earth with brutal force. A long-awaited straight punch connected, sending Bubble Man hurtling through the smoky haze. He was completely blindsided. The Ladybug's post-evolution power surge was beyond his expectation. Alright then, he thought, time to unveil my ultimate technique. With that, his leg fractured into a flurry of shadowy limbs, lashing out at the transformed Ladybug. But the Ladybug remained utterly unfazed. Every attack was effortlessly deflected by the tiny warrior. Frustration gnawed at Bubble Man. He launched another attack, but the Ladybug absorbed the blow with ease. That wasn't even worth dodging, the Ladybug scoffed. Let me show you what real boxing looks like. The words had barely left its mouth when the Ladybug unleashed a devastating punch, charging forward. The blow landed squarely in Bubble Man's gut. It punched straight through his chest. Bubble Man could take no more. He coughed up a mouthful of blood. That's for messing with my friend, the Ladybug declared. Go to hell, Bubble Man. The villain is utterly stunned, his plan in ruin. Pleading for mercy now? Far too late. With a fierce detonation, the Ladybug Beast reverts to human form. Across the room, Hui is equally astonished by the turn of events. He can't believe it, the Skybug organization's leadership, taken down. Suddenly, a figure appears before Hui. Turning, Hui recognizes the newcomer, Shiny. What kept you? Ladybug finished the fight ages ago. Shiny's expression abruptly turns gray. Hui senses something amiss. A dreadful sense of foreboding descends. What's this oppressive feeling? It's as if they're surrounded. Oblivious to the impending danger, Ladybug turns to face Black Ant. I've won, he declares, but his victory cry is cut short. A sharp, sudden pain pierces him from behind. Ladybug spins around to find the source. It's Hannah. She's been absent for a while. Long time no see, my friend. And congratulations on your second awakening. Recall Kong Dajuan from Club 6? If Shinny hadn't entered the scene, Kong Dajuan could have risen to the top ranks within the Skybug organization. But the true power in Club 6? Hannah. She engineered a larva with self-amplifying strength. It can transform ordinary humans into formidable insect beasts. The gifted can even achieve a second awakening. The Ladybug recently underwent this secondary transformation. Even a high-ranking Skybug officer suffered a chest-piercing blow. As Shinny approached, the Ladybug Beast prepared to unleash its power. He was ready to boast. But a sudden, sharp pain erupted in his back. He turned to find Hannah, long unseen, someone he hadn't seen in ages. In both strength and spirit, This girl is a force to be reckoned with. The ladybug had just endured a brutal fight. Now, faced with Hannah's poison needle, the ladybug is nearing its breaking point. It crumples, slowly succumbing to the earth. Forgive me, my friend. This sacrifice is the price of recognition for my work. The subject of Hannah's research is the grotesque menagerie of mutated insect beasts looming behind her. Hui is stunned by the horrifying revelation. The Sky Bug organization boasts a staggering number of members, but Shinny, observing from the periphery, dismisses these concerns. A hunch grips him. He suspects these are the same larval creatures he encountered at the club, except these appear doubly evolved, significantly more formidable. Suddenly, 2 shells within the swarm detonate. The attacker? A Reaper team member. Leading the charge is Hedgehog, under Captain Longhair's command. Hedgehog has signaled for reinforcement, but the other squads face a similar plight. They too are besieged by these airborne insects, until the captain's return. Hedgehog and Beige are the last line of defense. Their mission, hold the enemy at bay, as long as humanly possible. Suddenly, Hedgehog points towards Shinny, shouting, "Those 3 are friendlies. Our objective, defend the base at all costs." The command rings out. Weapons drawn, the team charges into the fray. Witnessing this, Huawei is overcome with a surge of relief. "Let's move," he urges. "We'll leave this to the Reaper division." "We can't leave yet. My grandmother's evacuation isn't complete right now." Captain Longhair is escorting Grandma and Secretary Kim to safety. They're using the secret passage. Namai's following a staff member as well, preparing for their own departure from headquarters. "So, we're joining this fight, aren't we?" There's no time to debate. Those insect beasts are already descending upon them. Hui immediately deploys her silk thread. The threads intercept most of the attacking creature, but a few break through at the initial impact, hitting the ground. They charge directly towards Inoue. Shinny reacts swiftly, raising an arm. An ant doppelganger materializes, shielding Inoue. With a powerful cry, Shinny raises his arm again. The ants transform into black snake, devouring several insect beasts whole. The battle is fully engaged. The other side seemed intent on utter annihilation, an endless onslaught. Nami continued to trail the staff member, rounding a corner, however. She discovered the evacuees heading in the opposite direction. Before Nami could question this discrepancy, the staff member opened the door before them. Shinjan, also evacuating, witnessed this peculiar event. Confusion clouded his face. Why was Nami being led this way? "Why are we here?" Nami questioned, bewilderment in her voice. This was the storage location of the black monster's severed arm. The 2 staff members reacted with surprise at their arrival. Before they could raise an alarm, they slumped into unconsciousness. The woman accompanying Nami was responsible. Her features shifted, a transformation taking place, as she spoke into her headset. The arm is secured. Nami is frozen, paralyzed with fear. On the other end, Hannah received the confirmation. Satisfaction resonated in her voice. Their mission to retrieve the monstrous appendage was successful. Simultaneously, a luxurious vehicle emerged from the headquarters tunnel. Its occupants believed their escape was secure. Unbeknownst to them, Hannah observed their every move. This time, she would earn recognition from the highest rank. Nami gasped, hand flying to her mouth in astonishment. The true face of her adversary had been revealed. Before her stood Shuriken, her closest friend, transformed into an insect beast. "It's been a while, my friend," Shuriken greeted. "How have you been?" She had once been an ordinary mutant insect beast, but now, she had undergone a secondary evolution. Moments before, she had infiltrated a secured chamber. It was the Reaper Division's vault, containing the monster's arm. Utilizing her powers, she enthralled 2 researchers, and then, she unveiled her true form. Namae stared, utterly shocked by the revelation. Could it really be Shurjin, her dearest friend? Shurjin floated towards Namae, gently lifting her chin. "I never expected to encounter you here either," she admitted. "Come with me, Namae." Meanwhile, confusion reigned elsewhere. What series of events led you to this state? Isn't this form magnificent? I am an anomaly, a unique specimen among the larval masses. Join me, and unlock your true potential. Consider yourself under my protection, from this moment forward. Their bond is undeniable, a clear best friendship. Yet, Nami detects a strangeness in her companion. Shurian, too, observes the unusual expression on her friend's face. "What troubles you? Is that a refusal?" Suddenly, a projectile hurtles towards them. Shurian launches herself into the air, narrowly evading the attack. The metal framework explodes, shattering the container holding the arm. The force throws Namai violently to the ground. Gazing at the wreckage, Shurjian recognizes the attacker as a formidable opponent. Shinjan has returned. "You insignificant insect, how dare you trespass here?" Shurjian bristles at the insult. I merely wish to gauge my strength against yours. With that, she unfurled her wing. A powerful hurricane descends upon Shinjan. Despite losing an arm in the previous clash, this onslaught proves futile. A devastating counterattack followed. Blood erupts from Sheridan's body, painting a gruesome trail. Shinjan capitalizes on the opening. He unleashes his lightning, aiming to ensnare his opponent. He readies the decisive blow. Suddenly, Name intervenes, shielding Chunju. He's my dearest friend. Stop this, she cried. With a desperate plea, she urges Shurjin to escape. Run, Shurjin. The sight of Name's pain tears at Shurjin's heart. Heeding Name's words, Shurjin retreats. He escapes, clutching the monstrous arm. Witnessing Shurjin's safety, Name collapses. She loses consciousness, her strength spent. Shuriken successfully flees Reaper HQ. Elsewhere, the squad remains locked in a fierce battle against the insect beast army. Their struggle continues. The battlefield swarms, overwhelming numbers of insect beasts. Team members are falling, injured, one after another. The hedgehog, a whirlwind of action, leaps in, rescuing his comrade. Individually, the insect beasts pose little threat to his might. But a chilling realization dawns: they regenerate. He can't keep them down. No matter the damage, they rise again. Unstoppable. Even a direct hit, a shot to the head, fails to end their relentless assault. Then, Shinny intervenes. The tide turns. The insect beasts surrounding the hedgehog instantly collapse, incapacitated. Shinny reveals their weakness: larvae hidden within their throat. Larvae that serve as sustenance for the black ants residing within him. These larvae are a feast for his inner army. But time is running out. Woe and the others are on the verge of collapse. Even knowing their weakness, they're outnumbered. What can they do? So many more remain. The sheer number is overwhelming. Chaos reigns. The situation grows increasingly desperate. Only Shinny's doppelganger's protection has prevented utter disaster. Without it, the ladybug beast would have been devoured long ago. A look of panic crosses Shinny's face. Inhui has reached his limit, spent his last reserves of strength. A swarm of insect beasts bursts free from the net's confinement. Just as they prepare to descend into the chaos, a barrage of silken threads pierces through them. The insect beasts are instantly immobilized, frozen midair. Inhui has unleashed her second form, turning the tide. Meanwhile, Grandma leads the group towards a seemingly ordinary neighborhood. The residents offer her warm and welcoming greeting. Thank you for your diligent work, Grandma says. You're all dismissed early today. The truth is revealed: they are actors, hired by Grandma. Their role? To maintain the facade of a normal neighborhood. A deception crafted to mislead any prying eye. Maintaining the illusion of normalcy is paramount. Grandma guides them to a deserted square. With Secretary Kim, she places a metallic device onto the ground. Suddenly, a hidden passage to the underground is revealed. Follow me, Grandma beckons. I'll lead the way. Below, the prisoners sense an impending arrival. The atmosphere thickens with anticipation. The girl, oblivious to the truth, believes herself to be just another insect beast, unbeknownst to her. She is an anomaly, a rarity among her larval brethren. This allows her to gain strength at an accelerated rate. Shurjin seized a monstrous arm from the Reaper sector. She quickly retreated with her prize to a hidden cave. The cave teemed with feeding insect beasts. Looking up, she spotted a figure upon a throne, and her composure faltered. Nervousness gripped her. The figure was the same blue monster who had escaped the Reaper sect. Moments later, Shurjin displayed a marked deference. She knelt, presenting the severed arm as an offering. Honorable Master, she declared, I have returned your arm unscathed. As the monster approached, the arm in Shurjin's grasp dissolved into shimmering blue particles, reintegrating with the monster. There were no words of thanks. Instead, his strength restored, the monster placed his hand upon her head. Fear, cold and sharp, pierced Shurjin, but he refrained from harming her. He unleashed a burst of energy towards the stone wall behind her. The insect beasts on the far side of the cavern. A sharp cry erupts from someone towards Shurgun. The blue monster sanctions the outburst. They're ready to rip Shurgun apart with the monster's approval. Betray me, the monster warns, and face dire consequences. The sheer intensity of the monster's presence suffocates Shurgun. Meanwhile, Grandma guides the group into a hidden subterranean passage. According to Grandma, this was once the site of the castle project. She's since transformed it into a thriving community. It's also home to her and Shinny, and where Shinzen is being held captive. The elevator soon arrives, bringing several people. Grandma escorts the two squad leaders onto the elevator and descends further. Secretary Kim stays behind to await Shinny. The elevator doors open once more, revealing a mysterious figure. He's Dr. Kim's assistant, a survivor of the catastrophe. Grandma explains their mission. The assistant leads them to a hidden chamber. Her other grandson, Shinsan, is the one imprisoned here. It's him she's concerned about. Grandmother always felt a debt to this grandson. However, for the sake of humanity, Shinsan's confinement is a necessity. Meanwhile, across the battlefield, Hua has finally unleashed his second form. The once menacing insect beast is now under control. Hua, commanding the silk thread, pierces the insect beast's throat. He extracts the hidden larvae within. Shinny deploys a doppelganger to devour them. Seconds later, Shinny raises her arms and cries, "Fusion!" The doppelganger is instantly recalled, but the sheer volume of larvae consumed inflicts Shinny with agonizing pain. A vision of the red ant flashes through her mind. Her body begins to flush crimson. Anhui senses Shinny's distress, but before she can speak, "Follow me," Shinny commanded suddenly. He didn't wait for Anhui to respond. Shinny launched himself into the air. Witnessing this, Hui and Ladybugman were hot on his heel. At last, the battle concluded, and the squad members breathed a collective sigh of relief. Just then, Bug, a sidelined observer, noticed something impossible. The fallen insect beast corpses were reverting to human form. From the other side of the glass, a grandmother gazed at her grandson within. Shinzen, having not seen his grandmother in ages, expressed his profound longing for her. "What took you so long?" he asked. Shinzen then spotted the two captains standing behind his grandmother. He noted, with surprise, their weaponry. "Are you here to kill me?" Shinzen's words sent a wave of panic through his grandmother. "No, Shinzen, it's not like that. They're just employees of my company." How could a grandmother ever harm her own grandson? Despite her grandmother's explanation, Shinzen remains clearly unconvinced. "What brings you here?" he demands. "We're waiting for Shinny," they reply. He suggested he might have a cure for you. Shinzen is momentarily stunned by this revelation. Then, uncontrollable laughter erupts from him. "Are you senile, old woman?" he scoffed. "What could a bug-infested freak possibly do for me? I've been imprisoned here for 11 years. Even if he could cure me, I refuse." Just as his grandmother attempts further persuasion, a deafening explosion rocks the area behind them. Sensing danger, the two captains react. They whirl around to see a blue monstrosity slam Secretary Kim to the ground. It advances towards them menacingly. Instinctively, the men shield their grandmother, but the monster ignores them completely. Its gaze fixes on Shinzen. Shinzan's eyes fix on the monstrous figure before him, a disturbing sense of familiarity washing over him. "You're my hero, I'm getting you out." With those words, the monster shifts into combat stand. The two captains remain resolute, unyielding. The purple-haired captain shields the grandmother. The long-haired man charges headfirst toward the monster, but the monster merely flicks its wrist. An overwhelming surge of energy slams into the long-haired man. A devastating explosion erupts. The long-haired man lies critically wounded. Even the two men behind him are caught in the blast. "Grandmother!" the purple-haired captain cries out, frantic. The grandmother, it appears, has been knocked unconscious. 12 years. 12 years this boy was held captive underground. A heart of darkness festered within him, and a terrifying power took root. He can twist humans into grotesque insect beasts. He can devour the strength of others, making it his own. 12 years have passed. Instead of a quiet visit, this grandson's grandmother arrived with 2 escorts, facing unforeseen danger. A monster launched a sudden attack. The same azure monstrosity that escaped the Reaper sector returned. Despite the presence of 2 Reaper captains guarding the area, the grandmother became trapped in the ensuing chaos. Critically wounded and unconscious, she lay amidst the battle. Elsewhere, Shinny, radiating a crimson glow, raced towards the scene. A chilling premonition gripped him. He sensed an unprecedented power surge emanating from his grandmother's location. He had to reach Shinzen's holding place. His grandmother's life hung in the balance. The situation deteriorated rapidly. The purple-haired captain's call roused her. Consciousness slowly returned. Meanwhile, the blue monster unleashed a devastating blow, sending the long-haired captain hurtling through the air. The sheer impact shattered his equilibrium. The relentless monster pressed its advantage. It charged again, fists cocked. But, unexpectedly, the blow missed its mark. Shinsan was the blue monster's true target, hidden just behind it. The monster's punch fractured the very walls of Shinsan's prison. Mechanical arms, emerging from the monster's back, shot out. Shinsan was seized, caught in a vice-like grip. Dr. Kim's assistant had arrived, piloting a powerful mech. The purple-haired captain seized the opportunity. His fist crackling with electricity, he charged towards the monster. Alongside the long-haired man, they launched a coordinated attack. Their combined force landed a devastating blow. The monster reeled, giving them a precious moment of reprieve. They finally had a chance to breathe. The assistant halted their advance. Their priority, protecting the Rep and Secretary Kim, escape was paramount. "Get them out." "I'll handle this," the assistant commanded. "The delegate's safety is in your hand." The purple-haired captain nodded, words unnecessary. Scooping up the agent and the long-haired man, he retreated. Immobilized, the blue monster could only watch their escape. Its fury was impotent. Shinsen's fate, trapped within the damaged structure, consumed the assistant's thought. He remains blissfully unaware that these monstrous figures are secretly in league with Shinsen. Confirming Shinsen's safety within the safe house eases his worries. He readies himself to trigger the devastating button, poised to obliterate everything. Suddenly, his arm freezes midair, locked in place by an unseen force. The invisible Hana reveals herself, the one responsible for halting his action. She has intervened to protect Shinsen. Shinsen, previously restrained, slowly begins to rise. He regains his footing, thanks to Hana's intervention. Hana's power is now in full display. She declares her dominance, believing herself unstoppable. The assistant finally grasps the truth. He realizes the attackers are all loyal to Shinsen. Shinsen unleashes his wrath on his captors, wasting no word. He directs a fearsome energy towards them. Hana, witnessing the attack, leaps to safety. A brilliant golden light erupts from the assistant's body, catching Hana's eye. He undergoes a grotesque transformation, becoming a hideous insect-like creature. This horrifying metamorphosis is a first-time occurrence. Hana witnessed the terrifying potential of the insect beast creation. Shinsen then arrives at the blue monster's location. "Uncle, you've been through so much," Shinsen commiserated. Meanwhile, the two captains, escorting their injured comrades, made for the exit. The purple-haired captain hoped the long-haired man could distract their pursuer. She planned to stay behind as a rear guard, before they could finalize their plan. Hana and her newly transformed insect beast assistant burst onto the scene. The blue monster and Shinzong appeared as well. Escape was now clearly impossible. The two captains realized they were trapped. Shinzong approached them. He feigned concern for his grandmother's injury. Then, he unleashed his power. "Even in death, you'll give me my revenge," he snarled. The captains reacted instantly, diving aside. His energy struck a nearby pigeon. In a horrifying flash, the bird became a monstrous insect beast. Before the captains could process the transformation, the insectoid beast lunged at them. Razor-sharp wings grazed both of them, leaving stinging wounds. The purple-haired captain, thrown off balance, stumbled, inadvertently shoving his grandmother out of harm's way. The beast seized the opportunity. Its blood-smeared ManhwaCapped, charging towards the vulnerable grandmother. But Shinny intervened just in time. He slammed his foot down on the insect beast's head. The grandmother lay unconscious on the ground. Shinny lifted her gently and entrusted her to the two captains. "Get her to a hospital," he commanded. Shinny stood his ground, prepared to fight alone. His mind was fixed on Shinzen's demise, but before he could confront Shinzen, he had to deal with the blue monstrosity before him. Sensing Shinny's intent, the monster launched a preemptive strike. Fueled by pure rage, Shinny unleashed a furious punch to the monster's face, but the monster effortlessly evaded his subsequent blows. Exploiting an opening in Shinny's defense, the monster raised its arm. The monster unleashes a fierce gust of wind directly at Shiny. Forced back by the sheer power, Shiny stumbled. A devastating key blade attack obliterates the building behind Shiny. Shiny utilizes his incredible speed, circling the monster. With a sudden burst of acceleration, Shiny launches an attack. He aims a knee strike directly at the monster's head, but the monster anticipates the move, seemingly seeing through Shiny's intention. In a swift backhand motion, the monster seizes Shiny by the throat. A brutal knee slams into Shiny's abdomen. The impact sends Shiny hurtling backward, completely out of control. Shiny crashes through multiple buildings, a testament to the devastating force. The blue monster relentlessly pursues Shiny, refusing to let him escape. He intercepts Shiny, cutting off his retreat. A crushing blow sends Shiny plummeting to the earth. Heroism isn't exclusive to Red Ant. I, too, can be a hero. With that declaration, the monster appears to cleave Shiny in two with a single, powerful swing. But it's a deception. It was merely one of Shiny's duplicate. The real Shiny is already positioned behind the monster. Shiny locks eyes with the monster, a look of determination in his gaze. His gaze held the weight of finality, like looking upon the deceased. The monster braced for a counteroffensive, turning to face its attacker. Shiny struck, a swift, gleaming blade piercing the monster's abdomen. The ants, transformed into sharp weapons, seized the opening, swarming into the monster's belly. Shiny's voice rose in a desperate cry. "Consume him!" Rapidly devoured, the monster's true form was revealed. A horrifying discovery awaited Shiny. The monster's body was his uncle's corpse. One glance confirmed the grim truth. The monster had already been dead before their confrontation. Lifeless, the monster's arm reached out towards Shiny once more. Shinzong intercepted, shielding Shiny from the attack. He halted the monster's advance. "Uncle, my eternal hero. Thank you for your unwavering dedication. Now, find your rest." With these words, Shinzen absorbed his uncle's remains. Shinny, witnessing the scene, was overwhelmed with shock. "What in the world just happened?" she demanded. Shinzon's uncle perished in the lab explosion, a fact recently uncovered. This uncle is actually Shinzan's double, a perfect replica. So, in essence, your death wish can now be granted. With those chilling words, the blade plunged into Shinny. You bask in the spotlight of the outside world, oblivious to the torment I've endured all these years. Now, it's my turn. I crave the power inherited from my mother. His grip tightened around Shinny's throat, a deadly embrace. He then unleashed his ability, draining every ant from Shinny's body. Meanwhile, Manhwa continues his frantic search for Shinny. Suddenly, a blinding flash erupts from below. A violent explosion follows, shaking the very ground. Time becomes meaningless as the dust settles. Shinny's eyes slowly flutter open. You're finally awake. Shinny's surroundings come into focus, a sterile hospital room. Panic sets in. Grandma, I'm so sorry. The agent vanished without a trace after the explosion. There's more devastating news. Insect beasts worldwide are growing increasingly hostile. The Reaper division is hopelessly outmatched against their recent adversary. Shinny's sole focus, his driving motivation, is his grandmother's rescue. But he's powerless, devoid of even the slightest trace of ant-like strength. Left with no alternative, he turns to the long-haired man for aid. He hopes to gain access to the potent insect genes of the Reaper division. This unexpected plea catches both of them off guard. I'll do whatever it takes to save Grandma, Shinny declared. But is Shinny truly powerless? Has he completely lost his abilities? Unbeknownst even to himself. A menacing ant, glowing a vibrant red, lurks within it. And with this chilling revelation, the first season of Black Ant concludes. Anticipate the return of Black Ant in the upcoming second season.